Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had RPG Gamer Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izumi awoke in her bed with a startle. She was vaguely aware of a loud dinging noise that interrupted whatever dream she was having. What she saw disturbed her slightly, but then she started to chuckle sadly. Great, yet another prank from those butt clowns. What she was saying this to was a weird floating pane of something. It said, Achievement unlocked, Quirk awakened. Rewards, everyday outfits. She rolled her eyes and stood, stretching her arms to the sky and popping her back. Skill unlocked, health. You are vaguely aware of how to do certain things to increase strength, vitality and dexterity. Doing actions such as stretching and yoga will increase dexterity, while stuff like weight training or going for a jog, which you seriously need to do, will increase strength as well as vitality. Izumi sighs yet again before hitting the X button on the health skill pop-up. Seriously? This sheet's way too elaborate for them. She does a double take. Wait, does that mean this is real? Achievement unlocked. The quirk is real. You realize that your quirk finally awoke. Rewards? Help menu. Tip. Try saying menu, just, for kicks. Izumi places her hand on her chin before finally sighing. Here's hoping Tsubasa doesn't just pop out of one of these screens to rend my face off for whatever reason. She breathes deeply before finally muttering menu. A brief moment of silence and nothing happened before a screen materialized in Izumi's view. Wardrobe. Fills. Inventory. Status. The rest were blanked out with some sort of corrupted text covering them. Weird, but it did take this thing 17 years to actually show up, so whatever I guess. She pauses. What should I call it? It acts a lot like a game interface from one of those old RPGs, level ups and all that, so maybe UI. Achievement unlocked. Remember the name. Rewards. Basic user interface. Vocal command mental activation, a few settings. Tip, it's pronounced Yui. 3 bars appeared in the corner of Izumi's vision. When she focuses on it, the bars grow bigger, showing what they are. A red bar, depicting her overall health. A blue bar, depicting her overall stamina. A white bar, depicting her experience to next level. How did Izumi know this? Little pop-ups next to the bars showing HP, next to the red bar, MP, next to the blue bar. She just assumed that it would run out as she exerts herself, and the white bar had EXP next to it. She had played a number of games in her life as well. After finishing up with the bars in her vision, she looked back at the menu pop-up. There was a new button in place of one of the corrupted-looking buttons. Settings. She taps a few of the settings, mostly fiddling with the volume settings. The lighting settings seemed dangerous for now. She got too caught up in a mutter storm and didn't notice her mother walking into her room, a concerned expression on her face. Izumi? Izumi, what's going on? What's that sh? Inko's eyes widen intensely before she starts smiling giddily, then she walks over to Izumi and taps her shoulder. Izumi, I know you just discovered your quirk, but you need to head to school. When Izumi finally looks up, she sees that her mother has a name and title above her head. Izumi Midoriya. LVL? Mama Bear of Decimation. Izumi lets out an amused sigh at the title Inko has. So, you can see my screen? Yes? Is that bad? No, but I don't really know much about this quirk yet. Izumi huffs, then pauses again, furrowing her brow. Shouldn't we both be significantly more freaked out by this? I prefer to take things in stride. Plus, with enough time as a lawyer, you tend to be able to strangle excitement and nervousness before they show. Trust me, I'm freaking out. Don't really know why you aren't, but either way, change into your uniform and we can talk about the rest later. Inko stands up, dusting off her casual pants and leaving the room. Izumi scratches her chin before finally saying, help, under her breath. Another window shows up. Enable helper fairy? Why? Izumi, feeling decidedly reckless today, taps the Y, and a small lime green ball of light with little bug wings coming out of its back appears. Said light then makes an excited noise. Finally, You have no idea how long I've been waiting to say hello to you. The fairy flies around Izumi's head once before settling on her shoulder, somehow. My name is Yui, spelled UI. Basically put I'm your Quirk, granted, something that I feel I need to say. She clears her throat. UI is an assistant, not a direct upgrade or something. You still need to do the work, but I can help you with said work and reward your efforts on occasion. Also, most things you can do that seem like quirks, other people can do as well. When you say rewards, do you mean like the achievements and skills? Yes and no. The achievements are my way of telling you what milestone you accomplished. Most of them are made up on the fly, but the rewards I can give are kinda set. A hand sticks out of the ball of light and does a fuso motion. Mostly it's limited to new outfits and UI-related abilities. I can't really give you any spoilers, but I can tell you about your current capabilities. Just call me if you have a question. For now though, try saying wardrobe in your head. Izumi makes a disgruntled noise but decided that ultimately, since her quirk can actually give her help and advice on how to use it, she wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Wardrobe, a screen appeared in Izumi's vision. Different names like casual, cold weather, or Aldera High School uniform. Good, now tap the one that says Aldera High School uniform. Izumi obeys, and in a flash of light she suddenly isn't in her sleep pants and undershirt combo. She's in her uniform, socks, and shoes along with it. Oh, right, you can also select from 3 versions of this outfit once you do select it. At home, outside, at school. The little ball of light floats up and taps a button, and suddenly Izumi's in her home slippers. Like your body now, these clothes can't be physically hurt. Isekai it, Katsuki. Izumi lets out a victory cry in her head. We really need to work you up to actually talking sheet outside your head. But they'll just hurt me worse. Izumi shudders. Alright, sure. Go ahead and think that way. Yui sighs. Anyways, you need to talk to your mother here. Another hand comes out of the light and does a snapping motion, then a few new screens pop up. Achievement unlocked. Start the day. Rewards, quest system. Quest accepted, a not so average. Goals. Go and talk to Inko. Go to school. Rewards. 1000 EXP. 1200 yen. Plus 2 intelligence. Plus 2 wisdom. Optional. Plus 15 self-confidence. Plus 15 reputation with? Oh, looks like you have a packed day today. Later. The small fairy suddenly blinks out of existence before Izumi could ask another question. Izumi makes a disgruntled noise but stands up anyways and heads downstairs, talks to Inko about getting an appointment for the next weekend to see what her quirk is, then moves to start heading to school. She tosses on the outside version of her uniform, her red sneakers appearing on her feet. She picks up her bag and stands by the door for a good 10 seconds. Izumi? You okay? Yeah, just thinking of something. What about? Whether or not I should be vindictive or nonchalant. Inko tilts her head. Well, if you're asking yourself, what would Mama do? It's vindictive 90% of the time. Inko admits. Just don't, kill anyone. Got it. Izumi thinks, inventory, and tosses her backpack inside, the contents and bag itself showing up as little icons in the UI. She stretches again before leaning over to hug her mom. Might be home later than normal, wanna test a bit. Inko bites her lip, but nods. Alright, we're having katsudon, so don't be too late. Thanks, Mom, you're the best. She waves at her before walking out the door, Inko locking it behind her. Izumi makes her way to school without much preamble. She caught a fight along the way and wrote down some stuff on the debuting hero, Mount Lady, closing a skill screen that said something like analyze, but she was already late, so she took off running after storing her notebook away. By the time she got to school, she got a new skill window again. Skill unlocked, running LVL1. The ability to run makes you faster and decreases stamina consumption the higher level the skill. Increases vitality when used for an extended PRD of time. Izumi walks through the door after closing the notification and simply thinks, at school, and her shoes change. Yay, it worked. She continues to her classroom, holding her head high. She looks straight at her homeroom teacher, then opens her inventory and grabs a notebook and pen out. She writes out a short note and sets it on the teacher's desk after tearing it out of the book. The note reads, "Told you I wasn't quirkless." She then closed the notebook and tossed it back into her inventory, keeping the pen for the day. Without another word, she walks back to her desk and sits down. Katsuki, as always, is in front of her. Achievement unlocked. Stand your ground. Finally told your teacher to eat it, huh? Rewards, plus 50 self-assurance. Skill unlocked. Planning. The ability to create and execute plans. The higher the level this skill gets, the easier it is to come up with plans and execute them without nerves getting in the way. Not so average day. Ask Katsuki to help you. She closed both of them after reading the descriptions and openly gawks at the new quest objective, but after doing a small breathing exercise, she decided to just go with it. Planning, huh? Sounds fun enough. She pulls the new notebook that she had already titled, My Quirk, and wrote down all she knows of her quirk on it, muttering all the while. Katsuki turns around, probably about to give her a piece of his mind, when she says, "Hey, Katsuki? Wanna hang out after school?" "Why would I hang out with someone like you?" His voice sounds slightly more withdrawn than Izumi would think. Her stomach twists, but instead of going slightly limp and folding in on herself, something pushes to the front of her mind and starts talking before she can bury it down again. "Hey, you're the one who wanted to know when I got my quirk, ass goblin." She breathes out heavily. "Guess what, fucker, I got it. Now either help me figure it out, or I do it on my own and you have zero say in my life ever again." Izumi does not feel good. Her stomach is twisting harder and harder into a knot. Sure, it felt good to finally speak out her anger, but at the same time, Bomb Boy over here has actual explosives for hands. Katsuki has no idea what to say. Those words hit harder than a freight train. "The F? You mean you got your quirk? You're quirkless." "I mean, menu." The glass-like pane appears in front of her. It's one of those gaming quirks, multiple aspects, stuff like that. She opens up her inventory and shoves her notebook in, before pulling out her empty backpack and setting it on the ground next to her. "I've already named it Yui. You've always been quirkless, dash." "No the F I haven't." She deadpants. "I told you, we went to the doctor and he said that I have a quirk, but it won't appear for quite a while." She sighs, still remembering that day. "And unlike you, I have somewhat of a effing memory. Now, help me figure this sheet out, or I drop you like the sack of garbage you've been acting like for years." "I'm not garbage." He moves his hand to detonate Izumi's desk, but she grabs his wrist. "You're right, you're at the very least recycling." Izumi deadpants, before letting him out of her grip. Katsuki starts laughing his butt off. "Then, still remember that joke? 'Kay, yeah fine. I'll help." He sighs and slumps in his desk. Finally, all of the rest of these people are total wimps. He murmurs under his breath. Izumi totally heard him though. Achievement unlocked. Friendship. Finally got back in contact with Catkin? Good for you. Rewards. Party system, chat system, friends list. Izumi closes out the windows, smiling to herself. She writes down a few more things in the My Quirk journal before finally starting the school day. During a class about quirk laws, the teacher turned to Izumi. "Say, Izumi, I heard you got your quirk today. Mind showing the class?" It had obvious venom that made Izumi want to roll her eyes. However, much to the confusion and fear of everyone in the room, Izumi's eyes do roll. "Depends, you gonna call me disruptive and asking for it when someone beats me for no reason again?" "Well then eat my non-existent chode, teach." She says the word like it has no meaning when applied to him. A smile appears that shakes Katsuki a little. "OF dash," he thinks, looking at the same face that Inko makes while plotting a case. "This school is fucking dead." He sighs. "It has been a displeasure, teach." Izumi snorts. "Yeah, not gonna show you all my quirk when you all thought I was quirkless and suicide baited me for years over not having one. I have one thing to say to you, Ephes, and that is... Drum. Please." An actual drum roll plays through the room. "Eat-a-dee dash." Katsuki snorts, really hard. "Oh my god. Mizu, you're killing me already." He starts laughing so hard he's in tears. Haven't really wanted to kill you before, but I can list off a few people on my hit list right here, right now." And the exact reason they really should be in some form of imprisonment by now. Several with attempted manslaughter. She winks at the teacher, causing him to shiver. Then she remembers something that she repressed, and pure unadulterated fury replaces the normal fear that resides there. Including a few teachers with SXL harassment lawsuits that will be filed. And at least one count of attempted RP. Though I guess I was just asking for it then, wasn't I? She smiles, really smugly, then switches to English briefly, her eye twitching with rage. Filthy pig, worthless sack of guard dash. Katsuki walks over and covers her mouth, then drags her out the door of the classroom by her shirt, and continues all the way out of the school building, out of the gate, eventually bringing them both all the way to the gate of Katsuki's house. Izumi, wiping the tears from her face, asks Katsuki, "What are we doing here?" "I need somewhere soundproof to scream until I don't feel like becoming a terrorist, and I have a feeling you need the same thing right now. Then you're staying at my place to explain exactly what happened in the past 10 years. Katsuki says matter-of-factly. "What do you care? I'm just useless Izumi." Constantly crying and dash, Katsuki looses an explosion pointed straight up, not in any way a threat, though. "See, that's one of the reasons I need to scream, Mizu. I effed up." His voice is wet and sad-sounding. "I effed up so hard. The reason I left you alone after what, year 5? Was because I realized I effed up. But after year 5, I really didn't want to try and worm my way back into your life, so I left you alone, which, if by the way you acted back there is any indication, was actually a bigger fuck-up." He wipes away his own tears and takes a deep breath, his lungs shuddering with the effort. "So, we both need somewhere to scream until we calm down, and my room is built to withstand and mute the sound of me accidentally exploding due to a nightmare. Plus you wanted to hang out anyways, right? Yeah. Let's hang out." This is also when it appears that Izumi realized that she was crying as well. She wipes the tears away and follows Katsuki inside. Once the pair enter the Bakugo home, Mitsuki looks at them from the couch and raises an eyebrow at Katsuki. To anyone not affiliated with this family, this would look like a challenge, but Izumi already knew what it was. Concern. Katsuki responded with a simple shake of the head and gesture towards Izumi before he silently, and rather sullenly, walked upstairs to his room. As soon as the door closed, nothing could be heard from downstairs. Mitsuki let out a sigh, shaking her limbs out slightly before standing up and looking to Izumi with a rather stilted expression. "Coffee?" Izumi gives a resigned-sounding chuckle. "Yeah. It's gonna be a long night." "Oh, do I get let in on the gossip corner?" Mitsuki lets out her personality slightly. "Sure, if you can handle the sheer amount of bloodlust that'll come off my mom when I tell her everything they did to me at that school." Izumi smiles darkly. Mitsuki's smile drops. "Who do I gotta kill? Pretty sure mom'll handle it. But if that place somehow maintains or a few teachers keep their licenses," Izumi chuckles, "a few people might not be seen from again." It was sarcasm, Mitsuki and Izumi both knew. But it could very well actually happen. Izumi smiles up at Mitsuki, "For what it's worth, I missed you guys." Mitsuki had to actively resist cooing at her. "Meh, you and my kid had a falling out." "It happens." Mitsuki did have a strong amount of concern for why it happened and how long it was, but it seems they're on better terms, so she isn't going to pry. "Oh, I got my quirk today." Izumi smiles up at her. "Though all I can really do right now is change clothes fast and store things, it has a lot more potential than I thought mine would have." "Kid, if it took it this long to show, then it demon well better have a good reason to take that long." Mitsuki scoffs. "Well, if you can change clothes fast, could you change into something more casual?" "Oh sure." Wardrobe, Izumi thinks, and a screen pops up in front of her. Mitsuki moved over to her side of the screen to get a better look, but quickly squints and looks away. "Yeah, it looks like it has an anti-snooping thing. Trying to focus on it gives me a headache. Let's see. You'll want something for indoors and casual. I'd go with something built for cold given how sad my kid looked." Izumi raises an eyebrow. Cat decreases the temperature on his AC to nearly the negatives when he's that upset. It keeps him from sweating, and when he inevitably gets angry and starts sparking up due to his quirk, he won't go kaboom. She does a fist explosion gesture with one hand. Makes sense. Izumi selects one that literally says, indoor casual cold. Mitsuki puts a hand to her chin, while squinting at Izumi's outfit before barking out a laugh. Oh my god. Your quirk has better fashion sense than you or your mother, she wheezes. Then straightens back up. Right, did you tell her that you went here? Izumi makes a horrified face. Fuck? Oh god, you're starting to sound like me. Bad, Izumi? I don't know how to tell kids off from swearing, Mitsuki mumbles, and Izumi laughs lightly, with a tinge of nervousness, before pulling out her phone and calling Inko. As soon as the call went through, Mitsuki could hear Inko worrying. All that seems to be exchanged are a few words, because as soon as Izumi starts speaking, the worrying leaves the other side of the phone entirely. Mama? And is school, tear it down. The question from the other line, Izumi nods. Yes. She then brought her phone down and hung up, tossing it back into her inventory. Might want to make a bit more coffee. Already making a full pot, kiddo. How dark? As the void of space. Mitsuki makes a gagging motion before laughing it off. Alright, go check on Cat, would ya? He may not like to admit it, but he'll probably want a friend with him. Izumi nods meekly before walking up to Katsuki's room. Mitsuki hears 3 knocks, 2 fast, 1 slow, then a door opening and shutting. She lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding and let herself tear up before going to the phone and calling. Izumi did indeed spend a long time screaming in Katsuki's room. She even got a skill from it. Skill unlocked, shout. You really just screamed until your brain produced the happy stuff, huh? Increases the volume and range of your yelling per level. Using this with MP will increase the range and force. She wound up giving a wet laugh at the weird new skill. Katsuki raises an eyebrow. My quirk gave me a new skill called shout. Katsuki snorted. I can be the next present mic now. If that's what you're going for. Katsuki sighs and flops back onto his bed. Izumi finally spares a glance up at Katsuki's nameplate. Katsuki Bakugu. LVL, 15. Bomberanian. Izumi laughs and Katsuki gives her a weird look. What is it? Your title, it's one of my old nicknames from when we were like 7. Katsuki groans. What? Your quirk named me the Bomberanian? Yep, Izumi pops the P. Hate. He sits up and squints at her. Since when did you have style? Funny man. Izumi mutters, my quirk made this outfit. Katsuki barked out a laugh in much a similar manner to his mother. Yeah, laugh it up. At least I don't have to take off my clothes to change anymore. Okay, now that is something I can be jealous about. He stands. But I won't. You earned this, dealing with this crazy sheet on your own and making it out with your own head. I gotta say, I'm totally impressed. He smiles ferally. Doesn't mean I'll go easy on you though. For now we get to figure out how your quirk works, then we help you train. Okay? So what we startin' with? Izumi stands as well and Katsuki looks at her incredulously. We're starting with exactly why the F. You were still in that school with all the F-ed up stuff that happened to you. He starts getting angry again. After a while you just stop caring. It was around the 4th attempted murder that my brain was just, you know what? I'm not that important anyways. And I kind of shut down. Katsuki looks mortified. So you just stopped having a self-preservation instinct? Yeah, kinda. What the F-, Izumi? He runs a hand through his hair. You can't just, well I guess you can, but that is definitely go to therapy use suicidal person level stuff. Oh yeah, don't I know it? Izumi says calmly, making Katsuki more confused. I'm definitely going to have to put therapy sessions into my plan for the next 10 months. Katsuki nods. Yeah, no sheet Sherlock. Katsuki sighs. How did your mom not figure it out? She probably did in all honesty. And what? Did nothing? Oh, she did something. I can tell now that she was collecting evidence and sitting on it until I actually admitted something wasn't right. My mom isn't one to act without me saying it's all right. Why? Something about a certain explosive blonde that she knew was bullying me that I decided I didn't want to lose contact with. She jabs. Katsuki makes a choked noise. Arth, fine. Fair enough. He does not, in fact, think it is fair enough. No, I get your anger. It wasn't fine, but there's nothing we can do about it now, so looking to the future is the best I can do. She sighs and pinches her nose. But yeah, therapy is probably needed. My mom can get ya in contact with mine. Katsuki shrugs. But moving on, he does the whole up and down squinta thing again. Did you seriously not work out at all? Kinda developed a fear of randomly getting something important torn off by my bullies every time I turned a corner. Yay, she does jazz hands. Alright, anything about the past is officially banned. Katsuki states in half sarcasm. I do need to exercise though. Since I'm likely not going to be attending the last year in a traditional sense, you have any ideas? Yep. We have basically a whole year to get you fit though, so we're gonna have to come up with a schedule. They continued to chat for a long time after, just getting to know each other again. But they had to leave the room to tell Inko about what happened eventually, and after hearing 2 sharp knocks on the door they both left. Inko was in the kitchen having a happy discussion with Mitsuki. Also catching up, while Masaru, who was probably the one who knocked, sat on the couch. Izumi walked over to the women while Katsuki went to sit on the couch. Alright, so Katsuki agreed that since he knew I should tell you guys so you know the cause of his, and I quote, reason for not going to school out of fear that he might actually murder someone. Just a warning though, the truth is brutal. Mom already knows a lot of what happened, but it might not be everything. Inko raised an eyebrow. I never told you that I knew though. I remember you coming to my school for parent-teacher meetings that were just the teacher's way of being total scumbags and try to convince you that I'm a bad person. I figured you started collecting evidence on the school after that. And since you got called into a lot of those meetings, probably because of your ability to act in a way to gain information from your detective days. Izumi takes a breath. That's why I said tear it down over the phone. It's time to use the evidence. Also, I'm not going during the last year. If I show up tomorrow they'll probably just expel me anyways. After calling one of their prize teachers out for being a rapey fuckmunch. Izumi shrugs. Izumi! Inko tears up. You never told me that bloodlust is radiating off of her at the same time. Yeah. Sorry about that, Mom. I had a... Izumi adopts a thinking pose. What should I say? She snaps and looks up. My quirk helped me start admitting things and being more open because of an achievement giving me self-assurance. It's probably why I'm not too afraid of saying this stuff now and can think logically. Achievement unlocked. Make Aizawa proud. I made an achievement for saying a word because I find it funny. Rewards, Eraserhead cosplay outfit, capture weapon added to wardrobe. Izumi raises an eyebrow as Inko snorts under her breath before continuing. I'm still mad that you never came to me with your issues, but given the trauma, I think it's understandable. Inko takes a deep breath. Meanwhile, Mitsuki is seething. She starts speaking through gritted teeth, starting to understand what Katsuki meant. She sighs, shaking the anger out of her body through her arms. Alright, you two are staying over tonight. Yes, I do mean you too, Ink. Coffee's done. I also made hot chocolate because Ink said that the story would be intense. Since I'm pulling Cat out, you two are gonna meet up daily for the rest of the year. And do whatever you think necessary to prepare and test out of high school online. Got it? We were already planning that as well as a way to figure out my quirk and such. Izumi shrugs. We'll do it though. Inko places her chin on her knuckles. Then looks up. Go talk to Katsuki and Masaru about this. I want to talk with Mitsuki for a bit. Izumi looks her mom dead in the eyes for a second, then smiles, chuckling a little before walking away. Well, that wasn't ominous at all, Mitsuki thinks, sarcastically while Inko drags her a little bit more away. Izumi explains the situation to Masaru and the usually timid man adopts a hard tone, causing Katsuki to back off a bit. I'm going to melt someone's face off. He says it as a statement of fact, rather than a screech of rage like Katsuki, causing Izumi to back up a bit too. He finally notices and takes a few deep breaths. Sorry about that. He crosses his arms. I agree wholeheartedly with Mitsuki's plan. Inko and Mitsuki both walk over. Well, we have a small change for you. Inko says. Katsuki and Izumi will both be working together every day anyways, so we decided that we should just move in with each other. Masaru raises an eyebrow, and how exactly would that work? His less gentle personality still on, Mitsuki looks surprised before a look of recognition crosses her face. Well, that part is kinda the hard one. Me and Izumi will either move here, or we get a new place that we know could fit all of us. Izumi doesn't look even a small bit surprised, and Katsuki notices. How did you manage to call this of all things? He questions her. I just had a feeling. She shrugs. Faye. Feeling my butt. Katsuki huffs. Alright, me and Mizu are gonna go to my room and figure out a training and studying plan for both of us. You guys can handle the other stuff and tell us later? All three adults nod. Great. He grabs Izumi's arm and drags her upstairs and to his room. The rest of the night is spent planning, and most in the house passed out as soon as they got comfortable enough. Izumi couldn't sleep for whatever reason though, so she decided to try out meditation. Izumi came out of her trance due to Katsuki's alarm sounding like the death of 1,000 small animals in a very close space, deafening her. Katsuki groaned and slapped the button on top of it. Sorry about that, he says when he notices Izumi covering her ears, looking vaguely disturbed. Explosions are loud. I'm almost deaf. Yes, but why the death of small animals? Izumi half shrieks. It's just a high-pitched noise. Not actual dying animals. The F-dash. He raises an eyebrow. Oh, okay. Izumi rubs one of her ears to get rid of the popped sensation, then looks at the windows that she had pop up while she meditated. Skill unlocked. Meditation. Video game characters don't really need sleep, in case you were wondering. Regenerates HP and MP at a rate of 2% per minute. Percentage increases with level. Build upon wisdom, 1 hour, intelligence, 2 hours, and luck, 4 hours, by entering a trance of introspection and review. Allows you to set a time in which to come out of the trance, if not otherwise shocked out of it. Amount of thought needed to go into the trance decreases as level of skill increases. Achievement unlocked. Skill crafter. I updated the way rewards show up. Also GG on the skill making. Rewards. Title, Woman of Many Skills. Systems, Skill Book. Quest completed, not so average day. Rewards. 1000 EXP, plus 2 levels. 1200 yen, check INV. Plus 2 intelligence, from following along in class. Plus 2 wisdom, from finally leaving that school behind. Plus 15 self-confidence. Plus 15 representative with Katsuki. Meditation report. Gained 5 points in wisdom. Gained 2 points in intelligence. Gained 1 point in luck. Fully restored health and mana. Quest accepted. Learn the quirk. I will accept that you ignored me all of yesterday since you were doing important stuff, but still. Open menu and figure out how your quirk works. Remember that you can ask the fairy. Rewards. 1 achievements. Izumi gawks at the new pop-ups. Already grabbing her notebook and pen from her inventory and muttering away as she clarified things for herself. The numbers next to the amount of score increase over time, or whatever meant that every hour of meditation she got a point in wisdom, every 2 hours she got a point in intelligence, and every 4 hours she got a point in luck. It seems that the actual numbers also scale with luck for whatever reason. Once she was done writing that bit, she turned to Katsuki. My quirk just gave me a tutorial quest. Pull me out if I zone completely? K. He opens his phone and starts playing some kind of game on it. Skills. Izumi opened up her skills first, since she already knew quite a bit about the inventory and wardrobe. Mostly what that screen is filled with is a bunch of icons depicting her skills, including levels and the numbers needed. Shout, LVL to. At the devil. Ability to yell with the best of the higher the level the louder the yell. Using MP to charge this skill gives the shout sonic damage along with more range. DMG and range on max charge. 30 MP 20 meter cone originating from mouth that causes the ears to bleed for 30 damage. Stuns enemies. Okay, so I can get a better overview of my skills from here. Cool. She takes a look at the other ones. Analyze, LVL3. Discombobulate. Brings up a panel that shows the stats, emotions, name, and quirk of an individual you focus on. Also makes one better at drawing conclusions and connecting dots in general. Scales with intelligence and wisdom. Running, LVL2. In the 90s. Affects how fast and how long the user can run. Increases agility when used. Increases dexterity as well if used in a complex environment. Channeling MP into this, 5-second, causes speed and efficiency to increase. 5% speed increase. Health, LVL1. Fire, healthier. Doing things like stretching and weight training raises the skill. Stretching raises dexterity while weight training raises strength and vitality. Amount increases based on skill level and other things. The meditation skill just had the same description as above. Meditation, level 1, 60%. But not like Greybeard's meditate, K? Regenerates HP and MP at a rate of 2% per minute. Percentage increases with level. Build upon wisdom, 1 hour, intelligence, 2 hours, and luck, 4 hours, by entering a trance of introspection and review. Allows you to set a time in which to come out of the trance. If not otherwise shocked out of it. Amount of thought needed to go into the trance. Decreases as level of skill increases, and luck scales with the time needed to build the statuses. Planning, LVL2. A heist. There's really nothing I can come up with for this one. The ability to create and execute plans with a level head. Ability scales with level of skill, wisdom, and intelligence. Synergizes with game mind to create a sense of calm while using this skill. Next, Izumi moved onto her status page. Might as well go in order and leave the recent unlock for later. Status. Name, Izumi Midoriya. Title, UI user. Guilds, no current affiliation. Max HP, 300. Max MP, 600. Max SP, 200. Vitality, 15. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 32. Wisdom, 17. Luck, 16. Stat points, 15. 6,200 yen. Passives, game body, game mind. Why didn't my stamina bar show up? Izumi questions inside her own head. Summon help fairy? Izumi sighs and hits. The little ball of green pops back into existence. Okay, first of all, you should have summoned me much sooner. Second, you need to say that you want it to show up from your options tab. Rather than feeling out of breath and sweating like a pig, you start depleting health after the stamina bar runs out, so be careful. Would you like me to enable the stamina bar? Izumi taps her chin with a pen, then shrugs. Since you already seem to possess a will of your own, what do you think I should do? I would recommend leaving it off until you need to be able to move without running out of breath. The fairy somehow manages to shrug without having any shoulders that Izumi can see. You can actually call me to adjust your settings at any time by just saying, Yui, adjust dash, blah blah blah. Izumi looks back down and scribbles down what the little fairy says before looking back up. Got it, thanks. Oh, don't think you're dismissing me just yet. I'm gonna explain all I can to you, so be prepared for a lecture. The light that encompasses the fairy suddenly winked out, and floating in its place was a girl of the same size as the small ball that was no bigger than the size of a fist. She smiles at the shock on Izumi's face, her purple hair flitting in its ponytail, green eyes gleaming with mischief. Figured I should probably cut it with the light show since you're gonna be seeing me for a while. The fairy wears a black leather jacket with a loose-fitting purple top that ends before her belly button, a black skirt with purple leggings that turned black as they moved up the leg, and black with green accented sneakers on her feet. Okay, so first of all, several windows opened around the status window, showing each of the main stats of strength, dexterity, yada yada. You can tap the words on screens and highlight them to figure out more information. Strength. The stat that decides how much you can lift without injuring yourself, as well as physical damage as determined by striking with fists or a melee weapon. Vitality determines how much health you have and the amount of damage you take. Also helps determine stamina. Dexterity the ability for your body to move as your mind intends it to. Also helps determine stamina and flexibility. Agility, the speed at which your body can move. Having a high strength supplements agility with practice, and agility supplements dexterity by being able to move fast enough to pull off what you think of doing. Intelligence, the amount of knowledge you own and how quick you can draw upon that knowledge, also directly increases your mana pool. Wisdom, the ability to use your knowledge and mana, increases mana regeneration, ability to plan and think, and different ways of manipulating your mana. Luck, affects the probability of certain things. Does not affect itself. Izumi looks back up at Yui after reading through all of the skills and writing down certain things she thinks are of note. The screens disappear. Any questions? Yui floats up and raises an eyebrow. Do they have an upper limit on any of them? Training them does. Kinda. But other than that, no. Kinda. They technically don't, but I doubt you'll wanna start pulling tectonic plates together to get 1 point in strength. Yui scoffs. The training gets more and more ridiculous as you level up. Izumi nods. Why did luck have so many black lines? Most of the luck page just had the redacted lines over a large portion of the description. Stuff you haven't discovered yet. K. Izumi nods. How does EXP work? The amount of EXP needed to get to the next level will always be 500 until level 10, then it'll be 600 to get to levels 11 to 20, then it increases by 100 again. That seems... I said you needed to work still, but I didn't specify how much you needed to. You get 1 skill point every level and 3 skill points every 5th level, by the way. And the status points allow you to increase your status without effort. I would recommend hoarding them until later though. You get 5 per level. Skill points. Those are technically next on our little tutorial level. Ah, gotcha. Okay, next thing I want to tell you about is the titles. She floats up to the panel and clicks the drop-down next to UI user, displaying that title and woman of many skills. She taps it and a window appears next to the status window. UI user woman of many skills. You are the user of the quirk. UI, you are very skilled. Listen, they can't all be winners. No bonuses. Double skill EXP. You have to double tap to change titles. All titles other than UI user have some sort of bonus. Doesn't this seem kinda up? Maybe. Yui shrugs. Still, it's never wrong to be as powerful as you can, right? Yeah, probably. Yui taps it again to change the title. The window disappears. There. Okay, so the guild thing can't be used yet, so don't worry about it, and the passives are what turn your quirk into a mutation. She taps the 2 passives at the bottom of the screen and 2 screens pop out. Game mind. Allows one to have the mind of a game player character. No longer needs sleep. Immune to mental control and manipulation. Game body. Allows one to have the body of a game player character. No longer damageable on the surface, but will feel when HP decreases. Immunity to sickness. This is fucking nuts. Izumi whispers in awe. The fairy grins. You ain't seen nothing yet. With a wave of Yui's hand, the status screen disappears. Time for the skill book. She waves her hand again. Skill book. So this, a dimly glowing green ball of light floats down from where the screens normally appear, is where you find skills. To learn, whether that's through training or just using a skill point or 2 is up to you. The ball peels apart, 2 halves of it disappearing in motes of light as a book falls onto Izumi's lap. It isn't gonna be that dramatic again. Yui snaps and the book opens to the first page, showing skills that cost 1 point and are unlockable at her level. You said I can train to have any of these, right? Why would I buy any then? To help facilitate further growth? Yui shrugs. It's probably to help you discover different applications. Izumi hums, then nods. I think I get it. She taps the icon of force push, and a notification pops up. About to buy force push for 1 skill point. Accept? Yes, no. She taps the yes and the words float off the page, the other skills shifting to cover the space where it was, while she feels the knowledge of how to cast the spell automatically insert itself into her head. Another screen pops into existence. Force push. You off a mountain. Launch a ball of non-elemental magic at your target. Deals 15 damage at base and staggers the enemy. Deals 60 damage and knocks the enemy into the ground at full charge. Cost: 15 MP, 60 with full charge. Yui inspects Izumi, then smiles. Okay, looks like you get the gist of Yui's base abilities. Parties and friends are more or less optional, so you can figure those out on your own. With that, Yui bows and disperses in motes of light. Quest completed. Learn the quirk. Feel free to call on me again. Reward: 1 achievement. Achievement unlocked. Tutorial quests are boring. Finish the tutorial with some assistance. Rewards: shorthand option. 3 a seed. 5 a seed. Izumi tapped on both unrecognized terms. SKP, skill points. STP, status points. Ah, so that's what it meant by shorthand. Okay. Izumi writes the last sentence she can think of, then stands up and stretches out all of her limbs. End of tutorial. Katsuki looks up from his phone at Izumi. Finally done? It seems he zoned out while reading. Yeah. My quirk has a sentient-ish AI that acts as a kind of guide. I know the basics now. Not the full extent? He raises an eyebrow. If I have any questions I can ask the Lil Fairy again, but I like figuring things out on my own. Izumi shrugs. So, what happened in the Great Wide Island? While we were busy last night? I'm not gonna bother asking how you knew I was looking at the news. Nothing much though. All Mights in town took down some kinda green fluid villain guy. Dude just took a whole but cash register and tried to run from the symbol of peace with it. Katsuki laughs out. I also found something we could do to help train our bodies, and when we finish or clear enough we could spar, we could probably gain access to a quirk gym though, given exactly who our parents are. Spit out the idea, catkin. Izumi says, putting his mind back on track. You're starting to sound more scatterbrained than me. She teases. Shut. He sighs. There's a beach nearby, that trash heap place? Dagoba Municipal Beach. I remember it. I was thinking, we could try cleaning it? Split it in half and we each do one side. Izumi, instead of responding, opens her phone and looks up multiple things very quickly, before putting her phone back away. Yep. It's a good idea. Let's see. Planning activates inside Izumi's brain. 8 hours for training, we could split it throughout the day or just go to the beach for the whole 8 depending on the weather. 4 hours for studying, and that leaves 4 hours unoccupied. 2 of those hours should be dedicated to eating, ya nerd. So 2 hours leisure. And that should leave you with 8 hours of sleep. Izumi beams. Why only me? He squints at her. You know that thing in the pre-quirk game, Skyrim, where you could just wait all the time and not sleep the entire game? He gives a snort before a look of realization crosses his features. You don't need to sleep? He exclaims. Nope. I actually spent all night meditating. She sticks her tongue out at him for yelling. Sheet. He sighs. Alright, this seems like a solid plan. Just gotta get it approved by the responsible trio now. Izumi laughs out loud. Responsible trio? They're the parents. Therefore they're the responsible ones. What's so hard to understand about that, huh? He gives her a playful glare. The fact that they raised us. Izumi deadpants. Katsuki snorts. Fair. The responsible duo, then, since clearly Inko isn't responsible. Katsuki huffs. I take personal offense to that. She snarks, before flipping her hair back over her shoulder and turning back to the door. Alright, you should change, I'll go and draw up a plan. She waves to him after his nod, and walks downstairs. Izumi goes down to the living room and Mitsuki is already there, a look that would probably give the Grim Reaper chills plastered on her face. She grunts at Izumi and gives an acknowledging head bob in her direction, before proceeding to pour an ungodly amount of still steaming black coffee into her mouth. She swallowed it in one gulp, barely letting it rest in her mouth, and twists her neck like she's resisting retching it back up. Izumi smirks, taking the whole morning ritual thing a bit too seriously. Mitsuki wordlessly flips her off before chugging the rest of the coffee. I call 7 in the morning the unholy hour, for a reason. Mitsuki rubs her eyes. I figured you would be the same given the horror stories Ink told me. Izumi shrugs. I don't need sleep anymore, and even then I'm pretty sure my body's need for sleep is psychological manipulation, so it would also be countered by my quirk if it wasn't a specific benefit. Mitsuki snorts vaguely. Who the F is psychologically manipulating you to sleep? Izumi scoffs. Mattress companies, of course. Her seriousness breaks after she finishes that sentence, so she starts laughing. Mitsuki rolls her eyes and pours another cup, this time adding cream and sugar. Well, since you don't need sleep, I assume caffeine has no benefit to ya. Nope. Izumi says cheerily. But then she taps her chin. Well, it might work as a mana potion or something, but we can figure that one out later. Mitsuki makes an agreement noise before standing up straight. Right. You and Kat come up with a decent plan yet? I have a time schedule that we could use as a baseline, and he has an idea for an activity we could do for the physical side of things. Mitsuki nods. All right, let's hear your timetable. Her voice still slightly gruff. 8 hours training, 4 hours studying, 2 hours for eating and 2 hours leisure. That leaves Catkin with 8 hours of sleep and me with 8 hours of something to do. Inko pipes up from behind Izumi, causing her to jump slightly. You should probably do quirk training and analysis during that time. You've only had 2 days with your quirk while other kids have had theirs for a decade and a half. I'll be the one taking care of your school, so don't go worrying about that. They discuss a bit more about the time schedule as well as how Izumi and Katsuki would be studying. It was eventually decided that they would go to the library every weekend to get a textbook or two to read. These textbooks all end up on a list in Izumi's journal. After lots of talking that the author doesn't feel like writing out, a plan is set. Oh, and honey? Inko says to Izumi, if one of your teachers goes into a coma because their spine gets thrown out of alignment, don't worry about it. Great. All 3 of our parents are homicidal. Izumi sighs while Katsuki cackles away. I didn't say murder, necessarily. Inko flutters her eyelashes and Izumi gives her a look. Implied murder is still first degree. Izumi shakes her head. No assault for any of you. If needed, you can go scream in Katsuki's room. Don't just offer up my room. Katsuki shakes his head. Izumi and Katsuki both approach Dagoba Municipal Beach to find that a pair of someone's has already taken their idea. The scene makes Katsuki laugh. A very buff man walking around the beach and picking up bags of trash to deliver to a golden-haired man standing beside a pickup truck. He looks like fucking Tintin. Katsuki wheezes. Vault boy lookin' but. Mirio Tagada. LV, 46. Izumi looks at his level in surprise. Dude barely looks older than us. Izumi looks at the golden-haired man and once again is taken aback. Skeletal strongman. Tashinori Yagi. LV? I mean, he does look extremely skinny. Yagi waves at them before both decide to just leave towards the gym. Both of them work out for 8 hours before heading back. Health leveled up x4. Health report. +4 vit. +4 vit. +4 dex. We're going to have to get used to this, huh? Izumi says to Katsuki as they both lay splayed out, Katsuki on his mattress, Izumi on the floor. Yeah. He sighs. All right, studying time. Uig. Izumi stands up and grabs her old yellow backpack along with a list of textbooks. She also takes 7 journals named after different school subjects and shoves them into the bag before walking to the door. Katsuki grabs his laptop and starts going to his online school site. Izumi and Katsuki both decided on different methods of going through school. Izumi decided on the harder but less time-consuming read while taking notes and then test out path, while Katsuki decided on taking online school, which requires him to do a lot more time-consuming things and will occasionally require him to be online and on the site at certain times. After a 3-minute train ride, Izumi reaches the library. She enters and immediately walks to the textbooks section, searching the shelves until she comes upon a chemistry textbook. What she doesn't notice until it's too late is a tall black-haired girl reaching for the same book. Their hands touch, and when she looks over towards the person the hand is attached to, she snorts. Ironic that this happened due to a chemistry notebook? She then realizes that she just said that all out loud and her face turns bright red. Sorry, she covers her mouth. Wasn't expecting to say that out loud. The black-haired girl smiles kindly, if slightly amusedly. It's fine. The irony was not lost on me either. The girl holds out the book. Here. Izumi shakes her head in response. It's fine. I can just go study something else for the day. She stutters out, Stutter, my old friend, it's utterly freaking irritating to have you back. The black-haired woman tilts her head. You're here to study? For the day. Izumi nods. It's a form of homeschooling. I'm basically just gonna study super hard and then test out of high school. The woman's eyes brighten at this. You're homeschooling too? Izumi does a one-handed gesture to suggest she lower her volume. She covers her mouth with one hand and mouths, sorry, before Izumi replies. Yeah, though I'm only just starting. Really? Where did you go before this? A public school. She clamps her mouth shut harder than she ever had before, preventing the escape of several very choice words to describe her old school. What was that like? The girl digs deeper. Izumi sighs. Not gonna lie, I had a rough time with it. Thumbtacks in my shoes, razors piled in my locker, but backwards teachers that did nothing just because I was quirkless. Yada yada. She covers her mouth with her hand again at her admittance to being quirkless. The girl just tilts her head more. Do you have a quirk now? Izumi lets out a breathy snort. Yep. And she likes to mock me endlessly. Weird. Then the girl straightens her neck for what seems like the first time since the conversation started. You wanted to study chemistry, right? Yeah. It's one of the few subjects I didn't really get to start in before I left school. Figured I should jumpstart the subjects I don't have a clue about first. She explains. The black-haired woman smiles, as though coming up with an idea. I can help you study if you want. Chem comes in handy with my quirk, so I know a lot about it. I wouldn't want to waste your time. I am here to pass the time. If anything, you'll be helping me. The woman deadpants. Izumi sighs, seemingly giving up. Sure. What's your name? Mine's Izumi Midoriya. Momo Yayorozu. It's a pleasure. Same to you. They spend the next 4 hours reading the textbook, and if you assumed that Izumi left with a new quirk analysis written down in her notebook, you'd be correct, but she would deny it vehemently. Skill unlocked. Studying. Sorry, despite your years of experience, I can't give you bonus levels. The ability to store information in your brain easier. Adds to your intelligence over time depending on what you study. Studying a new subject, 1 points HR. Studying something you've studied before, 1 points 2 hours. Studying leveled up X1. Study report, +4 int. HM. So I have 2 ways of upgrading my intelligence, 1 way of improving my luck and wisdom, and 1 way of improving my dex and strength as well. Right? And if I go for a run I can upgrade my agility and vitality. So next up is studying on my own. I guess I should practice magic? I wonder if I practice martial arts, would that also become a skill? Izumi makes her way home and flops on the couch immediately. I don't know what to do after this. Inko tilts her head. What do you mean? I have 8 hours after dinner to train by myself, but I'm not leaving the house late at night, so? You're the one with a helper fairy attached to your quirk, use it. Katsuki answers. Frick, you're right. Izumi facepalms. A green ball of light pops into existence. Yeah. I need to train at night, but I don't plan on leaving the house. Any recommendations? The fairy hums. There's a spell in the book called Create IU. It allows you to create subspaces that are completely separate from reality. It'd cost you 5 skill points to purchase now. Since it's in the book, I'm not allowed to tell you how to acquire it before you ask. Would you like to purchase it? A window pops up in Izumi's view. Purchase skill. Create ID with 5 skill points? Buy it. Izumi thinks on it for a second before shrugging and hitting the Y. She feels the knowledge of how to use the skill enter her head as a summary appears in front of her. Skill unlocked. Create ID. It means create instant dungeon, if you were still wondering. In ancient times, this skill was used to allow others to fight without disturbing their surroundings or train against monsters. In combination with your quirk, you may create dungeons of various difficulties. Dungeons are randomly generated at any difficulty past free play, which will just place you in a copy of your current surroundings. Easy, Rec LVL 3. Normal, Rec LVL 5. Hard, Rec LVL 10. Dungeon Rec LVLS adjust when you beat the currently generated difficulty. Items generated in dungeon may be taken out upon completion. Party will be teleported to dungeon entrance if they accept. Skill level increases size of dungeon. Current size: 1 room if indoors, if outside. 20 meters radius originating from user. Holy! It's a useful skill to have. I wasn't allowed to say that until you purchased it. Yui seems to smile, then disappears with a, I'd recommend not taking on any past free play for now. Well duh, I don't exactly know how to fight yet. Masaru meekly shouts from the kitchen, food's done. They all eat. Izumi completely zones out thinking about the applications of her new skill. Alright, what's the new skill do? Katsuki asks after they all finish up eating. You've been too busy thinking on it for it to not do anything good. Add Katsuki Bakugu to party. Izumi shoots a guess at how to add people to her party. A window appears in Katsuki's vision and he flinches. Geez. He hits Y, and an HP bar appears above his head along with a small UI element being added to Izumi's right peripheral. Bomberanian. HP, 100%. MP, 100%. He has MP too? Nope, those are thoughts for later. She huffs before saying create ID, free play, her hand glows before, with a weird, clink, sensation. They both look around to find that the kitchen is wreathed in white mist and the windows are completely blacked out. A few panels appear in Izumi's vision. Activate training mode? Set timescale. Skill not high enough level yet. Bomberanian has entered instant dungeon. Create ID has leveled up. After closing out the notifications, Izumi summons Yui. What's training mode? The dungeon will spawn 1 monster per person in the dungeon that cannot be killed and will not try and kill you. It will fight though, so watch out if you activate it. You may choose what monster spawns per person from a panel that pops up after activating that mode. Oh, I should also say before I go, anything that happens in this space stays in this space. Reality is not affected, but damage can and will appear inside. You can also select training modes, like quirkless, magicless, both, neither, your choice. You should select just normal training for now. Also, is that the fairy you talk with every time? Yep. Wait, you can see her? Katsuki snorts. Well, it looks like Hag owes me money. What did you bet? Izumi asks, disappointed. That you knew that we couldn't see the fairy and just didn't care enough to explain. She bet that you didn't. Given the way you reacted when I finished the tutorial, I figured that you couldn't see her. Katsuki shrugs, his head drooping. Anyways, I'm tired as hell, so I'm gonna head to bed. We can talk about this later. Izumi wordlessly nods and Katsuki yawns while he leaves for his room. Bomberanian has left the dungeon. So what I thought were titles were actually their screen names in a sense. She taps the Y on the training mode screen. A skeleton spawns in front of her and bows politely before readying a cutlass. Hit it when you're ready to start training. Usus. Yar matey hit me already. Or are ye a rubber-kneed scum scrubber? The skeleton taunts. Force push, Izumi says, and feels the same strange ball of something inside her body shift and pulse through her extended arm, forming a ball and shooting straight at the skeleton. Said skeleton dodges and goes in for a swipe at Izumi with its sword. Force push, she thinks as she blocks the skeleton's strike with a forearm against the skeleton's own. Her other hand extended towards its ribcage. Another ball flies from her hand and shatters the skeleton's ribcage. The skeleton coughs twice. That's more like it, matey. It chuckles as its ribcage pulls itself back together and it goes in for another swipe. Yui cheers on Izumi from the sidelines while also giving a bit more tutorial. The fighting stops if the skeleton defeats you or you say, stop. After 4 hours, Izumi finally says, stop, as her mana and stamina both need replenishing. The skeleton bows and returns his sword to his scabbard. You'd think this was your first fight, matey? Though ye did improve fast. Pretty soon I'll be able to use magic without worrying for ye health. Izumi raises a questioning eyebrow to her fairy, who laughs at the situation. The monsters that can speak also give you an evaluation of your own skills and tell you how much progress you've made with them. The magic thing means that you're almost to the point where this monster would start using magic against you if you continue fighting like you have been. Izumi huffs and sits down to finally deal with the level up notifications and such. Skill unlocked, sparring, fighting without death, fun for the whole family, improves abilities and statuses related to fighting, so most things really. Improves STR, Dex, AGI and VIT by 5 points per hour spent sparring hand-to-hand or with a weapon. Improves INT by 2 points per hour and WIS by 5 points per hour spent sparring with magic. Score improvements decrease as statuses increase. Also depends on sparring partner. Skill unlocked, hand-to-hand. Fistfights can be unnecessarily brutal. Gives status increases when fighting with only your hands. 5% increase to STR and AGI when only fighting with your hands. Score improvements increase with level of skill. More status increases are unlocked through levels as well. Hand-to-hand leveled up x4. Force push leveled up x5. Skill unlocked, mana manipulation. Manipulate the energies within to blow sheet up. You are able to manipulate your mana with increasing accuracy. Decreases mana used to obtain spell effects with levels. 2% decrease in mana usage. Sparring report. Plus 20 Hex, I and VIT. Plus 8 int. Plus 20 Wis. Sparring will now only increase by 2 points per hour in each status. Izumi's eyes widen. Why is sparring so much better than health? Yui looks up. Oh, right, because sparring will only give skill EXP after you get to 50 and everything it increases, while health gives a lot more the more you do it. Izumi opens her health skill window to check and finds new stuff attached. Health, LVL 5. Fire, healthier. Doing things like stretching and weight training raises this skill. Stretching raises dexterity while weight training raises strength and vitality. Amount increases based on skill level. Strength and vitality both rely on how much weight used. LVL 5. Yoga added, full body weights training added. Stretching, plus 3 dex 1 hour. Yoga, plus 4 dex 1 hour. Weight training, plus 3 STR and VIT 1 hour, at least. Full body weights training, plus 5 STR and VIT 1 hour, at least. Wait, that doesn't add up though. Wouldn't my statuses be higher since the skills leveled during training? You have to stop training for a significant amount of time, in the case of health, running, sparring, studying and meditation for the level ups to take effect. Yui seems to struggle to stay awake. Speaking of meditation, I think you should start doing that. Izumi tilts her head so Yui sighs exasperatedly. Me and Skelly over here are both products of your quirk, which means while with your passives you can't really register tiredness, we can. So you won't be able to spar against this guy again until you meditate until your health and mana are back up to dash, she yawns, full. Izumi's mouth forms an O and she nods before sitting on the ground and setting a meditation timer for the first time. Meditate for 1 hour. She taps the drop down and is immediately disappointed to find that she can only select hours, but she decides to just meditate and ask questions later, since Yui seems to be getting increasingly irritated. Izumi's eyes open a short while later. Meditation report. +1 Wis. Status fully restored. Ye want to fight again, matey? Skelly asks. Izumi shakes her head. No, thanks Skelly. Just ask if you want to fight again, matey. Skelly crosses his arms over his chest and seems to freeze up. Yui decides to answer the question before it can be asked. That's his sleep mode. Izumi nods and stares at her hands before focusing on the weird ball inside herself. I thought of this in meditation. I'm fairly sure that this ball is my mana, so how can I manipulate it? She forces the mana to her hand again, but instead of shooting it off as a force push, she leaves it in her hand, well, She thinks she does until it shoots off and into the TV. She panics for a brief second before remembering that nothing she did here affected the outside world. She sighs and tries again. She feels her mana again and again. She tries to force it to gather in her hand without becoming a force push. She doesn't notice she's muttering, "Gather in my hand. Gather," until she looks up and sees that she's done it. Her hand glows an ethereal green, wisps of mist coming off of it. She grasps that feeling, the mana in her right hand, and forces it to move to her left hand. She has to close her eyes and focus, but it complies easier this time. She laughs as she lets go of the feeling, the mana immediately retreating to its central core. She huffs as a migraine forms. That was exhausting. Yui smirks. Should be, you just leveled up mana manipulation very soon after you discovered it. She waves a hand and brings the panel into Izumi's view. Mana manipulation leveled up x2. Mana manipulation, LVL 3. Manipulate the energies within. Blow sheet up? You are able to manipulate your mana with increasing accuracy and efficiency. 6% decrease in mana use. You think you can keep this up? I would like to fight Skelly some more. With a clack of his jaw, Skelly snarks at Izumi, "Then hit me, matey," scaring her a bit. She jumps and turns to him. Her back seems to untense as she takes a calming breath before throwing a force push at him. He dodges with a cackle before charging at her. Maybe dash." She calls her mana into her hands and punches forward, into the chest of Skelly. It cracks his ribs and the skeleton chuckles darkly. "With that move, matey, I think you're ready to fight me with me magic." His open eye socket glints red as his blade gets covered in wind out of nowhere and he slashes forward. The wind extends the blade enough that it cuts at Izumi's shirt a bit. Oh crap. She dodges the next swipe by ducking, but Skelly has wind around one of his legs as he kicks forward at her. Foo dash. The leg connects and she's sent into the wall. The match stops there and Skelly backs off. So matey, can you not use that skill easily yet? No, I'm afraid I don't have a name for it yet. Really? It seems like a basic mana skin to me, but ye only focused it in your arms for some reason. Skelly feels his eye patch like it's a beard. So instead of focusing it in my arms, I should focus it all over. She pulls at her mana core yet again, dragging the same sensation into her hands, and this time she spreads the sensation all over her body. It seems to work for a few before her control snaps free and she's back to normal. She tries again and it stays active for longer, allowing her to get used to the sensation, and then her control snapped free again. This is hard without much of a proper image. But I think feeling is probably the way this stuff tends to work anyways. She obtains the same feeling yet again, but this time, the spell stays up until she nearly passes out from the mana drain. When she finally comes out of her zone fest, Skelly and Yui are both sleeping. Yui sleeping on the counter, splayed out with her light show off, while Skelly fell apart into a pile of bones and has soft snoring sounds coming out of his skull. Izumi meditates for the 2 hours until Katsuki woke up and a ding appeared in her consciousness. Bomberanian has entered the dungeon. Meditation has leveled up. Meditation report. +2 wis. +1 int. Izumi gets up afterwards. She cracks her neck and looks around. She finds a Katsuki gawking at the carnage in the living room. Several slash marks are on the couch. The coffee table is destroyed. There's a suspiciously Izumi-sized hole in the drywall near the stairs. The TV is pushed up against the wall, in pieces, and 3 windows are shattered. Wish fair another bout, matey? Nah, I need to leave for now, Skelly. Alrighty, matey. What about ye, stranger? Skelly turns to Katsuki, his empty socket glinting dangerously. That a effing challenge, Skeletor? Katsuki spins his head in Skelly's selection faster than you could say, explosion. Ye bet your arse it is. Skelly cackles as Katsuki suddenly stops caring about the damage to the room and launches himself at Skelly. He aims an explosion straight at Skelly's head, but the skeleton sword moves quick to intercept. It catches Katsuki's hand and bats it away before Skelly punches him in the face. You're a tough one, I'll give ye that. But ye haven't had to deal with the Sheergulls. Flying attacks re easier to dismantle than a hand cannon. Though ye are a bit tougher than green matey, so I'll fight ye with magic. Wind starts swirling around Skelly's body as he somehow seems to have a feral grin on his face despite the lack of lips. The two go at each other again. Yui disappears as the explosions wake her. After 2 more wins for Skelly, Izumi grabs Katsuki by the scruff of his shirt and yanks him away from his opening attack. Skelly was made to fight me so I could learn. You won't learn anything like this. 'Tis true. However, I do have advice for ye. Try to learn more magic than just explosion. The way ye use it may be versatile, but to keep up with unpredictability ye need to learn more spells. Spells? What? Izumi wraps her hand deeper into Katsuki's shirt. Alright Skelly, we gotta go. See ya later today. Aye. The skeleton bows again and sheathes his cutlass before disappearing in lime green motes of light. Then Izumi sighs. If I'm right, what Skelly said is true. My quirk, it might give me magic. Katsuki gets a really confused look on his face before he lets out an exasperated sigh. Nope. Not dealing with this. He emphasizes every word with a step before walking out of the dungeon through the mists. Bomberanian has left the dungeon. Izumi also leaves through the mists shortly after. Instant Dungeon has no occupants. Instant Dungeon has disappeared. Izumi huffs a laugh while closing the notification. Mitsuki, still with a groggy voice, speaks from the kitchen table. So what happened to you two? Izumi looks at her weird. I trained all night, what did you expect to happen? Oh, my quirk spawned a trainer that challenged Katsuki, who got totally floored by him. Him? Mitsuki raises an eyebrow. Skelly. My new favorite part of my quirk. A skeletal pirate who wields a cutlass and apparently wind magic. And God, I both want to fight him again and never want to fight him again. He's really scary when he uses wind magic. Slow down, kid. Wind magic? So far all I've seen him do is cover himself and his weapon with it, causing him to move faster and with more strength. Katsuki walks over and covers her mouth with his hand. She said to slow down, Mizu. Green mist starts leaking off of Izumi as she slowly reaches up and pries Katsuki's hand from her mouth. You have one warning. Never do that again, or I will rip your hand off and make you eat it. Izumi full-on snarls at him. Oh shit, right? Trauma. Katsuki, you idiot. Katsuki's eyes immediately tear up. That gets Izumi to release his hand. I'm just gonna. She suddenly disappears and Katsuki gets a notification. Join Izumi in Instant Dungeon? He taps the N this time and shudders a breath. F-. He sighs. I'm gonna head up to my room. At least take a granola bar with you or something. You don't need to be getting riled up on an empty stomach. It'll just make you more angry. Mitsuki says as she tosses a granola bar at the back of his head. He barely manages to catch it after it bounces off the back of his head. Izumi stands in an empty living room for a while before summoning Yui. I need as many monsters as I can get my hands on. Yui SCKS in a breath. Yeah, knew there wasn't going to be anything stopping this explosion once it got started. Try a dungeon? Preferably you do the easy one first, but if you want punching bags then normal would be a good idea. I just want to beat something into the ground. She murmurs. Create ID, easy dungeon. A part of the drywall of the Bakuga household turns into medieval brick and mortar, a tunnel leading into darkness carved into the center. Izumi walks through with a glare aimed straight ahead. Yui breathes a sigh. I hope this helps. Izumi walks into the darkness and grabs a torch from a wall sconce. As she slowly walks into the darkness, she hears the creak of bone against bone, a slightly familiar noise to her, as her training with Skelly made her familiar with the noise. Force push, she points an opened hand at the darkened area. Nothing of note happens and she hears a rasp from the side. She turns and comes face to face with a skeleton, except this one was not nearly as sentient as Skelly. She lets mana skin flow through her arm and punches the skeleton in the jaw, causing its head to fly off. Its body dissipates in black smoke before the head hits the ground. She looks at her notifications. Unlocked skill, mana skin. Infuse your body with the power of your mana. Increases VIT and STR while channeled. 10% increase to VIT and STR for 10 MP second. Ugh, I'll deal with it later. Yui, turn off notifications other than low health, stamina, and mana for the duration of the dungeon. Got it. Yui says curtly. Should I also turn on auto-loot? Please. Izumi replies, then promptly lets out the loudest yell she can while infusing mana into the skill directly into the face of the nearest skeleton. It sends the head off the body and wakes up nearly all of the undead in the room. She looks around at the waking dead. But I was getting bored. She cracks her fists and starts glowing all over. The torch is forgotten from this point onwards. Aims a punch at one, but it lifts a shield before she can hit it, so she grabs the shield on the edges and twists it against the bone of the skeleton, breaking the forearm of it. She then brought the edge of the shield down on the spine of the skeleton, decapitating it. The shield dissipates with the rest of the body. It takes her quite a while, since she turned off notifications, to notice that she was in a crypt. She dropkicks a skeleton down a hole when she notices that the size of the dungeon is way bigger than it should be. But she shrugs it off as quirks are weird and continues moving through the crypt with laser focus. She barely notices when her screaming, "Wake the F up!" in the same room as some of the skeletons cause them to drop dead on the spot. When she gets to the third floor, she meets a small challenge. Skeleton. The ex-archmage. LVL 12. Yui, I thought this dungeon was made for level 3s. Yes, and dungeons are meant to be played in groups. Goofus. Izumi dodges a wave of some kind of magic. Son of a dash. She gets hit by a second wave and is sent back to the start of the room. Retreat for now, take stock, meditate, plan better next time. Her wisdom says, kill any that stand in your way with brute force and anger. Her very angry and traumatized self shrieks. She shakes her head and retreats. Game mind calming her enough so she can make the wise decision. Izumi sighs as she reaches a room with no spawn points that she knows of and she sits down against a wall. Ooh, give me all the notifications. You got it. Nearly 100 notifications explode into view for Izumi. Killed Skeleton X30. EXP, 300. Loot. Bone Dust X10. Broken Sword X2. Killed Strong Skeleton X20. XP, 2000. Loot. Skull X2. Small Sword. Torn Cloth X20. Candle Wax. Lost Bracers. You leveled up X4. Achievement unlocked. Novice Undead Slayer. Somehow, most of the kills are allotted to you screaming at them. Condition, kill 50 undead monsters. Rewards, Undead Slayer's Armor, Wardrobe. Novice Undead Slayer Title. Shout leveled up X10. Mana Skin leveled up X15. Force Push leveled up X4. Mana Manipulation leveled up X2. Hand-to-Hand leveled up X10. You have picked up a quest item. Lost Bracers are a quest item. Do you wish to accept the quest? Buy it. There are quest items? Izumi squints before tapping the Y button. Quest accepted. Lost and found. Vectus. Deliver the lost bracers to their owner. Rewards. Achievement unlocked. Mission accepted. I forgot to add this in Please Don't Hate Me. Condition. Accept a quest from within a dungeon. Reward. Map system. Izumi tears up. I could never hate you, Yui. She sniffles. A green mote of light produces itself and hugs the side of Izumi's head. I know. I doubt I could hate you ever either. Izumi takes a calming breath and returns to a state of rage again. Skill unlocked. Rage. Against the machine. Your senses become clouded over as you let anger flow through you. Increases STR by 20%. Subtracts 20% of INT and WIS. Yui. Got it. Yui disables all notifications again. Map. A map appears on a green pane. Izumi comes out of rage to let W's help her here. Is there an option that lets me leave this on, or like a compass option or something? There is a compass and minimap widget option in there. Turn on the compass, please. Alrighty. Izumi blinks, and suddenly there's a green dial compass at the top her vision. And the quest marker is? Ah, there. She starts running in the direction of the quest marker. This run is when she figures out how powerful her skills now were. Several of the skeletons had respawned while she was going through her notifications, so as she was running towards where the quest marker was taking her, she wound up using the same stuff she did before. Shouting in the general direction of the normal skeletons turned them instantly into dust. Punching them with mana skin on caused them to explode. Force push is becoming less like a bouncy ball and more like a cannonball. And as soon as she enters combat, her speed gets ridiculous. The strong skeletons barely have time to react. As she runs through the city towards the objective, she notices that it's getting less organized and more cave-like the further she gets. Eventually she takes a left at a stalagmite and sees a light at the end of the tunnel. Well, here's hoping I'm not dead. She runs in the direction of the light, and when she gets to where she can clearly make out the cause of the light, it's a campfire, and there's a large cat sitting next to it, staring into it with intensity. Said cat has blonde fur with a red mohawk on its head. Likely a wild cat of some kind. She looks at her compass and sees the green marker. It's pointing directly at the wild cat. Izumi sits down on the opposite side of the fire to the cat. Eventually the fire flickers and the cat looks up, instantly growling when they notice Izumi. Izumi reaches to her side and grabs the bracers out of an inventory screen. Big. She looks up at the cat's nameplate. Quinza. LVL 15. Kitty. Izumi tilts her head. Do you know who lost these? She holds up the bracers and the cat jumps at her, grabbing the bracers, and they sprint away. This is when Izumi notices that there is a tent in this cave. The cat sprints behind the tent. An annoyed hiss resounds soon after. Izumi slowly approaches the tent. Kitty. The cat jumps out from behind the tent with one bracer in his mouth. They shove it at Izumi's hand while lifting a paw. Are these yours? The cat does Izumi's best approximation of a nod. And you need my help putting them on? Another nod. Okay, I'll try. She takes the bracer in hand and kneels down to eye level with the cat. The first bracer was intricate. It was also kinda cool looking, black as the main color with white accents. There was a shape that somehow resembled an eagle that was colored white. Probably difficult to take off or put on. Who makes something like this for a cat? She thinks as she undoes the fastenings and pulls a few strings loose. She then holds it in place for the cat to step into. The cat looks at her weird for a second before seemingly understanding and stepping into it. She tightens the strings and refastens it. Now do you need help with the other, or is it easier to put on with cat paws? The cat makes a purring hissing noise that sounds suspiciously like a laugh before hopping behind the tent again and coming back out with another bracer. The second bracer was a little less intricate, still the same black with white trim, but this time it didn't have strings to fasten, it was just the buckles. She finishes tightening that one and the cat leaps away again. Objective complete. Return the lost bracers to their owner. Ras thanks you, friend. The voice comes from behind the tent. This one was about ready to give up and return home when you came. Izumi's eyes widen as the shadows behind the tent shift and change. Something resembling a human stands up on two legs and grabs a wad of something on the ground. Rajan got your tongue? No, I'm fine, and it's no problem, Raz. But what are you doing down here? Izumi stops gawking at the shadow. A purring laugh resounds around the cave. This one was originally down here because reports of undead creatures spilling out of this crypt have been coming in. My queen wanted me to sneak in and find out exactly what was causing them. He pulls something over his head. As it turned out, a portal opened in the depths, letting a couple of necromancers scurry out. They've been resurrecting every corpse in the Dmed crypt ever since. He reaches down and pulls what was probably his pants up. Raz was heading back to the surface when a platoon of skeletons ambushed him and took his bracers. He actually hisses this time. Sounds like you've had a rough time down here then. This one is lucky the BS artist didn't take the armor, just the bracers. He clicks his tongue, and apparently the swords. He steps out from behind the tent. Raz is a 6-foot-tall catman. Seriously, his head is shaped like a wild cat, with mostly blonde fur and a red mohawk between his ears. He wears leather armor that matches his bracers in their intricacy. Black is the main color with white trim. A large eagle emblem on his chest. You wouldn't happen to have a spare sword on you, would you? Izumi checks her inventory. I have a couple of broken swords and one full sword. She takes out the sword and holds it out to him. This one would not want to take your only sword. Raz shakes his head. It's fine, I mostly fight with my fists and magic. She activates mana skin as an example. I don't even know how to use a sword. Well, this is fortuitous for us then, is it not? Raz chuckles. This one will take the sword then. It would be better if we had a mace or something, but these BSTRDS don't generally keep those lying around. Raz, eyes suddenly dilate and his expression sharpens. Speaking of, look sharp, lass. Objective: defeat the skeleton ambush. Raz jumps and throws caltrops in the way of the skeletons and Izumi drags her mana skin back up. She flips backwards and kicks the head off of a skeleton. What the F dash? She turns and haymakers a skeleton behind her and jumps to kick the head off of one skeleton and into another, killing both of them. Fight now, think later. She rips from her thoughts of how the hell she can do stuff like this. She headbutts a skeleton, crushing its skull and killing it. She notices a skeleton trying to sneak up on Raz, who suddenly turns around and decapitates it. She suddenly notices that Raz's level is now covered by question marks. Quinza, LVL? Giving him his bracers and a sword really made him dangerous, huh? She thinks as she turns to a weird poking sensation in her back. She finds a skeleton, trying to stab through her mana skin. She punches it in the face before leaping in to fight more. Izumi heaves a sigh as she kicks the last skeleton in the ribs at the same time that Raz decapitates it. You did a wonderful job, friend. Raz slaps her on the back. Though if this one is honest, you look like a demonic plane rolled over you. I need some rest. She checks her status. HP 20%. V 0%. I'm completely out of mana. This one has potions for just that purpose. Raz takes a glass bottle out of his back pocket. It's colored blue. Analyze. Minor mana potion. Restores 10% of max mana. Thanks, Raz, but I need to meditate for. She remembers that meditation leveled up and brings up her skill list. Meditation level 2. But not like Greybeard's meditate, K? Regenerates HP and MP at a rate of 4% per minute. Percentage increases with level. Build upon wisdom, 2 hours, intelligence, 1 hour, and luck, 2 hours. By entering a trance of introspection and review. Allows you to set a time in which to come out of the trance. If not otherwise shocked out of it. Amount of thought needed to go into the trance decreases as level of skill increases, and luck scales with the time needed to build the statuses. I need to meditate for about half an hour for my HP and MP to be full. Can you watch me while I do that? I think I can keep my eyes open for it, but just in case. Most would prefer to be with someone they trust while meditating. We just defeated a ton of undead together, and you could have easily stabbed me as soon as you got my sword. I trust you. This one thinks you are naive for someone this good at fighting the dead, but this one is not from where you come from. Meditate. This one will watch the entrance for you. Thanks, Raz. It's Razumdar, but friends call this one Raz. Feel free to do the same, friend. Ah, it's Izumi. Feel free to find a nickname if you wish. Izumi's eyes unfocus as her arms go slightly slack. Huh, so I still can't see clearly and my motor functions still shut down quite a bit, but I can hear. Why was I able to do all of that stuff? The description on dexterity said, the ability for your body to move as your mind intends it to. It probably means that I got my STR and AGI high enough to be able to do those things. I should learn to fight with a weapon. Punching these guys to pieces is fun, but if I run into something that isn't weak to bludgeoning, or worse, I have to fight a zombie. Why did I react like that? It was just Katsuki trying to stop me from overwhelming anti-Mitsu. Trauma? Probably. I need to find some books on psychology. And probably apologize to Katsuki later. What are these dungeons? It seems much longer than it should be, especially if what Raz said is true. It means that the level 12x Archmage isn't the end goal. Izumi feels a hand on her arm and she stands up. Half an hour already? Raz nods. Izumi checks her bars. 100%, like she expected. So, Are we heading to the surface or is the necromancer issue more important? Izumi asks. This one thinks that we should try and rid our fur of the ticks called necromancers. But this one also thinks that we should get reinforcements. It is up to you, as this one is torn. Objective branching path, head back. Up to call for reinforcements, or continue onwards. Izumi lets her wisdom take the wheel, planning activates and she cringes at the plan that pops into her head. I can call reinforcements from here. At least, if he hasn't left the party yet. Really? Who would you be able to contact in these depths? She opens party chat and sends a message to Katsuki. Need help in ID. Please come. A response gets sent back after a while. OW, what the F did you do? Why is there a tunnel in the house? It's a crypt. It's the easy dungeon. I really needed to beat some stuff into the ground and get my anger back in check. The skeletons are weak enough that my screams kill them now, but watch out, some of them are more clever than others. Oh, and do not attack the catman. My friend is on the way. Given your ears, you might already be able to hear him. Good, then that slamming noise is a friend, not a bone colossus on a mission. Bone colossus? Giants made of various bones cobbled together by necromancers. Unlike normal skeletons, these ones are not weak to your standard fare. Terrifying. Indeed. Raz purrs. Should we go and meet with this friend of yours? Probably a good idea. Then we can brief him on the situation while we walk. Izumi and Raz start walking, Raz leading the way towards the explosions. Eventually Izumi hears a screamed, "Die!" and she starts jogging. She runs up behind Katsuki and drop kicks a skeleton sneaking up on him. He doesn't even turn to look at her, just holds out a hand to help her back up. She has different ideas though as she rolls to her feet and backhands a skeleton with mana skin on. And with that, the skeletons in the room drop like flies. Raz lashing out with his sword and staying away from the explosive blonde. Izumi breathes deeply before turning with a smile at Katsuki. She then tackles him into a hug. Sorry for earlier. It's fine. Katsuki pats her head. His expression still sharp. What's with the furry? Raz, a common catkin with a mission from my queen to figure out what has gone wrong in these crypts. A pleasure to meet a friend of a friend. Raz purrs while bowing dramatically. Not an enemy, got it? Katsuki takes a calming breath, letting small pops go off in his hands, his heartbeat slows and his expression relaxes. So, what did you need help with? Katsuki points the question at Izumi. Izumi backs off. Well, I kinda want to beat the dungeon, but I can't do it on my own, and Raz wanted to call reinforcements. So you want me to be your reinforcements? Katsuki lets a feral grin slide onto his face at Izumi's hesitant nod. Let's show these fucking skeletons who's boss. Izumi grins too. I knew you might like the idea. Raz just sighs with a shake of his head. Battle junkies. Izumi looks around the room, the partially detonated remains of it. Raz, there's a sword over there. Raz lets out a giddy chuckle as he grabs the sword and sheaths it in his left scabbard. Once they all get their bearings, Izumi speaks up again. Okay, so on about the 3rd floor, there's a really tough mage skeleton. He sent me back to the entrance of the room he's stationed in with just one spell. Lich. Raz ear twitches. No, it didn't seem as sentient as a lich implies. From what I could gather, it's an ex-archmage. Still a tough opponent then. Raz hums. Still, it should be weak to your standard fare, and if what I think I saw is correct, the angry one should also be effective. Raz points to Katsuki as he says, the angry one. Oi! Katsuki shouts as Izumi giggles. Alright, so we go to the 3rd floor and defeat this ex-archmage, then we plan further from there? Izumi nods and a new objective pops up. 3rd path found. Defeat the boss on the 3rd floor of the crypts. Raz starts leading the way again. This one already has these crypts mapped out. Follow me. The trio head into the crypts. New goal in mind. Izumi crouches down next to Raz as he turns with a finger to his mouth, causing Katsuki to do the same. I will try and take that one by surprise. When you two see the signal, move in. Raz suddenly disappears. What's the signal? Katsuki asks, as a skeletal shriek comes from the room ahead. Probably that. Katsuki explodes forward while Izumi starts glowing and runs into the fray as well. Izumi runs straight at the boss while Katsuki curves right, taking out as many adds as he can. She roundhouse kicks the ex-archmage in the head. Her leg, unlike with the rest of the skeletons, encounters resistance. "Oh, you're a bit tougher than your buddies, aren't ya?" She grins before punching the robed skeleton in the ribs, dislodging a couple but still not bringing it down. This continues for a while Izumi thinks of a strategy. Given that it's a mage, it's probably resistant to normal magic. Force push isn't a good idea here. Shout might work. She shouts, "Cover your ears," before screaming directly in the ex-archmage's face, using yell at full power. It seems a little more worse for wear, but not dead, so Izumi claps both her hands on the sides of its skull. She grabs it just in case she needs to continue. She finds that to be a good idea when it seems stunned but undamaged by the clap. She headbutts it as hard as she can. And this plus Katsuki detonating its ribcage and Raz slashing at its knees brings down the ex-archmage. Objective complete. Defeat the boss on the 3rd floor of the crypts. New objective. Investigate the room the ex-archmage was located in. Izumi lets out a long breath and checks her percentages. About 80% health. Didn't expect that. Though I'm out of MP again. That was somehow easier than the ambush. She sighs, wiping sweat from her forehead. Though I still need to meditate to get to full MP again. Raz chuckles. This one has plenty of those potions. Come now, how many do you need to restore yourself? 10. Not an issue. Raz pulls out a big blue bottle from behind his back. Analyze, Izumi thinks, and a panel pops up. Superior mana potion. Restores mana fully. Side effect, tastes like vinegar. Izumi grabs the bottle and drinks from it. She almost GGS from the flavor, but her MP does indeed return to full. What about you, angry friend? Raz turns to Katsuki. This one has plenty of potions. Alchemy is a hobby of mine. Katsuki raises an eyebrow. Unless you have something to get rid of wrist strain or just plain water, I'm fine. Restrain? This one has health potions, and what kind of person goes into an undead-filled crypt without water? He produces a red bottle and a clear bottle, handing them to Katsuki. Izumi uses Analyze on both of them. The red bottle shows up as minor health potion. Heals minor wounds, restores 10% of HP. Side effect, tastes like fake blood. Katsuki eyes the red bottle suspiciously while taking a sip from the clear one. The clear one shows up as Raz, favorite water bottle. Filled with spring water. The red bottle's safe, Katsuki. Katsuki nods and drinks from the red one. Seemingly not even tasting it before it's down his throat. His hand glows slightly as he looks on, amazed. Raz hears a faint, "Sheet, magic might actually be real." Which concerns him, but he decides not to press the issue as the angry friend passes his bottle back with a nod. Izumi looks around the room, finding no way forwards. She straightens up and turns Analyze to the room. This turns out to be a bad idea as several things pop into her head. "Oh," she states simply, shaking her head before walking towards something that Analyze called suspicious. She finds it to be an ancient-looking bookshelf with a note on it. "Raz, there's a note here." It says, she uses Analyze, since the writing is too sloppy for her to actually read. "If you are reading this, then we of the Crow's Den have escaped already." The Crow's Den is a shitty name. Katsuki mutters, "We are no longer in the crypt you are, and you have no hope of catching us, so don't even try. The Archmage will keep resurrecting the dead in the crypt." Izumi rolls her eyes. "Looks like the guys your queen wanted have already left. And since we beat the ex-Archmage, the crypt should slowly run out of undead." This one thanks you too for your help, then. Raz will send guards from the nearby town to clean this place up. "May we meet again, green friend." He nods to Izumi, angry friend. He nods to Katsuki. This one offers his greatest apologies, but he must report to his queen at once, so Raz will be leaving first. He turns and runs off, heading back the same way they came. A loud beep assaults Izumi's senses as all of her notifications turn on again, since the dungeon is over. You and your party killed a total of 25 skeletons. EXP, 125. You are the only one in your party with an inventory, all loot goes to you. Loot. Bone Dust X14. Broken Sword. Torn Cloth. You and your party killed a total of 10 strong skeletons. EXP, 500. You are the only one in your party with an inventory, all loot goes to you. Loot. Torn Cloth X10. Skull X3. Candle Wax X2. You leveled up. Mana Skin leveled up X2. Force Push leveled up. Hand-to-Hand leveled up X3. Planning leveled up X2. Analyze leveled up X2. You and your party killed the X-Archmage. XP, 2000. You are the only one in your party with an inventory, all loot goes to you. Loot. Tattered Robes. Crude Staff. X-Archmage's Backup Dagger. Spellbook, Force Wave. Spellbook, Raise Skeleton. You leveled up X4. Shout leveled up X2. Achievement unlocked. First dungeon. Nice job out there. Condition. Complete a dungeon. Rewards. Delver's Outfit, Wardrobe. Achievement unlocked. Elite Undead Conquer. That one wasn't necessarily on the same difficulty as a boss should be. It's an easy dungeon, after all. Condition. Defeat an undead of elite level difficulty or higher. Rewards. Upgraded protection on the Undead Slayer armor. Novice Undead Slayer title upgrades to Undead Slayer title. Quest completed. Lost and found. Objectives. Return the lost bracers to their owner. Defeat the skeleton ambush. Objective branching path. Head back up to call for reinforcements, or continue onwards. Third path found. Defeat the boss on the 3rd floor of the crypts. Investigate the room the X-Archmage was located in. Rewards. 10,000 yen. 3 AC. Queen's Eye Outfits. Razumdar Sparring Partner. Raz, Favorite Bottle. Spellbook, Clairvoyance. Achievement unlocked. The Crypts Conquer. That boss was worrying, eh? Condition. Defeat the final boss of the Crypts and complete Razumdar's quest. Rewards. Crypt Queen Title. Crypt Queen Outfit. Undead Repellent spell added to Skill Book. The crypts have been cleared and Razumdar will be sending others to clear the rest. Do you wish to teleport to outside the entrance to this dungeon? Izumi smiles to Katsuki. What I say we head to the gym. We still probably need to get that 8 hours and wait, how long has it been out there? Katsuki scoffs fondly. 2 hours, I think. Though this much exertion should give you enough exercise for the day. Nope, I didn't use my health skill, and the glowing boosts my strength by a lot. Wait, crap, how much is it now? She opens her skill list to check her fighting skills. Shout, LVL 14. At the devil. Using MP to charge this skill gives the shout sonic damage along with more range. LVL 10. Your voice is more reinforced after shouting so much. Resistant to mute effects, throat doesn't damage easily. DMG and range on max charge. 30 MP 30 meter cone originating from mouth that causes the ears to bleed for 100 damage. Knocks out enemies that don't resist. Stuns enemies that do. Current cost, 27 MP. Force push, LVL 11. You off a mountain. Launch a ball of non-elemental magic at the target. Deals 65 damage at base, 15 MP, and deals 180 damage at full charge, 60 MP. Cost, 15 MP, 54 at full charge. Hand-to-hand, LVL 18. Fistfights can be unnecessarily brutal. Gives status increases when fighting with only your hands. 26% increase to STR and AGI when only fighting with your hands. After reaching a decent understanding of hand-to-hand, LVL 10, you have become more flexible in combat. 8% increase in DX while fighting with only your hands and feet. Score improvements increase with level of skill. More status increases are unlocked through levels as well. Mana Skin, LVL 18. Please stop focusing it only in your arms, you'll hurt yourself. Infuse your body with the power of your mana. Increases VIT and STR while channeled. LVL 10. Added AGI increase. 40% increase to AGI while channeled. 80% increase to VIT and STR for 10-9 MP second. Mana manipulation, LVL 6. Manipulate the energies within to blow sheet up. You are able to manipulate your mana with increasing accuracy. Decreases mana used to obtain spell effects with levels. 12% decrease in mana usage. Holy sheet, Izumi mutters. Katsuki clicks his tongue at her. You aren't allowed to cuss, Mizu. Mom. I will tickle you. I'm immune. She puts up mana skin as Katsuki tries to poke her in the ribs, knowing full well that she's ticklish as hell. You beach. Katsuki says, chuckling while taking his hand away. Oh, now look who's cussing, I'm telling Mom. Faye. Mom won't care. My mom, not yours. Oh, now I'm concerned. Katsuki rolls his eyes. You cussing sounds weird. Auntie Inko won't care if it's me. Yes, and the fact that you cussing every other sentence doesn't is concerning. Also, Mom hates cussing without reason. Fucking fair enough. Katsuki sighs as Izumi raises an eyebrow. Frickin' fair enough. So what got you so worked up that you cussed for the first time that I've heard? He says the first word an octave higher and with a mocking nasally tone. Izumi still smiles at him before explaining. With all of the buffs that I normally put on during combat, it increases my total strength by over 100% if I use hand-to-hand. Also shout reaches a lot farther and does a but load more damage than it initially did, and my active skills seem to gain new effects as they pass level 10. Like what? Well it seems I can't really lose my voice anymore, that's the level 10 bonus of shout. God, I wish I had that. You could just stop screaming all the time. But, as you saw and likely felt when we were screaming in my room, screaming helps produce the happy chemical. My psych told me to do it. Your psych told you to scream when you're angry? Yep, Katsuki pops the P. That makes the last 5 years make so much more sense. Oi. Katsuki laughs. Anyways, we should head out. I don't want to find out what happens if friends find us. Considering we both don't really look like we should be exploring a crypt. Fair. Katsuki stands up and disturbs himself with how fast he did it, considering the wrist strain should have slowed him down. Magic is probably real. Oh, so now you believe me? I believed you before, but I just did not want to deal with that first thing in the morning. And yet you accepted fighting a skeleton like it was just another Tuesday. Izumi gives him an amused look. Katsuki sighs. Yeah, and I'll do it again. You wouldn't be you if you didn't. Izumi giggles. Shut. Never. She turns and taps the Y on the teleport. With zero fanfare, they're both suddenly in the living room of the Bakugo household. Katsuki squints, his eyes adjusting to the light slowly. Gah, fucking hell, why is your Quirk so fond of jump scares? Izumi snorts and shrugs. Katsuki rolls his eyes. Come, let's head to the gym then. Oh, Yui? Yes. A green mote of light appears in the air. Is there a way to destroy an ID without leaving it? IDs that have dungeons inside them can't be destroyed, but the free play ones can be. The skill is called ID destruction, and you can probably learn it on your own. The skill book has it for 5 points though, if you wanna. What are my skill points at? Oh, right, I should have said, I added skill points to your status window. Don't know why there wasn't a counter for them there initially. Yui snaps her fingers and the status window comes into view for Izumi. Name, Izumi Midoriya. Title, Woman of Many Skills. Guilds, no current affiliation. Level, 13. Max HP, 700. Max MP, 880. Max SP, 710. 34. Vit, 35. Dex, 36. Life, 30. Int, 45. Was, 40. Luck, 16. TV, 60. TV, 20. 16,200 yen. Passives, game body, game mind. Whoa. Izumi whistles. Looks like I'm mostly going to be spending stat points on luck. Yui shrugs. Or you could just spend more time meditating. Fair. Izumi hums. You know what? I'll deal with this later. Yui, can you remind me? I feel like a discount phone AI, but sure. I'm so sorry. Was that rude of me? Yui giggles. You're fine, Izumi. She floats above Izumi's head and pats her hair with a hand. It was meant to be sarcasm. Alright. Phew. Izumi sighs, relieved. Katsuki snorts. Well, you wanted to go work out, right? Yeah, my health skill leveled up and I want to test something. Well, come on then. After a brief explanation and a group hug that Katsuki got dragged into, Izumi and Katsuki make their way to the gym. I'll have to get the wrist and ankle weights later, but for now, she changes her outfit to an undershirt, tracksuit jacket, and sweatpants. Her hair gets pulled into a ponytail as she does this. Katsuki walks off to the nearest bench while Izumi starts performing yoga. So I really do instinctively know how yoga works? Whack. She murmurs to herself. She continues like that for a solid 3 hours before noticing a purple-haired girl in the mirror. From where her eyes are pointing. Is she staring at me? Izumi promptly twists around, unknowingly unnerving a few passers-by as her right leg twists almost fully around before planting itself so she could spin around on it. Hi there. She waves at the purple-haired girl. Oh, hi, the purple-haired girl replies, her earlobes twitch. Are those headphone jacks on her earlobes? That's so cool. She briefly looks at the jacks before turning back to the girl's face. If you wanted to learn yoga or something, I'm afraid I can't teach you. My quirk gave me knowledge of it. What gave you that idea? The girl asks, going red to her ears. You were staring. Izumi states, blandly. She keeps stretching while talking to the stranger. I'm so sorry. The girl shouts. Izumi shrugs. Hey, it's fine. I get plenty of stares here. That's why I don't wear yoga pants while stretching. Some dudes think of it as an invitation to stare. Then again, some people take my mere existence as an invitation to stare. And touch inappropriately. Anxiety grabs at her heart for a moment as some flashes run through her head. God, I need therapy. Her joking smile remains stuck on her face and she somehow continues doing yoga like this. So what brings you to this place of beneficial bodily harm? The girl seems to lose some of her embarrassment and gains a calm smirk. What else would I be doing at a gym other than using it to work out? She squints at Izumi. To chat with a friend that you wanted to meet up with? And they dragged you here because this is their only time slot free. Izumi's INT comes up with a scenario. Well, that's disturbingly plausible. But no, I'm here to work out a bit. Izumi chuckles, her voice strained from stretching out her back. Well, look at that, same here. So what are you working towards? The UA entrance exams. The way she says it is more reserved than she had been the entire conversation. Izumi just chuckles again, same here. She looks at the purple-haired girl again. So what's your name? Izumi has learned to make an effort to not just look up at people's nameplate as soon as she meets them. Tends to freak people out. Jiro Kyuka. Izumi looks up at Jiro's nameplate. Jiro Kyuka. LVL 10. Jacked? What does that mean? Oh hell, that's such a dumb pun. She doesn't notice that she's muttering until Jiro looks at her weird. She answers before a question can be asked. My quirk lets me see a little blurb above people's heads, like a name, a title, and how dangerous they would be to fight for me, at least I think. Your title is Jacked. Jiro snorts. Damn, your quirk is already more creative than some of the idiots in my class. God, I hope so. Classmates are always so uncreative. Izumi strains her voice again as she stretches her leg above her head. Midoriya Izumi, by the way. This is when Katsuki decides to walk over and flick her on the shoulder. Swap. He grunts out. K, she sings songs, then walks over to a treadmill. I'm here for 4 more hours, 3 kilometers, and see how I feel, I guess. So who was that guy? Jiro asks. I guess the closest thing you could call him is my brother. We're both training for UA. Izumi steps onto the treadmill and starts running while upping the speed until she gets to a good jogging pace. Plus my mom's always liked the both of his parents and we're all living together now, so, brother. She shunts off her jacket as a long-sleeved running shirt forms over her body, As she tosses the jacket, it bursts into green light. Her pants also change in a burst of green, changing to a pair of compression tights and gym shorts. What the heck? Jiro asks about the light show. Izumi quickly explains away her quirk a little more and they exchange contact info after Izumi reminds her that Jiro should be working out too. You seem like a cool chick. Same to you. Jiro left towards the dumbbells after that. Well, that was a slightly less strange first interaction than most get with me. Izumi continues jogging until she reaches 3 kilometers, then she goes and lays down on the nearest bench. Yui somehow summons herself. You should actually continue doing bodyweight reliant exercises for now. Just because your body doesn't look different, doesn't mean it doesn't gain weight. You do realize that means if I get strong enough I should turn into a black hole, right? Yui turns off the light show. Magic. She gives jazz hands. Izumi rolls her eyes and sets herself up on a mat near Katsuki. He raises an eyebrow at her while continuing his stretches and flexibility training. More bodyweight stuff? Yui says that apparently my body weight does change, but I don't. Before you ask the obvious, magic. Izumi gives him jazz hands. Katsuki rolls his eyes. Well, at least you won't have to look like All Might to be as strong as him. Technically your body will change, it just won't be nearly as drastic as is deserved. By now you have the strength of an above-average adult, and in your tiny self, that would look strange. Fair enough. Izumi starts doing push-ups, sit-ups and squats, 10 each before changing to a different one. Izumi spends the next 3 hours doing that, Katsuki and her exchanging the occasional banter and snarking about all the gawking Izumi gets while she does it. Exertion report. Changed these so that you don't end up with 50 notifications when you vary your workouts at a gym. Plus 16 dex. Plus 12 it. Plus 12 it. Health leveled up x2. Running leveled up x6. Running, LVL 8. In the 90s. Affects how fast and how long the user can run. Increases agility when used in complicated environments. Maximum speed, 30 km/h. Level 5. Juggernaut. It is difficult for others to stop you once you start channeling. Channeling MP into this, 5-second, causes speed and efficiency to increase. Soon enough it's time to return home, and Izumi actually comes to a realization. Katsuki, shouldn't we do the workouts in the afternoon so that you aren't jelly while you study? Katsuki looks at her, his emotion changing a lot before finally sighing. We're both just high-functioning idiots, aren't we? Izumi also sighs while huffing in a way that kinda sounds like laughter. Yep. She groans. We even told our parents, and I just realized they don't really work out often, do they? Son of a dash, he cuts himself off, sighing. Changing the schedule tomorrow then? Yeah, yep, Izumi pops the P. K. Katsuki pops his shoulders. They both return home and relay their realization to their parents. I do work out, you brat. Mitsuki rubs at Katsuki's head with a hand, knowing he hates having his hair messed up. Why are you doing this to me? Izumi's the one who said it. Katsuki points to the empty air where Izumi was at one point. The screen comes into view and he taps the Y, disappearing from the house and appearing in Izumi's ID. You smug motherfucker. Katsuki moves to tackle her as soon as he sees her smirking at him. She force pushes him back though, gentler than her normal force pushes. Careful, Katsuki, wouldn't want to repeat the incident from this morning. She giggles. He tilts his head, looking like a confused puppy. No, I wouldn't, but why would giving you a noogie for leaving me in that situation do that? You almost tackled me. Sheet. Sorry. He loosens his stance. Egg, it's fine. She lets the small adrenaline rush from that roll off of her. Anyways, I have something I want you to try. Yui told me about it when I entered here. I got some spell books as a reward for completing that dungeon. There's one that I'm fairly confident I can copy without needing the book, so could you try and learn the spell? A book appears in her hand. Katsuki's mouth opens and closes a few times before he grabs the book and grumbles out of sure. So how do I do this? Well, first of all, do you feel some kind of energy rush through your arm when you activate your quirk? Yeah. Emitter quirks all feel like that. Are you saying? That I think emitter quirks are some form of innate magic that people use by tapping into their mana without knowing? Yes. But my sweat is nitroglycerin. Yes, but you need some form of spark to start the nitroglycerin, correct? Plus, the sweat might not actually be nitroglycerin. You tend to feel tired after long bouts, and I doubt a few small spark spells would cause that much tiredness. Maybe. I think I know what happens. Do you know if you can force yourself to sweat? Sheet. Katsuki recalls one of the times he forced someone to back off as a kid. It was a cold day, but he still somehow forced his hands to sweat like hell. So, my quirk is likely a combination of a mutation and two spells. Forcing my hands to sweat and making sparks. That sounds so strange to say. Izumi shrugs. K, now that you possibly have some sort of understanding, you can practice it later. In your own time if you wish, or once I get up to par strength-wise we can take a few days each week to do magic practice. I'm aiming for 100 in the physical stats and 150 in the mental ones. Yui pops in out of nowhere. Then you should probably get those wrist and ankle weights sooner rather than later. Yeah, I'll ask about it later. After a bit more, Izumi and Katsuki leave the ID. Mitsuki chuckles when Izumi apologizes meekly. It's fine, kiddo. It was mostly a joke anyways. The level of exercise I do is not for creating and strengthening muscles. It's mostly cardio. Ah, gotcha. Izumi nods before walking out the door and heading down her usual route to the library. On her route, Yui summons herself again. How do you keep doing that? Yui tilts her head for a second before her mouth makes an O shape. You never really turned off Helper Fairy, so I just kinda hide myself inside your head when you don't need me. I'll unsummon myself if something requiring privacy happens. She coughs into her hand. Anyways, I left this for later, since you were basically talking with Katsuki the entire walk home, but congrats on getting to 50 dex. Achievement unlocked. Being a rogue is an art form. Especially when you somehow get this title while fighting like a pugilist. Reached condition, 50 dexterity. Rewards. Passives gained. Requirements to get next 50 increased. Novice Rogue title added. Novice Rogue gear added to wardrobe. Plus 3 Skippy. Passive gained. Double jointed. All of you is double jointed, everywhere except your knees. Passive gained. Perfect control. Mind and body as one, you can do things requiring DX with ease. Cuts stamina cost when performing dexterous actions in half. Izumi tilts her head, and her neck bends to the point where her head rests on her shoulder comfortably. I could do some scary shit with this. Oh, it hasn't even gotten to the worst part. I think at 100 dex you become able to turn your neck all the way around like an owl. I am frightened. Izumi responds, completely deadpan. Yui snorts. Anyways, I'd recommend meditating during your spare training time. While yes, you don't need sleep, brains do need some form of rest. I was going to do that anyways. I don't really have much I'm curious about right now, so I'm focusing on raising my stats before me and Katsuki head into the next dungeon. Yui seems to struggle with something before finally saying it. A 3-person party is probably best if you're going to do the normal dungeon. 4-person for the hard one. Izumi nods. And if I don't get the extra members? It will likely take a lot longer than the easy dungeon to finish the normal one, and nearly a full day to finish the hard one. Okay, yeah, definitely need the extra members. Planning activates a small bit in her brain and she plants her fist in her palm. Yaoyorozu and Jiro. She shouts while walking near the library, not noticing the black-haired girl waiting outside the library. What about me? And supposedly someone else. Yaoyorozu asks, amusement shining in her eyes when Izumi reddens and starts stuttering. Okay, let me just... Izumi takes a breath. She places a hand on Yaoyorozu's arm before activating Create ID. My quirk is really weird and complicated, and it has a system called dungeons. I was going to run a harder one than the standard ones later, but according to the sentient part of it, it would take a lot longer to do than necessary if I do it again with only me and my brother. So, I started running through a list of people that might take me up on running one of these dungeons, and I only really know 2 people my age that would take it up. Yaoyorozu's eyes absolutely shine with delight at the idea, but then something seems to dim the shine. I'm not sure my parents would approve of this without meeting the person or persons that would be with me. They barely approve of me helping you and you helping me study. Izumi gets even redder as she squeaks something out. What is it? I didn't hear that. He'd be fine with meeting your parents. I'll have to check with my brother though. Well, actually, Izumi pulls out party chat. Party. WMS. You remember the girl who helped me study chem yesterday, right? Bomberanian. What the hell did you do this time? WMS. Nothing yet. Yui says that we need 3 people to complete the normal dungeon as fast as we did the easy dungeon. WMS. So, Yayarozu wants to. She seems to not get out very often, but she isn't sure that her parents will approve without meeting me and you. Bomberanian. HM. I'll do whatever you think is best. I think we could destroy the normal dungeon easily, but if you think we need someone else. Bomberanian. Well, then we probably need someone else. WMS. I think we should do it. Bomberanian. Then let her know. You probably look really weird just suddenly typing on one of your screens. WMS. Sheet. He's okay with it. Izumi says, still blushing up to her ears at how Katsuki teased her. She looks up at Yayarozu and actually notices her nameplate for the first time. Literal deity. Yayarozu Momo. Avail 30. Perfect. Yayarozu looks confused for a second before saying that. Why? Hold on, let me just... Add literal deity to party. Yayarozu lets out an eep as a pink and blue panel appears in front of her. She tentatively taps the Y. Izumi quickly goes about explaining the party system and how it works. Party. Literal deity has been added to party. Bomberanian. Well, be glad you have a nickname that wasn't made when this chick was 7. Literal deity, is this how you use this? Bomberanian. Yep, you did it. WS. Wow, Katsuki, I can practically feel the sarcasm from here. WMS. Now keep doing your online school sheet, loser. Bomberanian. I will FING fight you. Anyways, now you should have a decent idea on this stuff. Follow me so we can walk out of this ID. ID? Yayarozu asks. Yeah, I had to pull you in just in case we were being listened in on. It's a small private subspace that looks like the real world most of the time. Okay. Yayarozu squints and furrows and unfurrows her brows several times before finally letting out a resigned sigh. Ready to study then? Yep. Izumi smiles as they both walk into an alley, walking out in the real world. A few men in suits run up. My lady, one of them shrieks. But keep telling you not to call me that in public. She threatens him with the back of a hand, though it seems more playful than it sounds. Izumi pulls Mana's skin up a little as a stun gun is pointed at her. Not enough to create an effect, but enough so she can start using it if need be. She also holds her hands up in the air with a smirk. Let her go. She's a friend. Yayarozu says with a glare and a dangerous lilt. I'd suggest listening to her. She is your lady, after all. Izumi snarks. Taser Man, as Izumi will now always call any one of Yayarozu's guards, walks up and pistol whips her. Well, he tries, but sadly Izumi sees it coming, so all he really succeeds in doing is nearly breaking a stun gun on a teenager's face. Woo, pistol whipping a child, and failing, amazing, truly, the skill and security you have. Izumi rolls her eyes. Yayarozu walks over and forms a taser in her hand. She stabs it into the guard. Call the police. He used undue force on a minor. She looks to one of her guards when they hesitate. Do it, or I will have my parents find whoever got you a security license and get them fired, along with all of you. She seethes through gritted teeth. After the whole debacle is settled, Izumi practically tackles Yayarozu into a hug. Holy crap, that was so scary. Yayarozu is stunned for a few seconds before she hugs back. Really? You seem to have it all under control. My quirk makes me like a video game character. She admits. There's a passive I have that makes this whole thing a mutation quirk called Game Mind. It gives me the mind of a player character in a video game. When it activates, it calms me. It probably activated, causing me to act like that. Yayarozu sighs. Today's study session isn't happening, is it? Izumi chuckles wetly. No, but if you want you can come chill at my place. You probably need space right now. But, my parents, Yaoyorozu argues weakly. If they want to meet my family or whatever, they can come over. But if you need some space from your, Izumi snorts at the titles above their heads. Royal Guardsman of Literal Deity. Security, she decides not to tell her about the title her guardsmen share. Then come with me. We have cookies, probably. If Katsuki hasn't eaten all of them. She smiles as she gets a chuckle out of Yaoyorozu. Sure. Yaoyorozu and Izumi both straighten up and start walking together, back to the Bakugo house. Yaoyorozu gets the okay after explaining the situation. Cool, I don't actually have to beat her parents up. Yet. Izumi thinks as Yaoyorozu relays the information, not seeming very surprised. Maybe Yaoyorozu is sheltering herself? Is that possible? I need that book on psychology now. Yui chuckles at the interaction, internally apologizing for the mistake Game Mind made in making her snark. It took Yaoyorozu one conversation with Inko to calm down. While Masaru and Mitsuki held back because of their more out-there personalities, Inko just walked straight towards her and talked to her. So how was your day? Was the first sentence out of her mouth. While jarring, it didn't seem to disturb Yaoyorozu as much as you'd expect. Seriously, what's with the mild freak-out, oh, god damn it Izumi, you should know this. Izumi facepalms and groans. Inko tilts her head at her daughter. Yui made a dumb joke. Again. She answers before anyone can ask. Her peers likely shied away from her because of her parents' guard dogs and all that. Izumi shakes her head. Of course they would be protective of someone so important. After a bit of talking with Inko, that got the rest of the Midoriya Bakugo family to loosen up. Katsuki walks over to Izumi. So, I finished schoolwork early and tried that thing. Well, Katsuki's arms glow burnt orange, mist of the same color leaks off of them. I still can't get the hang on that spell. Yaoyorozu tilts her head. Spell? Are you talking about a video game or something? Sheet, she overheard. Katsuki grumbles while Izumi lets her wisdom and intelligence run on the problem. We don't know much ourselves about this, but she turns to her mom. We're going into an ID. Inko looks concerned for a few, but nods anyways. Izumi uses create ID. Magic is real. She says when she's finally sure that they're in the ID. What? Yaoyorozu squints. Magic is real. Bakugo's quirk is called explosion, yet he can do this. Izumi pulls up mana skin at the same time Katsuki does. But that's preposterous. Izumi opens her inventory and uses the spellbook for Rei's skeleton. She uses it and instantly the knowledge on how to use the spell is shot into her head. Fucking ow. Izumi holds her head with one hand before casting the spell. A black void opens up on the floor and bones float up, sticking together until a full skeleton is standing there. The void disappears as the skeleton lands. All it makes is a strange hissing noise along with the sounds of bones creaking. She dismisses it and it falls back into the black void that opened before. Yaoyorozu huffs through her nose at Izumi's antics. I said it was preposterous, not that I didn't believe you. She walks up and awkwardly rubs the other girl's back. But I do need to know how it works so I can see for myself. Katsuki then goes on to explain how they both think that emitter quirks are people using spells ingrained in their bodies and minds. He cuts himself off as he was about to show Yaoyorozu the sparks from his quirk. Oh right, I figured out how to make it so my hands don't sweat. It was weird, like reversing the flow of the usual feeling when I force them to sweat. You probably used a spell then. Izumi huffs as her migraine fades. You never told me that the spell books give migraines, Yui. You didn't really ask about the backlash. Izumi's fairy helper pops into existence. She seems to shrug. Izumi sighs heavily. Anyways, you basically use your quirk and feel the process. There should be a somewhat noticeable ball of energy that your quirk pulls from in order to do these things. Katsuki likely used his sparks while feeling for it. I manipulated it by getting used to a spell, then trying to change the way the feeling worked. Like, she holds out a hand, pointed straight at the TV, force push, a ball of green light shoots out of her hand and into the TV, shattering and slamming it into the wall. Oh, right, nothing you do in an ID affects the real world. She responds to Yaoyorozu's shocked look. Yaoyorozu sighs with relief. Then she furrows her brow. So, like this. She forms a matryoshka doll in her hand. While her eyes are closed, trying to feel the process of creating the thing. Her eyes widen. Whoa, how did I never feel that before? She does it again, feeling her mana go into her fat stores, grow in size, then run out her arm and leak out in the pink and blue glow that her quirk creates while changing the fat it picked up into a matryoshka doll. When you aren't feeling for it, it's really difficult to notice. Katsuki informs her. Yeah. Hell, I was directly fueling my spell with it, and it took me focusing like you two do in order to actually start manipulating it myself. Katsuki looks to Izumi. Speaking of, have you still not looked through your skill book? Sheet. I need to eat though. Izumi whines. You can still look through your book at the table. Katsuki informs her. But then I'll look crazy when I ask Yui for help. Yui looks at her. I can make myself visible. It's in the options. I just don't because I figured you didn't want to get arrested for public quirk use. In public put that option on, but at home leave it off? Izumi asks hopefully. Sure. Yui giggles. You could just force it. I can't really change options you have set without permission. But you're sentient, so that would be rude. If you don't want to be seen, you don't want to be seen. Izumi shrugs. I know what that's like. Yui looks at her in surprise before disappearing. I guess you would, huh? Izumi looks confused at the place where Yui disappeared before returning to the topic at hand. Anyways, that's how it works. You might not want to try not to use it around anyone but me and Katsuki. We're trying to keep it on the down low until we can find someone with the pull to be able to get magic out there. We are. Katsuki asks. Yes. We don't want to be pros throwing out multiple quirks like it's nothing. Izumi looks at Katsuki, dumbfounded. We are. Katsuki's eyes widen as he nods. Yaoyorozu giggles. Alright, so when are we going to raid this dungeon? Izumi lets her planning flow again. About a week? Should give us all a long time to prepare. Yaoyorozu nods. What are your schedules? I technically finished high school earlier this year, so I have a lot of time on my hands. Well, we're kinda planning on changing it, so in the morning me and Katsuki will study, me at the library, and him doing online school, and in the afternoon we do body training, or once my bodily stats get to 100, magic training. Then for 8 hours while Katsuki sleeps, I do other things. Since I don't need sleep because of one of my passives. And how long do you spend on each activity? 4 hours studying, 8 hours exercising. 2 hours leisure, 2 hours eating. 8 hours for Katsuki to sleep. Izumi relays. Yaoyorozu nods. I can join you for studying, but inform me when you get around to magic stuff. We have a training room in my house. Izumi nods. Sure. The extra space would be nice, but we still need to use one of these spaces. As the skill has a screw it. Izumi activates training mode, spawning in Skelly and Razumdar automatically. Green friend. Raz didn't expect to see you again so soon. Hit me already, ye goat's daughter. Skelly screams as soon as he's fully formed. Izumi sighs and rolls her eyes before stepping to her feet and kicking Skelly's head off with mana skin active. Stop, she says as soon as his head returns to its place. Matey? Skelly asks. I would like to introduce you both to a couple of my friends. Well, you both already know Katsuki, or Angry Friend as Raz calls him. Skelly lets out a laugh at that. Katsuki rolls his eyes, restraining his urge to fight the pirate again. The black-haired friend is named Yaoyorozu. She might be joining in on a training session from time to time. This one greets you happily, however your name is not pronounceable with his lips, so he shall call you. Raz takes a bit of time thinking on it. Fellow alchemist, he nods. That's easiest for Raz to say. Yaoyorozu shrugs. I shall call ye Dark Matey. Izumi nods and switches the ID back to normal, returning Raz and Skelly to whence they came. That's a thing. Yaoyorozu sighs. I don't think I can take much more of your quirk, Midoriya. Izumi huffs a laugh. Yeah. It's overwhelming sometimes. Well, we need to eat anyways, so if you'll let me try something with this ID. She lifts a hand to the sky and her hand glows the same glow as her mana skin before the ID is destroyed with a cracking noise. She huffs as a new notification pops up. Create ID manipulation has leveled up x3. ID manipulation, LVL 5. Create and destroy instant dungeons. In ancient times, this skill was used to allow others to fight without disturbing their surroundings or train against monsters. In combination with your quirk, you may create dungeons of various difficulties. Dungeons are randomly generated at any difficulty past free play, which will just place you in a copy of your current surroundings unless you decide to change them. Easy, Rec LVL 3 cleared. Normal, Rec LVL 5. Hard, Rec LVL 10. LVL 5, time scaling added, surroundings setting added. New dungeons will be formed when you beat these 3. Items generated in dungeon may be taken out upon completion. Party will be teleported to dungeon entrance if they accept. Skill level increases size of dungeon. Current size, 5 rooms if indoors, if outside, 50 meters radius originating from user. Can destroy IDs you are in unless it is a dungeon of any difficulty. Huh, that leveled my ID skill 3 times, she mutters to herself. Wait, time scaling? She feels a finger being placed in the center of her forehead. She comes out of her thoughts to Inko's face. Worry about your quirk later. Food's done. Oh, right, Yaoyorozu, am I correct that greasy food is your favorite? Yaoyorozu looks at her with furrowed brows. Yes. Good, I was right. Inko smiles widely. Sorry, Yaoyorozu, I told her about your quirk. She tends to be able to figure out people's food preferences based on that. How? Yaoyorozu asks. Inko just smiles, slightly more sinisterly, Mom's secret. Is all she answers with. Izumi doesn't dare answer with what she knows. Katsuki just shrugs when she looks his way. My mom's not able to do it, so hell if I know. And I'm legally obligated not to tell you. Izumi answers. Yaoyorozu sighs. You people are so worrying. Izumi snorts. Yeah. Eventually it's time for Yaoyorozu to go, so a chauffeur shows up and she leaves in a black car. Remember, you can contact us at any time. Just use the group chat. Izumi shouted. Cheerfully. Yaoyorozu decides not to tell them that merely thinking of Inko's cooking makes her hungry sometimes. Izumi sits on the couch, skill book out and in her lap along with a journal. Katsuki had already gone to bed. She decided to stay out of the ID for now, as messing with time might mess with her. Okay, let's see. She schemes over the force section, which is just mana manipulation. She adds spells she finds interesting to a list accumulated in the notebook. The next section seems to form as she turns the pages. Healing Mist. Healing Hands. Rejuvenating Aura. Healing Bolt. Ah, I found the healing section, it seems. She hums and puts a star on the Healing Hands spell on her written list, signifying that it's a candidate to be bought so she can learn a lot of the others. At the end of that section she finds the Undead Repellent spell, which basically forces all undead within a certain radius to flee. It could probably damage them later down the line. Not very useful other than in the undead dungeons. She leaves that as a note. At the final part of the book were skills that were available, but expensive and not in any particular place. Magic Sight. Alchemy. Reform. Redacted. Also, most of this page is redacted for some reason. Izumi looks closer at the Reform skill. Info on it popping up on the page. Alchemy. Reform. The ability to reform objects into other forms. Got a bone? Congrats, you have 3 separate shanks. SKP cost, 10. That cost is actually really low. Izumi furrows her brows. Maybe it doesn't start out powerful? She puts another star by it in her notebook, then she tries to flip a page, but finds that she's at the end of the book. She reviews her list. To learn later. Force Wave. Force Bomb. Force Air. Force Explosion, E around self. Force Field, create a hard bubble of mana around self or others. Healing Mist. Healing Bolt. Rejuvenating aura. For purchase. Healing hands. Alchemy. Reform. She checks the costs on both of the skills. I'll still have over half my points. She purchases healing hands first. Skill unlocked. Healing hands. The most basic but healing spell. Repairing the human body is always a sought-after skill. Many a person nowadays has some form of this skill, but this one is yours. Target recovers 1 HP second touched. User loses 5 MP second channeled. Izumi reviews what new information drags itself into her head. It's that easy? Really? Just apply the image of repairing wounds to the magic in my hands, and magic does the rest? What the F? Izumi shakes her head. Might be more than just that. She reasons before flipping the pages to the alchemy skill. Are you sure you wish to purchase alchemy? Reform, skill for 10 skill points? Buy it. Izumi taps the Y and she suddenly gets a new notification. Skill unlocked, alchemy, reform. I'm just gonna start blanking these until I actually have something good to put here. Through the centuries, several people have obsessed over the power of alchemy. From potions that heal and poisons that do the opposite, to turning copper into gold. Sadly, as magic dwindled from the public knowledge, nobody could perform these feats, but now you can. Achievement unlocked, not metal alchemist. Thanks, I hate it. Condition, acquire skill in one of the alchemy trees. Reward, crafting system added. Crafting system. Of course, why am I not surprised? She snarks in her head. Yui appears, summoning herself again. Bam! Tutorial fairy at it again. She laughs at the haggard look Izumi gives her. Now, time to get this tutorial underway. Yui snaps and a screen appears. Crafting. Materials chest. Schematics chest. The crafting tab is obviously where you craft. So we'll get to that later. Yui says, and a cartoonish lock appears on the words for the crafting tab. The materials chest stores all of your monster drops. She opens the tab and a screen appears to the left side of the main screen. Bone Dust X24. Broken Sword X3. Torn Cloth X31. Skull X5. Candle Wax X3. Tattered Robe. Crude Staff. You can refine these resources to save space. The materials chest doesn't really have a limit, but it can get cluttered really quickly. For example, she taps the bone dust and a list pops up to the side of it. Mostly just different bones that it can be reformed into. Or just straight up a bone ingot. The bone ingot is there so you don't have to feel weird about having just random bones in your inventory. It costs the most to reform this into that though. Yui reads Izumi's mind. The skulls can be reformed into those too. Izumi breathes a sigh of relief. But yes, this tab is where you refine your materials into more processable forms. Since the process of reforming costs mana, skipping steps results in wasted mana later on. So for example, if you were running low on throwing knives in a dungeon and wanted to make more, instead of forcing your mana through the process of changing bone dust into a solid form and then into a knife, you just use the bone ingots. Izumi tilts her head. Why are the tattered robe and crude staff in here? They can't be used in their current states. Izumi makes an noise. Feel free to play around on this menu to get used to the controls and such. Izumi immediately turns the bone dust and skulls into bone ingots, resulting in 14 bone ingots with an approximate weight of 1 kilogram. She spends a bit of time hemming and hawing over the tattered robe and torn cloth before turning them all into a roll of white cloth about 12 meters long and 6 meters wide. It creates a ball of dust in her inventory because reforming cleaned it. She just kept it there, unsure if she could actually do anything with it for now. She turns the staff into a log of sculptor's wood and the broken swords get turned into 6 iron ingots of 1 kilogram weights. 1 kilogram bone ingot X14. 12x6m white cloth roll X1. 20g dust. 1 kilogram wood cube X1. 1 kilogram iron bar X6. 1 kilogram wax block. Done? Very good. Izumi feels slightly patronized by the childish way Yui says that, but she lets it slide. Okay, so next is schematics. She taps the button that says that on the main screen. Another screen appears to the right of the main one. This is where you find your required materials and different blueprints. Like, if you want to know Raz' potion recipe and he lets you in on it, it will appear here. If you find schematics for weapons or the like, they will also appear here. If you tap on the throwing knife, it will show you how it works. Throwing knife x10. Bone ingot x1. MP 300. You can change the material by tapping on the icon. Why does it cost 300 to do this, when it barely cost me 100 to transform them all into more usable forms? More complexity equals more MP used. You basically just condensed all of this stuff into bricks. The cloth roll actually cost you almost all of that 100. Izumi taps the icon of the bone ingot and it shows that she can use the wood and the iron as alternatives. The lock on the crafting tab seems to break and Yui taps it. This is where you use your recipes and such to create your items. Drag the recipe for the bone-throwing knives over here. She does as the fairy says, and an expanded screen pops into view. Throwing knife x10. Bone ingot x1. MP 300. Make 1 plus. Craft. You can also queue up multiple if you have enough ingots. Craft 10 throwing knives for me. We'll need them later. Izumi raises a suspicious eyebrow, but hits craft. A bar starts filling up at the top of the screen. That bar shows how much time until the craft is done. Once it's full, your craft will be placed in your inventory. The bar finishes filling with a little chime. Great, now, the crafting menu will be like this from now on. As you discover different ways to craft and more recipes, there will be organization stuff on the recipe screen. Other things will also come later, but that's, as stated previously, for later. Now on to the last thing I need to talk to you about before you go. Gear sets. You already have the Novice Rogue gear set. Yui flicks the crafting menu away in favor of dragging the wardrobe screen out. Tabs have been added to the top of the screen. Yui swaps it from the Outfits section to the Gear section. Novice Rogue. 5 throwing knife sheaths on thigh. 1 dagger sheath on hip. Small quiver, holds a max of 10 arrows. Bow holster on back. Set this as your current gear set. Yui instructs. Izumi does it. And several pop-ups appear. Set main type of throwing knife. Set main dagger. The ex-Archmage's dagger. No bow in INV. No arrows in INV. Izumi sets both and in a flare of green light, she has a set of 5 throwing knives in a neat sheath on her left thigh, and a dagger holstered at her right hip by a thin belt wrapped snugly around her waist. I think you get how it works by now. You equip the gear and the first time you equip it asks you what to set as the mains. There's an option to change it, and you can ask me too. You just tap and hold on the icon on there to open back up the menus. Yui yawns. Anyways, I'm done for the day. Good luck. Yui pops out of existence. Izumi sits there for a while, zoned into her own thoughts, before she remembers that meditation actually helps a lot for this. She moves to a comfortable sitting position before she starts meditating. Okay, so first of all I can craft now, well, more like reshape, but it's still a crafting system. Should I ask Mom for lessons in cooking? Probably couldn't hurt. Masaru might be able to help with designing and sewing stuff. Oh, Yayarozu might also be able to help me. Yui said something about Raz and asking him for his potion recipe. Does that mean I can ask him, and if I'm good enough friends with him he'll tell me? Might be a good idea to check out. I should see about getting my hands on materials. Metals would be pretty easy, just going down to a hardware store. Could I actually go foraging though? Well, I could also find wood easy enough. Glass may be difficult, because I don't know if it'll let me heat sand up with alchemy yet. Right, I still need those weights for my wrists and ankles. I wonder if Skelly or Raz have experience with throwing knives and daggers. My current materials are wood, iron, cloth, bone and wax. I could probably make an arrow if I came up with a good enough schematic, but I don't think I have enough wood to make the arrows and the bow. Foraging it is, I guess. Ooh, I should learn stealth from Raz. He seems the type for it. Speaking of, how exactly would I obtain the plants for a potion recipe? Probably loot drops. I wonder what governs my loot drops. Probably luck. I need to figure out how a bow is crafted. I really did enjoy fighting with only my fists and force push, but weapons training is needed if I'm going to be fighting monsters that aren't slightly sterile skeletons. Sheet, are my enemies in one of these dungeons going to be humans? What am I going to do then? I need to make a to-do list. To do on a day off, see about wrist and ankle weights, go to a hardware store, look at plants around the area. Quest set? Well, works for me. Someone taps Izumi and drags her back to consciousness. Mitsuki shoves a plate into her lap. You've been sitting there for most of the morning. Izumi looks down. On the plate are a couple sandwiches. They disappear in record time as Izumi's body suddenly remembers that food is a thing that is needed for a body to function. Izumi looks at her notifications after thanking Mitsuki and getting a "no problem kiddo" in return. Meditation report. +10 WIS. +5 int. +3 luck. 1 to-do list made. Meditation leveled up. Achievement unlocked. Sorcerers are nerds. Condition reached. 50 stat points in INT. Rewards. Passives gained. Requirements to get next 50 increased. Novice Sorcerer title added. Novice Sorcerer gear added to wardrobe. +3 escape. Passive gained. Eidetic memory. Brain go bvvvvvvvvvvv. You remember things faster and easier. Passive gained. Extensive pool. Increase mana pool by 50%. Achievement unlocked. Wizards are wise. Condition reached. 50 stat points in Wisconsin. Rewards. Passives gained. Requirements to get to next 50 increased. Novice Wizard title added. Novice Wizard gear added to wardrobe. +3 escape. Passive gained. Quick thinking. Adds to the general ability to calculate. Passive gained. Faster recovery. As your brain becomes faster acting, so too does your mana pool. Regenerate 0.1% of mana per second per points in WIS while outside of combat. Max of 5%. Current, 5%. Achievement unlocked. When intelligence and wisdom combine, you get a sage. Condition, 50 points spent in both WIS and INT. Rewards. Passives gained. Novice Sage title added. Novice Sage gear added to wardrobe. +6 SKP. Passive gained. Basic elemental affinity. You have studied the arcane for so long that you now have an affinity with all 4 main elements. +10 in water, earth, fire and air affinities. You also now know how to spot it in others. Passive gained. Scientific method. You have tried to use magic in various applications. Skill will help you do these things faster. 50% increase in spell creation speed. Izumi looks at all the notifications, reads them, then leaves the processing for later. Time to go study. Izumi gives Mitsuki a goodbye hug before walking off towards the library again. Hopefully this time I don't get pistol whipped. And she doesn't get pistol whipped, miraculously enough. A few of the guards even apologized. "We're sorry our coworker caused you harm." A guard had shouted. "It's fine. He didn't really hurt me too bad. Nearly broke the stun gun on my face though." After a very stunned look from the guard, Izumi smiled and walked back to Yaoyorozu. "Hey, you were right, your guards just wanted to apologize. I think I can forgive them, this time." Yaoyorozu looks positively giddy that Izumi even showed up. Izumi sighs in her head. "Yeah, probably her peers then." Yaoyorozu tilts her head. "Anything wrong?" "No. In fact, last night I finally got my wisdom and intelligence to 50. I wound up meditating to let my brain properly process all the crap I needed to do during a break day. Oh, speaking of that, I know you exercise quite a bit. Do you know of ankle and wrist weights that might be a good idea? Or a good starting weight?" I think you should try about 10% of your actual weight. As for brand, well, this is embarrassing to say, but my family makes them for a low price. Actually, if you need somewhere to work out with those on, you can come to my house. I know I said that. The words die in her throat as Izumi smiles at her. "If you want me to come over, just ask. It'd be fun to train with someone other than Katsuki for once." Yaoyorozu nods. "If he wishes to come too, well, hold on. Party. Literal deity. Hey, Bakugo? Bomberanian. Yeah, high class? Literal deity. I told you my name is Yaoyorozu? WMS. Katsuki has constant name blindness. Bomberanian. What she said. Literal deity. Oh, my apologies then. Me and Izumi are probably going to be using my family's gym. Do you wish to come along? Bomberanian. Considering what our parents will do to me if I leave her with you, yeah, now hold on, gotta get this quiz done. Why doesn't he just come with you to the library? His quirk causes some personality changes. And thus he can get unnecessarily angry and he knows it. He doesn't have anything to stop his hands from popping off firecrackers when he gets angry. The cold keeps him calm and his room has an AC, so he stays there a lot of the time. Still doesn't make much sense to me, but sure. Yaoyorozu nods. Anyways, let's get back to the topic. After finishing at the library, Izumi and Yaoyorozu head to the Bakugo residence to pick up Katsuki, then they take a car to Yaoyorozu's home, since, as Yaoyorozu explained, even the block it's on is a mile long. Trust me, the car is the fastest route. So they took a car there, and it was indeed an experience. Yaoyorozu ended up taking a second car so that security could sit with her. So you two are the ones Miss Yaoyorozu spends so much time with, the driver observes idly. It's been a while since anyone has seen her so happy. He mumbles softly. We haven't seen her change her schedule around as fast as she did the day she found out when you two were training. Take care of her, all right? Katsuki wordlessly gestures to Izumi to take the reins on this one. Happy to do so, sir. She's a great person and friend. Though, something has been correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but was she ostracized from her peers for some reason? The driver nods grimly. You could tell. She seems a bit overeager to please. I've seen it in people before, namely, moi, and most of the time it happens when they're ostracized in some sort of way. If she goes too far with it, then I'll tell her to stop, but now I'm afraid I might have indulged her too much by accepting her invitation here. No, I don't think you have. The driver chuckles. Her parents have actually wished to meet the both of you. Oh, okay, cool. Izumi shakes her head. It's only been a day or two, though? The driver laughs nervously. They're both very excitable people. As long as they don't get handsy, we're all good. Izumi makes a perfect sign with her fingers. The driver furrows his brow. What? People I don't know touching me in general tends to freak me out. Izumi shrugs. Trauma. Driver-san, as Izumi has begun to call him, chuckles dryly. Who doesn't have some of that in this day and age? Babies and shitty kids. Izumi answers calmly. Driver-san snorts. Yeah. Conversation peters out after that, the occasional joke or driver-san getting a bit road raged sprinkled in for the rest of the drive. Izumi and Katsuki exit the car and are greeted by the sight of Mrs. and Mr. Yaoyorozu. Yo. Izumi greets sarcastically, before blushing up to her ears. Goddammit, I'm so sorry, it's part of my quirk. Mr. Yaoyorozu tries to fake a glare before breaking down into a chuckle. It's fine. Momo explained your quirk a little. Izumi bows. Midoriya Izumi, it's a pleasure to meet you. She greets politely before cussing under her breath. Couldn't you have done that the first time? Katsuki bows and says the same thing. Face blank as usual. He's my brother and he's currently trying not to embarrass himself like I did just then. He's usually one for shouting profanities at birds when they look at him funny. Katsuki glares at her. That's not true and you know it. He says through gritted teeth. Oh wow, it's the first time he's held back this much. She smiles smugly at him. She grins to the woman, who looks an awful lot like someone Izumi knows. Sleep tight. Kiyama Nimuri. LVL? Might be a pro hero, ask about later. Izumi thinks to herself. The woman smirks at her, Momo's already gone to the gym. Go head that way. She points to a side path off of the main driveway. That path leads directly to the gym. Izumi pounds a fist into her open palm. Midnight. She pauses for a long while before letting out an annoyed sigh. What? Kiyama asks. I recognized you from somewhere. My brain was trying to put together from where for a bit, then I realized that you're Midnight. The way you smirk and the air about you were the two giveaways. And her title, sorry about that again. Kiyama looks concerned for all of 3 seconds before calming down. Yeah. I am Midnight. That's so cool. Izumi smiles widely at the woman before furrowing her brow. But then why is Yaoyorozu so lacking in self-confidence? Midnight finishes. She seems to think that my version of self-confidence is showing off my body to people. Kiyama huffs. She has plenty of that, since her quirk requires skin to work. Izumi rolls her eyes. I'll talk to her about it eventually. For now we have training to get to. Izumi grabs Katsuki by the arm and starts dragging him down the path. Ah, you're here. Yeah, and we've met your parents. They're cool. My sarcasm activated and your father tried to glare at me before breaking down in snickers. I figured out your mom is Midnight. She's a lot calmer than you'd expect. Izumi shrugs. Anyways, where do we start? Yaoyorozu holds her neck from the whiplash Izumi gave her. Well, first of all, she moves on, not really paying attention to the interactions with her parents Izumi had. She holds out an arm and 4 pairs of ankle and wrist weights appear and drop to the floor. You put these on. They're both 10 pounds each just for you to get used to them. Izumi copies the motions Yaoyorozu does and puts them on along with Katsuki. Yaoyorozu smirks after they have them on. And now we run around this gym 4 times. She takes off. Izumi sighs and starts jogging after her along with Katsuki, who had been weirdly quiet. You okay there, Catkin? Izumi revives the old nickname. Katsuki smirks. Never better. He picks up the pace. Come on, you need the exercise. Oh, you smug fucker. After 4 laps, Katsuki puts his hands on his knees and heaves a few breaths to get air back in his lungs. Izumi just downs a few gulps from Raz's favorite bottle before passing it to him. Raz's favorite bottle. A bottle, gifted to Raz by an enchanter. Keeps things inside it at different temperatures while the glass remains room temperature. Nigh on indestructible. Okay, now what, Yaoyorozu? After a 10-minute break, we spar with these on for as long as we can, then we take another 10-minute break, and so on until the 8 hours are done. And how do you propose we do that? Katsuki asks. There are 3 of us. Izumi huffs. I can spar with both of you without really stopping. My stamina doesn't drain very much outside of real combat. Yaoyorozu smiles softly at Izumi. That works. After the 10-minute break, it was Yaoyorozu who won the rock-paper-scissors match to see who went first. Quirks or no quirks? Izumi asks. No quirks or magic? Worth a shot. Izumi shrugs as Yaoyorozu forms a staff. This is the only weapon I get for the match. I'll just use hand-to-hand. Izumi cracks her knuckles. Let's go. Yaoyorozu immediately starts moving, swinging the pole in a wide arc to try and catch Izumi on her side. Izumi's fighting brain takes over as she hops up and over the swinging object before springing forward with a jab at Yaoyorozu's main arm. Yaoyorozu just smirks as the pole continues spinning its arc, swapping hands before smacking Izumi on the back. Izumi backsteps before lunging forward again, this time sweeping Yaoyorozu's legs, then grabbing one of her arms and using the falling momentum to throw the girl. She gets bonked on the head by the staff for her troubles, so she backsteps again. Pretty good, Izumi huffs. If you'd quit just trying to disarm me, you'd get a lot further. In a real fight, you don't have the luxury of leaving your opponent unhurt. Izumi hums in thought. I hate the idea of fighting a friend like that, but yeah, she's right. You have a healing spell, Izumi, use it after. Izumi doesn't notice Yaoyorozu until she's already smacked in the head by the pole. Her arm moves up to grab it, then she yanks it forward with a punch aimed to the center of Yaoyorozu's chest, knocking the wind out of the girl when the two meet. Izumi then sweeps the leg and twists the pole out of Yaoyorozu's hand, pointing it to the girl. I win. She then immediately activates healing hands and places one on Yaoyorozu's head, the other on her arm. I forgot I had this spell until you told me not to worry about leaving you unhurt. Yaoyorozu lets out a wet chuckle and Izumi raises a brow. What's up? Are you both sure you want me in this thing? Katsuki clicks his tongue. Of course, we just happened to pick up a third person with self-worth issues. Izumi flicks him on the shoulder for the comment with a giggle. Yes. We're sure. She smiles blindingly down at the girl. If what you told me about chemistry is true, then you are smarter than the both of us. There are of course going to be some things that we're better at. For me and Katsuki, we're both excellent at combat. Katsuki literally has a passive labeled combat smarts according to my quirk, while I grow at a faster speed than anyone else. The reason I was good at sparring you is because almost all of my stats are at a level that they really shouldn't be at my age without training all of my life. And I only started training 3 days ago. But combat isn't the only thing needed in a team. Somewhere during that speech she had moved Yaoyorozu's head into her lap. She had also started petting the girl's head at some point. There are 4 roles to a team: a tank, a healer, a support, and a damage dealer. Now I could fill any of the roles, but I think I perform as a damage dealer the best. Katsuki will probably end up being our tank, but that still leaves a healer or a support. And you can be either. Not to mention you're helping with my studies. Izumi continues smiling while saying all of this, as though trying to convey all of her words just through the smile. So now that you've joined, you are an essential part of the team. If you left now, me and Catkin would be sad. Not that we would blame you if you left. We can be intense. Yaoyorozu laughs. That's an understatement. But yeah, if you want to continue, then we will be happy to have you. However, there are a few lines to draw. Yaoyorozu nods at Izumi's meaningful look, telling her to continue. Other than the weights, which are very nice, thank you, you are not allowed to gift us things. We appreciate it, but it might start to make us feel like we're using you. And that doesn't feel good. But unless we are in the middle of a dungeon and we need something, no gifts. Izumi levels a stern glare. The thought is appreciated, but even accepting the invite to here felt icky. I might lift this rule after a while, or during holidays, but other than that, no. Yaoyorozu nods. Good. Next is that you maintain the right to tell us to go when you want us to. Now if we decide that you need help or something, we'll still stay, but other than that, feel free to tell us to leave. That's rude though. Yes, but we all need our space sometimes. Katsuki would tell me to F off if he needed his, so you need to feel that it's within your rights to just not want to. But if I find that you need help, I will axe down a door to get there. Yaoyorozu looks at Katsuki for help. He just shakes his head. She will. I'm not sure I would, but she definitely is the type to do that. Yaoyorozu sighs. Alright, fine. I'll try and follow your rules. But I also reserve the right to ignore them when I want to. Fair enough. Izumi nods. Want another round? Yeah, she puts a lot of emphasis on that. Well, let's fight then. Izumi rolls to her feet, fists up, mouth stretched into a feral grin. Yaoyorozu creates a pole just in time to block a kick from the re-energized Izumi. Izumi and Katsuki leave the Yaoyorozu residence with a wave to Momo's mother. A beep assaults Izumi's senses that she's used to. Exertion report. Hit is R plus 17. AGI plus 21. Health leveled up x8. Running leveled up x2. Hand-to-hand leveled up x7. Healing hands leveled up x3. Health, LVL 15. Doing things like stretching and weight training raises the skill. Stretching raises dex while weight training increases SR and VIT. You instinctively know how to perform certain actions. LVL 5. Yoga added, full body weights training added. LVL 10. Sparring added to full body weights training. LVL 15. Endurance increased during exercise. Giving more stamina to do exercise. Stretching, 4dx HR, halved from normal due to already having 50 in the stat. Yoga, 6dx HR, halved from normal due to already having 50 in the stat. Weight training, 3 STR and VIT HR. Full body weights training, 7 STR and VIH need at least 75 pounds on each limb to use this. Sparring with weights on, 7 STR and VITHR with the same weight. Increases AGI to be the average of DX and STR. HM. I'll need to get heavier weights now, apparently. Katsuki grumbles, why? The full body weights training thing says I need at least 75 pounds on each limb to use it. Fenji hell. Katsuki grumbles. You're growing too quickly. Yui said that UI is an assistant, not an upgrade, but it assisted me to the point that I'm already ridiculously strong. Hey, is what you said to high class's parents true? What part? That I'm your brother? Well, I at least think you're as close to a brother as you can get. Somehow you act both like an older brother and a younger brother, and I can't really tell if it's endearing. F you, Katsuki says in a joking tone. But cool, we're on the same page, siblings? Izumi reaches out and hugs him, siblings. Then a spark of mischief crosses her face. Hey, wanna mess with Auntie Mitsuki? Mom and Masaru will pick up on it immediately, but I don't know if they'll tell her. You had me at mess with the hag, Katsuki grins as Izumi releases the hug. Great. So I'm gonna start calling them by cutesier nicknames than the already established ones, and you start calling my mom Mama Inko. We want to keep this subtle, so no abruptly changing personality on me. Fine, so what are the nicknames so I don't end up laughing when you first pull them out? I'm just going to go straight for the throat and call them both Mama and Papa, but your cheesy nickname's gonna change to Katsuni. Holy Hidesh, he wheezes halfway through the word. Your mom is gonna die from the amount of cutesy that is. Heh. Izumi giggles. Okay, I'll poke you when we're home, go through the rest of your notifications. Izumi rolls her eyes. Running, LVL 10. Affects how fast and how long the user can run. Increases agility when used in complex environments. Max speed, 40 km/h. Level 5. It is difficult for others to slow you down while you channel mana into this skill. Level 10. Running with this skill channeled creates a shield in front of you. Negates a lot of wind resistance. Grants impact reduction. Channeling MP into this skill causes speed and efficiency to increase. Cost 5 MPSE. Hand-to-hand, LVL 25. Gives various status increases while only fighting with your hands and feet. 100% increase to STR and AGI when only fighting with your hands and feet. Level 10. You have trained well in how to use your hands in combat. 50% DX increase while fighting with hands and feet. Level 25. You learn hand-to-hand styles like it's second nature. Doubles the speed at which you can learn martial arts. Achievement unlocked. Bronze over brains. Condition reached. 50 stat points in street. Boards. Passives gained. Requirements to get to next 50 increased. Novice Berserker title added. Novice Berserker gear added to wardrobe. Plus 3 escape. Passive gained. Godlike muscles. Increases muscle mass and definition. Passive gained. Punch through. Increases elemental resistances by 0.2% per STR point. Current, 12.6%. Achievement unlocked. I didn't want to get hurt. Condition reached. 50 stat points in VIT. Boards. Passives gained. Requirements to get to next 50 increased. Novice GS user title added. Novice GS user gear added to wardrobe. Plus 3 escape. Passive gained. I'm walking here. You are naturally hard to knock over. 50% resistance to things that would normally send you flying. Passive gained. Iron skin. Increases resistances to physical trauma by 0.2%. Current, 12.8%. Achievement unlocked. Speed is key. Condition reached. 50 stat points in AGI. Boards. Passives gained. Requirements to get to next 50 increased. Novice Ninja title added. Novice Ninja gear added to wardrobe. Plus 3 escape. Passive gained. Flash step. You have a head start every time. Flash forward a max of 50 meters each time you spring forwards. Passive gained. Fast hands. You move quick, quicker than quick. Increases swing speed, draw speed and fist speed by 0.2% per point in AGI. Current, 10.6%. Achievement unlocked. Punch punchy punch punch. Condition reached. 50 stat points in DX, LVL 25 in HTH. Boards. Passive and active gained. Novice Pugilist title added. Novice Pugilist gear added to wardrobe. Plus 6 SKP. Passive gained. Iron Fist. Can punch away swords, arrows and spears with ease. Skill gained. Elemental hand-to-hand. Enhance your strikes with various elements to get various effects. Fire, a gout of flame explodes around your limbs when you strike. Wind, the small air current formed by your strikes is turned into a gale. Earth, crack the ground with slam attacks. Stomp to put a wall up. Water, strike with the force of a tsunami. Cushions your limb while smacking water into your opponent. I am the avatar, is all Izumi can think to say. She lets them get put in her brain, but leaves the actual thought of this for later. Izumi walks into the house with a big grin. Inko once again feels how much she missed that in the past 13 years. Mom. Izumi walks over and giddily hugs Inko. What has you so excited? I finally got all of the stats that aren't in the teens above the 50s. Well, other than WIS and INT. It came with a whole bunch of stuff that I'll have to try out later. As for the hug, I don't really know. Izumi shrugs. Just felt nice. Inko isn't dumb, she was a detective and is a lawyer, she knows when someone's lying. But given the mischief glinting in Izumi's eyes, she decides not to pry. Mitsuki comes in the door and Izumi's glint gets worse. So she's pranking Mitsuki. Hey mama. Izumi casually turns her head and smiles to the woman, though to those that noticed the glint, it was more of a smirk. When's Papa coming home? Inko has to try desperately not to laugh at the fish out of water look on Mitsuki's face. She succeeds in keeping a straight face. Very funny kid. Mitsuki finally rolls her eyes. Masaru should be here any minute. Izumi tilts her head and turns to Katsuki. What do you think she found funny about my question, Katsu and I? It becomes even more of a struggle not to laugh as Katsuki doesn't even blink. No idea, Izune. Oh, these two planned this. Katsuki would GG just saying that name if he wasn't in on it beforehand. Inko thinks. Mitsuki's fish out of water impression gets worse before she finally just walks away. Inko wheezes when she hears the door to Mitsuki's office close and hears footsteps continuing behind it. That was good. Inko wipes a tear from her eye from laughing so hard. Oh, right, I need to ask, can you teach me how to cook? Izumi questions Inko. Sure. You'll need it in what, a year? Thanks. I need to talk to Papa about sewing and design plans. Well, I already started dinner, so you can get started now. Sweet. Izumi walks with Inko into the kitchen. So why did you two decide to mess with Mitsuki? Inko asks. Oh, well, we are actually as close as you can get to siblings, so on the way home we decided that we would start referring to each other as such. I figured it would feel weird to keep calling Mitsuki by auntie since. That's a bit, anyways, it came to mind after that conversation. I knew she would feel really weird about it. Weird, being happy, but unable to perceive it as such because she has the emotional understanding of a somewhat more understanding Katsuki. I'm not that bad, Katsuki murmurs. Izumi just deadpans at him. If you had a crush on someone you'd probably think that they're a threat to your safety. Pfft. Gross. Izumi smirks at the middle finger that gets shoved her way. Alright, you wanted to learn how to cook, let's get to it. Inko drags Izumi's attention back to the task at hand. Inko and Izumi enjoy cooking together. Masaru gets home and Mitsuki finally comes out of her office. Hey, Papa, Mama became a hermit for some reason, do you know why? Izumi grins at the open guffaw he gives her. I think you know, the timid man smiles at Izumi. Izumi shrugs. I have no idea. Anyways, do you mind teaching me stuff about, sewing and design stuff? Masaru gives a less timid grin. Sure, if that's what you want. Thanks. Izumi smiles widely. They all eat and Izumi sets up a small schedule. Every day she'll alternate between hanging out with Masaru while Inko cooks dinner. Some days he gets home earlier than others, and cooking with Inko. Okay, so all that's left now is to check. Skill unlocked. Cooking. Make food with some form of competency. Affects the speed and skill with which you can make food. Quest accepted. To-do list. Go to hardware store. Look around at plants in the area. Now I just need to go to that hardware store. Hey, I'm gonna head out tonight, I need to check out some stuff. Inko tilts her head. Alright. You're 17, It's not like I can really stop you. Cool. Izumi puts on her outdoors casual clothes and steps outside into the cool late afternoon air. She starts jogging down to the hardware store, her compass guiding her, until she comes across something different. She hears a grunt and the sound of metal creaking along with the crashing of waves. Dagoba. Izumi turns to look as she passes, and indeed, there's that blonde guy with the other blonde. Vault Boy looking but. Mirio Tagata. LVL 56. Jacked Skellington. Yagi Tashinori. LVL? Huh, Yagi's title changed? Wait, this is perfect. She walks up to them. Hello. She shouts in a whispered tone. Hi. The tall muscly blonde calls out. Yagi keeps his mouth closed while greeting, seemingly holding something back. Oh, sorry, did I scare you? Yagi shakes his head. No, you're fine, just some acid reflux. Izumi cringes. Yeesh, nasty that stuff. So what brings you here? The skinny blonde asks. Well, I know that. Vault Boy is using this as a workout, so I wouldn't want to take that, so I was wondering if either of you would mind me taking some of the trash he hauls up here for materials. Mirio wheezed at her calling him Vault Boy, while Yagi raises an eyebrow. You want junk for materials? It's a part of my quirk. I can take things and remold them into other shapes. This gets rid of grime and other things. Interesting quirk. I don't see any problem with it. Feel free to take whatever you can from today's haul. Yagi finally give the go-ahead. Oh, them's fighting words. What's you guys' names? Izumi tilts her head. Yagi Tashinori. Mirio Tagata. Mirio seems to catch his breath and give a beaming smile. Why are those fighting words? I have a storage for the materials inside my quirk. Sue. She opens an inventory panel underneath the pile of junk, dropping it all in there. Geez, you hauled a whole car chassis up here? And I thought I had strength. Nice, got a good variety. She thinks as she checks her inventory. Feel free to drop by same time tomorrow, it saves me a trip to the junkyard. Yagi says, turning to his truck and getting in the driver's seat while Mirio steps into the passenger side. Have a good day. Mirio waves. Izumi smiles as she walks towards a new quest objective. She finds it pretty easily. See if you can find anything in the woods. Anxiety grips her heart for all of 4 seconds before Game Mind took over and let her walk into the forest normally. Never again. Izumi thinks as she walks out of the forest, 2 hours later and with at least 50 wasp stings that immediately healed in favor of giving her a poison status effect, which she used healing hands on. The stings didn't really hurt nearly as much as people say those hornets should, but Izumi figures that it's the elemental resistance combined with vitality that just allows her to shrug off that stuff. But that just had to be the start of the mindfuckery that is this FING forest. After she had collected the wasp carcasses, she wound up technically using force explosion to do it, sending the annoying fuckers everywhere. She ends up walking in on FENG Orb Weaver party. Little BSers were just having a godmed party, and Izumi walks in and they descend on her like she's the last of the beer at a frat. So after killing them and storing them, Game Mind keeping her from shrieking and running at 40 kilometers per hour in the opposite direction, she walks deeper and of course there was a godmed boar. And it looked angry. Am I not supposed to defend myself against an animal? She technically could outrun it if she used mana with her running, but her brain is shrieking at her to kill it. I don't remember anything like that. She force pushes on its head, but that barely dissuades it. Do I really gotta? Whoa. She jumps over the boar, who just charged full force at her. She waits for the next charge, letting mana skin come up to cover her if this doesn't work. As it starts charging, she lets mana flow into her legs as she stomps the ground. An earth wall comes up right as the boar got close, stopping it in its tracks and snapping its neck. She sighs and opens an inventory screen under it again. But her quirk pops up with a warning. Still alive creatures cannot be placed in inventory. It's still alive, she checks, and while it isn't breathing its eyes look properly active. Rogue gear. She thinks, and her rogue weapons appear on her body. She also changes into her rogue's outfit. The outfit has a black cowl with a deep green trim, A mask covers the lower part of the face, extending down to the collarbone, matching the color of the hood. The rest of the outfit is a set of light armor, mostly leather. The leather is colored black with some forest green accents. She takes out a throwing knife and tosses it straight into the boar's neck. Critical. The boar dies and falls into her storage. I just feel bad it had to feel itself fading. She leaves the rogue's armor on while she starts sprinting through the woods, finding few useful plants, a fing wild beehive, which she knocks down with yet another throwing knife, letting it get swooped into her inventory without hitting the ground. A few bees try to attack her, but she runs before they can catch up. She doesn't want to kill any of the bees. And the eating cherry on top in this forest? Tfanji. But I've always wanted to die by bear. But LVL 10. It's below your level, that means you can take it? Her brain that somehow still wants more materials says. Please, do not fight Ifang bear. Her still human teenager brain pleads. Analyze, Izumi thinks. But S tier, 100. Vit, 120. Dex, 20. By 30. Int, 20. Wis, 20. Quirkless. Current feelings. Angry, concerned, scared. It's just a normal bear, Izumi thinks. Her stomach coiling at the thought of both leaving it here, since it's so close to civilization, and killing it. With a sigh, she jumps backwards and uses a tree limb to swing up and onto another branch. Dix is one hell of a drag, she huffs a laugh. I should go get more wood for my other stuff. She returns to the road where she had veered off into the forest after running into another orb weaver nest. It's pitch black out. Yui, how much time has passed? Yui summons herself. 2 hours since you talked with Yagi. Sheet. Izumi changes from her rogue stuff back to civilian attire and begins sprinting home without using mana. Forage completed, Muzutafu Forest. Killed 1x boar. Killed 30x Japanese giant hornets. Killed 10x golden orb weavers. Collected 50 assorted mushrooms. Collected 40 kilograms of wood. Collected 20 assorted flowers. Collected 1 beehive. Traveled a total of 3 kilometers into the forest before returning. Skill unlocked, knife throwing. Increases accuracy and speed at which you can throw knives. Add magical effects in later levels. 2% accuracy boost. 3% speed boost. Skill unlocked, forest navigation. You have explored much of the forest. This skill will assist in your ability to move through them efficiently. Unlocks tree climbing instincts, rock climbing instincts and trail understanding. Skill unlocked, foraging. You seem to grow a natural insight into your surroundings while in nature. Plant knowledge added to Zeok. Animal knowledge added to Deoxk. Territory warning added. Skill unlocked, stealth. My god, you really do not try to sneak around often, do you? Affects your ability to be silent and remain undetected. 2% decrease to detectability while trying to sneak. Your footfalls are light, 2% decrease to noise while walking. Skill unlocked, force explosion. You have so much mana that you can create a storm out of it. Creates an explosive force originating from the user all around for 5 meters. Deals 200 damage to whatever is caught in the explosion. Cost, 600 MP. Nedu squints at his computer monitor. He was working late into the night as usual when he got an intruder alert for the nearby forest. Why did she take all of those carcasses, flora and branches? Foraging materials for something? What something? Nedu's Quirk reels while trying to figure out the figure in the forest. His computer program runs the face while he still tries to figure out the puzzle. With a ding, it finishes, showing him the recent footage of her at Dagoba. Yagi has seen her. It seems her Quirk has some kind of storage device. His other program, which scans databases for matches based on images, also dings. Izumi Midoriya, her address is listed as an apartment. She plans on trying out for UA, hero course? Well, interesting enough I guess. Ah, there's the home phone. He continues reading while tapping in the home phone number. Quirkless, oh dear, that needs to be updated clearly. He calls the home phone number of the residence, but it doesn't get picked up. A sweet-sounding woman says, "If you can't get a hold of me at this time, but the call is urgent, my number is dash." The woman times it perfectly so the beep for you to record a message goes off before she can say her number. Prank the prank callers. That's one way to do it. He calls the next number on the list. Aldra really needs to up the security on their student files. A slightly tired and winded-sounding voice answers, "Hello." "Hi." Nedu answers. He's always fond of messing with humans. "Who is this?" "You sound an awful lot like Nedu, at least, through the microphone's Nedu." "Oh, she's able to recognize me from press conferences. Interesting, might be a hero fan." As a matter of fact, it is Nedu. "And I'm all might. Look, if you don't have anything important to say dash. I saw you almost trespassing in the UA forest through our cameras." The young woman on the other end sighs. "Okay, fine, if this really is Nedu, tell me something about myself." "Ah, the girl has trust issues, so she isn't ignorant enough to think I can't not have a lot of information on her. Possible abuse. You're still registered as quirkless. Though I think that changed very recently. You, for some reason, went into that forest and took lots of nonsensical items. When you came into contact with a boar, you switched from civilian attire to something resembling an underground hero and used the ground in some way to snap its neck. You then threw a throwing knife, and from the color of it, I can assume they're made out of either plastic, wood, or bone. You then shoved the carcass into wherever you put the stuff you took off of Dagoba Beach and a Yagi Tashinori's hands. When you came across a bear, you paused, for some reason, then you started ambling around in the trees, taking sticks and bark off of them before running into a lot of spiders and calling it quits. I swear, those spiders were stalking me." The young woman's breath rate increases. "Sheet, you're actually Nedu?" "Yes, now let me preface that you are not in trouble for your actions today." That gets her breath to slow a bit. Not all the way back to when she thought this was a prank call, but better. "I just wish to speak with you about your quirk. Afternoon tea later today?" Nedu hears a faint, "Sheet, it's already tomorrow?" and he chuckles before getting an affirmative. "Yes, sir. Thank you for your tolerance." "It's not a problem, Midoriya." Nedu hangs up and promptly uses high specs to guess at the new person's favorite tea. "I should call Yagi about this too, since she's met him before." Game mind runs full stop after that short conversation, keeping Izumi calm so she can talk to Raz about stuff. She pulls up an ID and brings in Raz as her trainer. "Green friend, lovely to see you. What do you need of this one?" "Hey, Raz, can you teach me how to create potions?" "Sure thing, friend. This one does not mind a little help in alchemy. First we will need," the catkin clicks his tongue a few times. "We'll start with the basic health potion, so Raz needs 2 different kinds of mushrooms from you. One is a dark color with a flatter top, while the other is light in color with tall tops. Find this one in the kitchen when you have procured them." Izumi looks through her inventory, already knowing what she should look for. She tosses 2 mushrooms on the counter after walking in. "Ah, just what this one was looking for." He takes them in hand. "Now we need a mortar and pestle. Do you know where one is?" No, Izumi didn't, but she opens her crafting menu to find, indeed, there is a mortar and a pestle schematic in there, and they can be made of wood. Her menu chimes when the items are done. She takes them out. "Good. Now crush these into dust for Raz." He tosses both mushrooms into the bowl. Raz will go take care of setting up the alchemical table. He moves over to a counter on the other side of the kitchen. Izumi uses the mortar and pestle to crush the mushrooms into dust. Raz eventually comes back in and looks at her handiwork. "Good work for a first-timer. You will be a master apothecary in no time. This one has set up the portable alchemy table over here." He drags her over to a section of countertop with a stone slab on it. Carved into the surface is a diagram. This is a basic potion-making slab, or an apothecary's slab. He points to 3 different spots on the table. Each has a different symbol. The first one is a symbol of water. This marking will surround your mixture with water. Place the mortar on it. Izumi nods and places the mortar on the symbol. Water springs forth from the bottom of the mortar and fills it up. "Good, now, over here." He points to a sigil of some kind of tornado. This one will mix the solution up in a way that will not allow the contents to spill. Place it here. Izumi does as told. The water inside seems to shake and shiver before the process finishes. Good. And finally, this last one will extract only the solids so we can put in the final touches. He points to a new sigil. This sigil is a bunch of dust particulates being blown away in a gust of wind. Izumi places the bowl on it and the dusty remains of what used to be a pair of mushrooms comes out. It gets set on the counter. Good, and now we add the blood and mix it again. Raz blasts through without explaining the blood part. Do you have any prepaid blood, or are we adding our own? Izumi checks her inventory and taps the pig carcass from earlier. Pig skin. 1 LR pig blood x4. 1 kilogram pig meat x30. 1 kilogram pig fat x20. 1 kilogram bone ingot x5. Is what's displayed for harvesting it in full. She taps the button and tries not to make a gagging noise before making a bottle out of the shattered glass from the beach and putting pig's blood in it by dragging the pig blood icon over the bottle. She then pulls it out. Ah, pig's blood. Honestly, this one did not expect you to have any donor blood, so he will make do. Raz takes the pig blood and drips it into the mortar, then he grabs it and puts it on the mixer again. And there's your health potion. He slides the mortar across the counter into Izumi's waiting hand. It will honestly taste worse than horse dung, but it will heal you. And that's all that matters in the long run, yes. Izumi nods. Alright then, friend. If that's all you need. Yes, that's all I need for tonight, thanks Raz. It is not a problem. Anything for a friend. Raz disappears and Izumi breaks the ID. Skill unlocked. Apothecary. Create potions from seemingly nothing. Potions section added to crafting menu. Different ingredients added to Tseox. Mixing added to alchemy. Fill container, water added to alchemy. Remove solids added to alchemy. Pulverize added to alchemy. Her phone immediately starts ringing. Yes. She answers. Hi, Midoriya Izumi, correct? Nezu's voice asks from the other end. Yeah. Good. I realized earlier that I hadn't told you where to meet. Me, it's at the UA gate. A teacher will greet you and bring you to my office. Izumi hums out an affirmative. I must ask though, where were you if your service was out? An ID. What is that? Something best discussed in person. Well, alright. Nezu hangs up again and Izumi gets prepared for the day ahead. It's mostly crafting practice, but still. Izumi sits on the couch with her crafting menu open. Let's see. She had already shoved the health potion into her inventory. I guess we start with refining the materials from Dagoba. Car chassis X2. Broken microwave X15. Broken refrigerator X5. Door X15. Broken motorcycle. Tire X10. Various wooden furnitures X20. 7 kilograms assorted dishes and silverware. Blocker X12. Cork boards X5. 82 kilograms broken glass shards. Izumi furrows her brow. How the hell did they even get a car down there? How strong is Mirio that he's able to drag it back up? Izumi shakes her head and goes about recycling them. 1 kilogram iron bar X1277. 1 kilogram copper bar X390. 1 kilogram carbon dust X319. 1 kilogram plastic cube X160. 1 kilogram wood cube X1480. 1 kilogram rubber cube X220. 1 kilogram cork cube X10. 1 kilogram silver bar X4. 1 kilogram ceramic ball X3. 1 kilogram gold bar. 1 kilogram glass sphere X82. 10 kilograms assorted rust and grime. Izumi lays back against the couch. What even the F is my life? I have a whole but kilogram of gold in my inventory from just junk laying on the beach. Then she recalls a certain law that made selling the materials in her inventory illegal. What the heck am I going to do with a kilogram of gold? Or silver for that matter? Well, I have an idea for the silver. She shakes her head and moves on to the materials from the woods. Yellow chitin X40. 1 LR murder hornet venom. Extreme pain and possible death if overdosed. Murder hornet wings X30. Murder Hornet Stinger X30. 500 milliliters Golden Orb Weaver Venom, moderate pain, danger of death if allergic. Spool of Yellow Spider Silk X20. 1 LR Spider Adhesive. 1 kilogram Wood Cube X40. She meditates for 10 minutes before settling on a plan. First off is getting a handle on how bows and arrows are made. Then daggers. I shouldn't look up how to make bombs for a while. Oh, I should also check with Raz about poisons. And possible holy water in case I end up fighting undead again. I doubt I'll find a reliable source on holy water in the real world. She opens her crafting menu again and also grabs her laptop from her inventory and places it on the coffee table. God, my search history is gonna put me on some kinda watch list. She shrugs and starts with the first search of the day. Old Bow Anatomy. While she's scrolling through a site about metallurgy, Yui pops in. Eat, is all she says. Izumi stands, her stomach already screaming that she needs food. Why didn't I feel hungry? She quickly makes herself a snack and eats it. Cooking leveled up. Izumi rolls her eyes at the notification before going back to her reading. She checks the time and, oh, goddammit. 3 p.m. Why didn't any of you dash? She's alone in the house. The others off doing what they do on a day off. This suddenly places a weird pressure on her skull. Game mind leaving it out there, so it feels more distant, but she still feels it. She's awful familiar with the feeling anyways. Sheet. She leaves the house. Shooting a message to the family group chat that she has stuff to do over by UA. Bakumido Family GC. Mitsu, why is that the name? Masa, Inko and Izumi are both gremlins. Ink, yeah that's fair. Aizu, a fair assessment indeed. Katsu, they even agree on it. Aizu, hey I have stuff to do near UA. If one of you gets home and are wondering where I am, that's likely where I'll be for a bit. Ink, alright sweetie, what are you doing over there though? Aizu, stuff. Not sure if allowed to say what stuff. Ink, K, just be careful. Aizu, always am, MOTHER. Ink, alright, love you, DOTHER. Mitsu, what the F dash? Izumi cracks her neck a little as she walks before changing into her running attire and picking up the pace. Stopping at the gate to UA. I know you probably see me, Nedu. The gate makes a beeping noise. Indeed I can, Midoriya. The teacher will be here soon. By chance, can I ask you your favorite tea? Green's always good. I don't really know that stuff well. Izumi shrugs. Ah, more of a coffee type then? Izumi nods. Understandable. The teacher is there. Izumi switches from looking at where the sound comes from to looking forwards, seeing a man entirely wreathed in black with a long scarf. She makes an exaggerated relieved noise. I was afraid I was going to be underdressed. Uff, game mind. She shrieks in her head as the man in front of her chuckles. The rat wants to see you, but considering that you were talking to the gate, you already know that. He gestures with a hand for her to follow him. Izumi looks up at his title. None for all. Izawa Shoda. LVL? Your Eraserhead. Izumi states as she catches up to walk next to him. How do you know that? Izawa asks, moderately impressed. Black clothes, long scarf, constantly looks like he could sleep for a century or two. Izumi lists off an eyewitness account. Plus I have that exact outfit in my kit. Let me guess. She puts on the Eraserhead cosplay outfit. This is what it looks like without the capture scarf? She tilts her head at him. Izawa's eyes widen. Interesting quirk. Thanks, I got it a few days ago. Izumi says, completely serious. Izawa, master of the poker face that he is, manages to somehow maintain his bored expression while giving off, aghast, energy. Izumi switches to a more comfortable skirt with leggings, a thin jacket covering her arms with a black shirt under it. Can't blame you for walking around in that. Stuff's practically weightless. She turns slightly so Izawa can't see her back and pulls out Raz's favorite bottle, filled with water. She takes a few sips. After a bit more stunned silence from the pro, they reach Ned's office. Izumi walks up to the door and it swings open. See ya around, Izawa. Izumi waves before walking into the room. Wait, did I ever get his name officially? Izumi shakes from her thoughts by focusing on talking with Nedu. Once again, Nedu finds himself faced with a weird enigma as far as his quirk is concerned. She called Aizawa by name, but neither I nor he said his name on the way here. The woman decides to speak first. So, you called me here to talk about my quirk? Yes. I caught sight of it on the cameras, but I'd like a bit more information. Well, my quirk is called UI and, well, here. She finally concedes to something. A little green light appears on the girl's shoulder, but then the light cuts out to reveal a tiny punk teenager with purple hair and pointed ears. Hi, I'm Yui, and since Izumi's quirk is so complicated, I was created to help her with it. Some kind of helper AI? Before you ask, no, I'm not AI or anything artificial. I have my own thoughts and feelings. There are some rules I'm forced to abide by, but other than those I'm mostly free to do whatever. Now, as for Izumi's quirk, well, she's a video game character, to put it simply. UI is an assistant-type mutation quirk. I can show her her status, what level her skills are at, accelerate the growth of said skills and stats, and help her with other things. Anything she can do, a quirkless person can do, it will just take much longer for them to get there. Lying, she used a quirk against the killer hornets. Izumi looks at him, and seems to see something. She isn't lying. Anything you saw that was unnatural in that forest, it was nothing that a quirkless person couldn't do. How did you know I thought she was lying? Trauma. She answers simply. And nobody would simply look at me stomping a wall into place and go, yeah, okay, sure. A quirkless person could do that. Since in this FNG society the quirkless are treated like trash. She shakes her head, likely keeping a rant from happening. But yeah, the answer your quirk is looking for all of my skills and the way I navigated the forest, is magic. Nedu analyzes Izumi's expression. She isn't lying. She fully believes in magic. Alright, let's say I don't believe you, how would you prove it? He says, trying to hide his disbelief. It doesn't seem to work on the girl though, since she seemed to be anticipating this with her quick answer. Could you bring someone you trust that has either an emitter or a transformation type quirk here? If it does work, we'll need someone that can keep secrets well. Nedu nods, tapping a button on his computer and sending the message to Aizawa. Speaking of someone I trust, how did you know that teacher's name? Yui said I was a game character. It's exactly what it says on the tin. I can see nameplates with a nickname, a real name, and a level. Though most heroes' levels are blanked out for me. Most have 3 question marks, Yagi's has 4, so does yours. Also, before you ask, your nickname is just Mustila Cryptid. What's Aizawa's? None for all. Nezu's breath hitches and he chokes on his tea right as Aizawa comes in. Luckily he's able to hide it. Aizawa, my friend here has told me something, and we'd like you to verify. Nedu nods at his friend's look. Okay, I want you to close your eyes and focus on activating your quirk. Every process of it, alright? Aizawa furrows his brow and looks at his boss, who nods. Aizawa closes his eyes. You should, if your quirk works with this, feel some kind of energy come from somewhere around your chest and go into your eyes. Aizawa activates his quirk, his eyelids glowing slightly because of it. He lets go in surprise when he actually felt what the woman was talking about. What the hell was that? A thing. Now I want you to try and hold it there, and since I think I know how your quirk works, I want you to keep it there and blink with it held. He activates his quirk, and blinks, keeping his mental fingers on the sensation of whatever this was in his eyes. When he opens his eyes, it's like his field of view changed, and everything got brighter and more detailed. What the hell? He squints, and the feeling snaps away. I think that is enough to prove my claims, Nedu. The woman huffs. Before you ask about the color, everyone's magic is different. Mine's jade green. My brother's is a burnt orange, and a friend of ours has a neon pink color to hers. Magic? Aizawa asks, stunned. Izumi makes a popping noise with her mouth. Yeah, magic. Try that feeling again. This time without activating your quirk, just grab the feeling and shove it into your eyes. He debates following the instructions for a second before Nedu nods to him, so he closes his eyes again and grasps at the feeling of mana in his eyes. Using a strange feeling in his gut, he drags the mana forth and recreates the feeling. What the hell? He opens his eyes and looks around the room, noticing that everything feels like it's in excessive detail. This time the feeling snaps away when he wills it to. But now he can feel a large ball of mana inside himself. You can feel the ball now, can't you? The young woman asks. Aizawa looks at her with a squint and a furrowed brow. Who even are you? Answering a question with a question, pretty rude but alright. My name's Izumi Midoriya. I gained access to my quirk a few days back and it taught me magic. Hell, I can even make a health potion. She produces a bottle of clear red liquid from her jacket and sets it on the desk. She then starts glowing green and emitting a mist of the same color. This is my version of your eye enhancement. It enhances my muscles and skin to resist blows and in general, be stronger. I discovered it after focusing on a spell called Force Push. Before she says those final words, she opens a palm and points it at the carpet. When she says the words, a jade green ball of light seems to fall out of her hand at a ridiculous speed, hitting the carpet with a loud thump. Midoriya then asks him a question again. So can you feel the ball? Aizawa squints, but nods. This turns out to be a bad idea as his brain feels like it's on FANG fire right now. Good, now take that feeling in your eyes and spread it around your body. That's what I did to create mana skin. Aizawa does as told, but Midoriya looks at him confused before chuckling to herself. Oh, and the headache has gotten worse. Lovely. Of course. If at least vaguely explained, it becomes easier for others to try the spell. Midoriya shouts. Nedu cackles softly from his chair, turning both of their attentions to him. Oh, don't mind me, the headmaster reveals a pointy smile. Actually, I wasn't planning on this when I agreed to this meeting, but since two heroes don't even know about it, even one who is as knowledgeable as you, I want you to reveal magic to the public. I don't really care how you do it, write an article, go to the government, whatever. If you do make money from the discovery, do not give me the whole thing if you feel obligated to give me any. I have a notebook where I wrote down about how I've instructed people to use magic. I don't want to be a hero that constantly has eyes on her just because she can use multiple quirks. She shakes her head. I'm already getting annoyed by all the attention I'm getting. Are you looking to be an underground hero then? Nedu asks. Aizawa shuffles to the other chair next to Midoriya, falling into it and holding his head from the headache. No. I'm also way too fond of the idea of making people feel safe for that. Though underground heroics sounds much more fun than above ground sometimes. Izumi shrugs. I could go either way, I guess. I want people to feel safe when I'm around, but I also don't like having attention on me. A discussion for the future then. Now, since Aizawa and I are properly introduced to magic, can you explain your quirk in full? Are you sure? It's a long explanation and new features are added from time to time. Hell, I didn't even have a map at first dash. Yes, I'm sure. Aizawa doesn't have a class this year and your quirk has been an anomaly since my quirk found out about it. Okay, well first there are the achievements. Midoriya then goes on a 30-minute ramble about her quirk and its systems. Izumi stops around IDs. This next part, I don't think is very responsible to release to the public. IDs are subspaces I can create. They're separate from reality, but distance traveled in one counts as distance traveled out of one. Working with my quirk makes it so it can create actual dungeons, like out of a video game, and said dungeons give me rewards. I got 10,000 yen, an outfit, a title, and this bottle. She produces Raz bottle out of her jacket trick as the reward for completing the easy dungeon. Me and my brother and friend are going to try the normal one later this week. Nedu seems to ponder this for a while. What do these dungeons entail? Fighting monsters, possibly doing a quest, then fighting a boss at the end. Her shoulders tense, realizing that heroes probably can't let her fight monsters. As a hero, I can't let you do this unsupervised. Izumi sighs. Yeah, realize that as I said it. That doesn't mean I can't supervise you though. And how, pray tell, would you do that? Izumi tilts her head, genuinely curious despite game mind making her come off as sarcastic. Nedu pays it no mind, much to Izumi's happiness. Well, tell me more details about this part and I'm sure I can come up with something. Izumi explains all she knows about dungeons, which is admittedly not much. We can have Aizawa go in with you, as in, have him in the party, but stay out of the dungeon unless you send a message. Or have him follow you in and keep on watch while you fight without him. The second would be the best one, but we can't know if it will affect your experience. Yui appears again, still sitting on Izumi's shoulder. Actually, you have someone who was specifically made to explain stuff like that. As long as Aizawa doesn't join in fighting a monster, it'll be fine. Though he'll have to accept that whatever he runs into in the dungeons are monsters. No matter how human-looking, they will always go for a kill, and they won't stop until they're dead. Aizawa nods, rather subdued-looking but still. Wonderful. Now, do you have a set date for this dungeon? Izumi looks at Nedu, a little confused, before shaking her head. No, I want it to be at least 50 in each stat, which I can technically get done right now. Are your friends busy? Nedu asks, feigning innocence. Izumi pulls up the party chat. Party. WMS. You guys busy? Bomberanian. Nah, just walking around really. Literal deity. I don't think I have anything planned for the rest of the day. My party isn't busy, no. Great. Call them over here. Party. WMS. Okay, long story short, Nedu wants both of you to come to UA. Bomberanian. What the f did you do? Literal deity. On W? Is that how you use that? WMS. Yes, it is. And I may or may not have accidentally gone near the UA forest on a foraging spree, and Nedu saw me use my quirk, which apparently caused his quirk to start trying to piece it together, and now I've told him and a teacher here about magic and the dungeons. Nedu wants to send a teacher here in with us because as a hero he can't legally allow me to do as we did with the first dungeon. Bomberanian. FUCK. WMS. Indeed. It takes barely any time for the messages to come in. Party. Bomberanian. I was already nearby. Tell Nedu I'm here. Literal deity. I have also arrived. I presume your party members are the two at my gate right now? Nedu asks, looking at his screen. Yeah. Hold on, I can drag him to me. Izumi disappears from the room and reappears with Yaoyorozu and Katsuki in tow. These are my brother and my friend. Bakugo Katsuki and Yaoyorozu Momo. Yaoyorozu bows fluidly while Katsuki seems to struggle with it. Nedu claps his paws. Excellent. Now, as I'm sure she told you in whatever paragraph she sent there, I want you all to enter your next dungeon with Aizawa here. Nedu gestures to the haggard man. And since none of you are busy, I figured there isn't any time like the present. Feel free to decline, of course. Nedu adds that last part on a bit hastily. Izumi looks at her friends. Katsuki already looks fired up while Yaoyorozu contemplates it for a moment before nodding. Izumi opens her status panel with a hold on a sec. Name, Izumi Midoriya. Title, Woman of Many Skills. Guilds, no current affiliation. Level, 13. Max HP, 1280. Max MP, 1500. Max SP, 1160. Estot, 63. Vit, 64. Dex, 52. AGI, 53. And 50. Wis, 50. Luck, 19. TV, 60. SKP, 39. 16,200 yen. Passives, Game Body, Game Mind, Perfect Control, Double Jointed, Extensive Pool, Eidetic Memory, Quick Thinking, Faster Recovery, 5%, Basic Elemental Affinity, Scientific Method, Iron Fists, Flash Step, Fast Hands, 10.6%, I'm Walkin' Here, Iron Skin, 12.8%, Godlike Muscles, Punch Through, 12.6%. Elemental Affinities, Air, 20, Water, 15, Fire, 10, Earth, 10. She adds 31 points into LUK. Achievement unlocked, Lucky Lady. Condition reached, 50 stat points in LUK. Rewards. Passives gained. Requirement to get to next 50 increased. Novice Gambler title added. Novice Gambler gear added to wardrobe. Plus 3 Skippy. Izumi snorts at the title of the class, before moving on to the passives. Passive gained, Lucky Lady. Lady Luck is on your side always. Most normal monsters will always drop their normal materials, higher chance for rare drops. Passive gained, How did you miss? Increases likelihood of enemy missing you by 0.2% per LUK point. Current, 10%. Neat. Okay, I'm ready. Izumi creates a dungeon after inviting Aizawa into the group. Once everyone gathers themselves, Izumi walks through the fog gate that appears on the wall after creating a normal dungeon. Here we go. Izumi walks out in a dead forest, all of the trees are gray and leafless, the ground is just dirt, so it's clearly not autumn, and there's an eerie hissing sound coming from all around. It's light out, so there's that going for her at least. Rogue outfit, ninja gear. Her clothes change to the rogue armor while she gains new sheaths on her body and a pouch just above her but on her back. There are 2 sheaths attached to her forearms with 2 daggers inside. The part holding the blades are on the underside of her forearms. She also gains 2 sets of 5 throwing knife sheaths on each thigh, each with a single, shiny, throwing knife in them. She sends the signal through the party chat and her party soon follows through the fog. Katsuki looks at Izumi's appearance. Ding, you even has better style with armor than you do. Izumi sticks her tongue out at him after moving her mask off her face. She moves it back on soon after. That hissing sounds familiar, so there's probably undead here at least. Eraser, I know you know how to fight, but some undead can regenerate, so here. She pulls a dagger out from behind her back using an inventory sleight of hand trick. It's silver, and if what the myths and my analysis says are true, it should hurt the undead a lot better than your standard weapon would. Aizawa wordlessly nods. A little bit surprised at the change in attitude. The woman had a small tick or 3 that would show she was nervous, but as soon as they got in the dungeon, all of her ticks disappeared, replaced by another, giddy, happy feeling. She might be excited to fight something without consequences. I know I would be if I grew up practically quirkless. Eraserhead hums while accepting the knife. He pulls his goggles onto his head. Right, so Katsuki is gonna play tank, Yaoyorozu can either be damage or support, I'll be healer and damage. Why am I the tank this time? You have built-in fire spells and most undead are weak to that. If these ones aren't, then we'll switch, but since I'm the only one in the party with a healing spell and a health potion recipe, I figured this would be the best configuration. Katsuki nods. Alright, fine. What's the strategy for a tank? Izumi grins, knowing full well he'll have the time of his life with this. The most important thing is that during the boss runs you keep the boss attention on you. Otherwise just do what we did in the last dungeon. You don't have to take hits, so try and dodge when you can. Katsuki, once again, nods, this time with a feral grin stretched on his features. Supports do as their titles say, you support the group by doing what you can. If, for example, I run out of throwing knives and need more materials to make them, I'd ask you to make me some silver, since that's what the ones on me right now are made of. Okay, how many can you make per kilo of silver? About 10. I have some extra on me right now, but that's also generally how my quirk measures bars of dash. She's interrupted by Katsuki screaming. That. In the most scared voice she's ever heard from him. Izumi looks in the direction he is. A man stands there, his eyes dull and lifeless, face sunken and pale, yet still he walks. He wears a metal set of armor, though it looks remarkably old, the chainmail underneath rusted, the chest plate cracked in places. His eyes glow an ice blue. In his lifeless arms are a pair of twin swords. Game mind latches onto her mind and lets her still think calmly. Yaoyorozu and Katsuki seem to have the same thing happen. She steps forward. Okay team, it's go time. She shouts while flashing forward, her daggers coming out of their sheaths and into her hands. She activates mana skin while moving forward. The zombie suddenly seems to gain some life as its head cracks up to look at her, the weapons in its hands suddenly shifting to be held like a normal person would hold a weapon. She stabs it in the neck with the knife before the zombie could attack. The sound of sizzling flesh almost makes Izumi celebrate. She backs off and waits for a different opportunity, but the zombie bursts into smoke. Okay, so these guys aren't nearly as strong as I thought they would be. Izumi grabs a knife and throws it straight into the head of a zombie behind the first. The hissing sounds get louder as she looks around. Hundreds of walking corpses in this forest. All wearing the same two kinds of armor. Colored either red or blue. A burial site for a massive battle? Izumi furrows her brow while stabbing another zombie, straight in the head. Aizawa watches on as these teenage kids, mow down the undead in the forest. Midoriya keeps disappearing and reappearing just to stab something and disappear again. Bakugo is using his explosions to leave their faces as smoldering craters. And Yaoyorozu just straight up forms a sword made of silver and starts decapitating the dead like it's a FNG normal, but Sunday he knows that he's probably just not being affected by the quirk of Midoriya, whereas Bakugo obviously had been what with screaming like a terrified child before suddenly sprinting forward and exploding one. Aizawa does not like this, but at least he knows that the kids won't really feel trauma from this, due to Midoriya's quirk. Midoriya appears next to him and throws a knife. Where did this child get so many throwing knives? And where the hell did she get them silvered? It flies fast through the air and sinks into the head of another zombie. She then sprints off and appears in front of another zombie, dodges backwards as it reacts a bit faster than the ones they had been fighting, and slashes its throat. He hears a muttered, "So there are elites," before she shouts, "The elites have necklaces on. Blues have wolves." Affirmative grunting noises come from the other party members as they continue to work their way through the dead forest. Bakugo eventually shouts back, "Reds have birds," before punching the zombie's head in. Problem children, all of them. Aizawa shakes his head. After a lot of zombie killing, the party finally finds a safe zone within the forest. Safe area. Rest up. Katsuki and Yaoyorozu both heave a sigh of relief at this. Izumi grabs the water bottle from her inventory and tosses it to Katsuki, who catches it and immediately downs a few gulps, then he passes it to Yaoyorozu, who does the same, albeit a bit more politely. Izumi pulls off her mask and hood. "Okay team, so we've fought, how many? Yui. Yufinji nutsos. Right, we've fought 200 zombies in this forest. Yet we still haven't found a boss. Right, forgot to ask this. Yui, if I get a quest notification, show it?" "Sure." Usus. Okay, so she's interrupted by a ding. Wow, wasn't expecting that, but okay. Quest accepted, Def. You have found a forest full of zombified soldiers. Explore the eradicated enlistee forest. Objectives. Find the source of the undead. So we have to find the source of the undead. I think I already know how we can do that. But first, Yaoyorozu, do you need food? If you have it, I'll take it. Yaoyorozu says, forgetting her politeness for a second. I don't have it, but I can make it. Izumi turns a bit of the wood in her inventory into sticks before dragging them out and placing them in a pile. There's no dry brush around here. Katsuki only has sparks as a fire starter. Would small chips of wood burn easily? She figures, might as well try, and turns some of the wood into about paper-thin slices. They light easier than the sticks. Izumi then creates a metal plate to place over the fire, held up by 4 prongs that go directly into the ground. She then goes to the pig meat in her inventory and visibly squints at her crafting screen before letting out an ecstatic yay. 1 kilogram pig meat. 375 g pig fat. MP, 400. Make, 1+. I need to learn more alchemy so I can just do all of this from my menu, plus I doubt this is going to taste very good. She thinks as she takes a swig out of the bottle. It's going to make a kilo of meat. I think we're good with just 1. Hey Yui, do things spoil in my inventory? There's an option for it, but currently no. Great. I should have packed more food. Izumi sulks slightly before letting the meat get torn to pieces in her inventory, then placing it on the heated table. If enchanting is a thing, I'm totally making a pan that can heat up on its own. Or like a really strong hot plate. She creates 4 basic 2-pronged forks. She hands 2 off to her friends before turning to the tired man. I literally stored a whole pig worth of meat and fat in my inventory, so if you want some, there's more than enough. My quirk lets me do stuff like this. They initiate a staring contest because Aizawa does not want to get involved in this group. Eventually the man concedes and walks over to the group of teens with a sigh. And now they're just casually eating like they didn't just fight 2 FING armies worth of undead and come out practically unscathed. What the F dash? Aizawa finishes chewing on a bite of meat he took. So how long have you guys actually been doing this? They have the attitudes of experienced heroes, not teens. This is me and Katsuki's second time, while it's Yaoyorozu's first. Midoriya sighs after gulping down some water. Aizawa didn't get the answer he wanted. And let me just say, this is a lot more exhilarating than I thought it would be. She yawns, and a lot more exhausting too. She rests her arms beside her, the sword she generated at the beginning of this dungeon stabbed into the ground at her side. I just wasn't expecting the zombies. Last time it was skeletons, so I guess I should have expected something undead, but still. Bakugo shrugs. I do like the lack of combat panic Izumi's quirk gives though. Wouldn't be nearly as okay as I am right now if it didn't work like that. Or would need to talk to my therapist. You need to do more stamina training, high class. Yaoyorozu points a slightly exhausted hand at him. You can say that when you have to lug around these all day. She points to her chest. True. I was born with the ability to grow those, got that changed before I had them though. Both completely forget about politeness. Bakugo, Aizawa suspects, just isn't very polite, while Yaoyorozu is due to her exhaustion. Alright, both of you need to eat before you give Aizawa more personal information that he doesn't need to know. Izumi shoves a fork into a part of the pig before shoving it Yaoyorozu's way. Yaoyorozu gladly takes the meat off the fork. Midoriya stands up and stretches her back. Right? I'm gonna dig around in my level and skill notifications. You give me all of them. The woman seems to wince from some noise flooding her ear. Wow, okay. What's happening? Bakugo asks. Midoriya looks to him. It's a surprise. She decides simply. You're always such a effing gremlin. He sighs. Almost sad that that's one of the reasons I'm glad you're my sister. Wow, a genuine compliment from the Bakugo Katsuki. I must be losing my marbles. The woman grins before actually letting marbles fall out of one of her storage panel things. Oh look, there they go, she sing-songs. The marbles fall into another panel before they can bounce everywhere. How the hell do you do that? Bakugo asks. You've only had the quirk for days. I tell Yui the plan and she opens the panels in the right places. I'm also slowly getting a better handle on it. I can do a sleight of hand trick by reaching behind my back on my own. Thinking of the item allows me to grab it when I reach into the panel. She relays. She goes back to her notifications for a second before a holy sheet leaves her mouth as her jaw slacks. Sorry, got to the drop list. She shakes her head. You and your party killed 150 zombified foot soldiers. XP, 15,000 each. Loot. You're always going to be the only one with an inventory, so I'm gonna stop saying it. XS crystallized mana X 150. Red torn cloth X 75. Blue torn cloth X 75. Tattered armor X 150. Discarded sword X 24. Discarded spear X 50. Discarded shield X 30. Leveled up X 21. What the F dash? Should this really be like this? Most pro heroes are in the hundreds of levels. Some even in the thousands. It may seem overpowered now, but it's not, really. And that's without magic. Now that they're going to actually know about the stuff, their levels are going to get even higher. And I don't know if you've noticed, but fighting monsters isn't exactly normal. You and your party are benefiting from this. Wait, what are the people in my party gaining from this? While your intelligence stat directly increases your mana, theirs depends on the monsters they kill. The monsters all have excess mana. When they die it goes into you. You get it as levels, they get it as mana pool increases. That's actually how it works with your quirk. The EXP is actually excess power. Not experience. We call it that though because it's easier for others to understand like that. We use the EXP to empower you or give you new knowledge. That's the skill points and stat points. Okay, Izumi says, I'll trust you for now. You and your party killed 50 zombified elite soldiers. XP, 10,000 each. Loot. S crystallized mana x 50. Red torn cloth x 25. Blue torn cloth x 25. Tattered armor x 50. Fenrir pendant x 25. Phoenix pendant x 25. Morning star x 1. Leveled up x 12. Izumi sighs. I'm gonna be drowning in materials if this dungeon keeps this up. Is that a bad thing? Yaoyorozu asks. Not really, it just feels like cheating. Izumi leans against one of the dead trees. All of you had to work extremely hard for your power while I just walk over here and grind for a bit, then boom, I have a ton of materials, several levels stored away, and discover real magic along the way. Katsuki looks at her like she's crazy. Izumi, you went through more DMED hardship than me or Yaoyorozu while waiting for your ability to show. You told me, my family, and an entire FING classroom that someone attempted to RPE you. Aizawa winces, but it goes unnoticed by the teens. Along with the several SXL assault suits Mama is filing, you also said that several of your peers tried to kill you. Legitimate murder. Katsuki chuckles flatly. And you say only we had to work for our power? Sure, we trained our abilities, you are too, you're just growing faster. But here's the thing, Izumi, you had to stay sane through all of that. A tear slides down Katsuki's face. Ugh, one day as your brother and I already have emotions. Disgusting. Izumi snorts, though her eyes have reddened as well. Come here, Biti. She opens her arms for a hug. You're the reason we're both crying. Izumi spots Yaoyorozu off to the side, also trying to cover her face. Or I guess all three of us are crying. She gestures for Yaoyorozu to join in. The young woman gets up and pads over guiltily. At least until Izumi grabs her wrist and drags her in. Hugs are nice when I expect them, Izumi thinks. Soft and warm. The hug breaks after a while and Izumi sighs in happiness. Alright team, it's time to get to that boss. Her expression sharpens. Izumi opens her inventory and uses the spell book, Clairvoyance. The compass is just glowing a little brighter, so it's probably a search the area quest. She uses the spell after holding her head with healing hands active. Wow, I do not blame Aizawa for squinting after enhancing his eyes. This feels weird. A softly glowing green smoke rises from the ground to guide Izumi to her destination. She does a follow me gesture with her right hand. Left hand already having a dagger in it. Yaoyorozu grabs her sword and yanks it out of the ground before walking after them. Aizawa is torn now. On one hand, these three are the scariest FING teens he's ever been around. On the other, if Bakugo hadn't said that her mother is doing something about it, Aizawa would have adopted Midoriya so fast. He wants to introduce them to Hitoshi, but then he might start becoming like them, and that sounds terrifying. Still, he knows his kid's being bullied, might as well get him a group of friends. He needs a plan to get them in the same room without Hitoshi just sneaking away. He also needs to tell Nedu about this. All of this. But he isn't sure he wants to talk to the rat for as long as it would take. One thing that he is not torn on, however, is that he needs a nap. Okay, so first off is finding the exact thing that is letting these undead rise, which might be another monster, or it could be some kind of magical device. Izumi says, slightly muttering to herself. Given that this is a dungeon, and from my research, all dungeons tend to have an end boss, it's probably another monster. Yaoyorozu says, casually walking with her sword leaning against her shoulder. Katsuki just shrugs. Either way we need to find it. Where are we walking to anyways? Oh, right, I had a spellbook collecting dust in my inventory. It was called Clairvoyance, and considering what that tends to be and the weird gas trail I'm seeing, it lets the user see the path to the current goal. My current goal is finding whatever's causing this, so this trail should lead me there. Alright. Katsuki says. Hey, not that I don't like punching things in the face with my bare fists or anything, but, can I get something to do that with? Why not use mana skin? This is the perfect place to practice. All people here know about magic. I kind of forgot about it. Fair enough. Izumi giggles slightly. She suddenly stops in the center of a clearing, looking down at where the trail of green ended. Alright, trail ends here. Spread out and scream if you see something. She looks back up to see a nameplate at the edge of the forest. Mother of Dread. Level 80. Never mind. Over there. It's level 80. She points towards the edge of the clearing and the monster shrieks. The monster seems to be a woman. She has some kind of beating chunk of red flesh attached to her right shoulder and another in her right eye. Oh, and her fingernails are a foot long each and sharp looking. Izumi flashes forward and brings her dagger to the woman's eye. A field stops her from advancing though. She has a shield. She relays to her teammates before backing off and tossing a bunch of dirt from the ground into the monster's face before stealthing. A weird sense of calm flows through her as she enters stealth. I need to stab one of the red things. She backs off a bit and readies a knife. Guided throw, she says in her head, and the knife starts glowing along with her eyes. Both just gaining a slight jade glow. She aims for the red on the woman's shoulder. Katsuki finally got moving at this point, keeping all of the boss attention on him by repeatedly beating on its shield. Yaoyorozu had made a shield made of silver at some point and was running around taking out the boss ads by either bashing their heads in with the shield or decapitation. Aizawa actually winds up fighting a couple undead. He just wraps his capture weapon around their necks and stabs them. Izumi finally lets loose the knife. And the knife flies fast, and this is when Izumi finds out that the Mother of Dread doesn't have a full body shield, as the knife pierces the pulsating flesh. Izumi hides as the woman shrieks while the red flesh burns off. Izumi weaves between the trees before flash stepping in front of the woman. She goes in for a stab, but once again the woman releases an ear-piercing screech. She backs off and lets Katsuki take back aggro while thinking up a game plan. Right, so she can't block if I get within a certain range first, though she can counter with a really loud shriek. I have an idea. She flash steps to Yaoyorozu and relays her plan. Then to Aizawa, she lightens the load of monsters a bit before returning to the front line. Katsuki, drag her over. Katsuki gives a curt nod before dodging backwards, away from the woman's sharp foot-length claws. As Katsuki gets the monster over to Izumi, Izumi thinks, if my stat points are excess magic, should I just use them? They aren't benefiting me just sitting in there. She's cut from her thoughts to the sound of Katsuki exploding with his quirk nearby. She flash steps past the woman's shield again, and this time she pierces a throwing knife into the red flesh in the woman's eye socket. Then she backsteps again. The woman shrieks in pain, before falling over, convulsing for a little bit. Then, something that nobody was expecting, she started regaining color in her skin. What the F dash? Katsuki asks, and all Izumi can do is shrug. The nails on the woman start receding as the sunkness in her cheeks also starts returning to a more healthy complexion. Eventually, instead of a pale, sunken zombie of a woman, they have a dark-skinned elfin woman with a missing eye. Her hair is still a pale white. Izumi looks up at the woman's nameplate to see that it changed. Enchantress. LVL? Even her name changed. Strange. The woman lays there for a bit, so Izumi moves over to Yaoyorozu and Katsuki and starts using her healing hands on them while Aizawa checked for a pulse on the woman. I know Yui said that all monsters will try to kill, but just a warning, Aizawa, she might not be an enemy. My out-of-combat regeneration is on. Aizawa nods as he brings his hand back to his side. She has a pulse. Objective: find out who Kirya is. The new objective pops right as Kirya bolts upright. Ow. She goes to hold her head, but her hand stops at her eye. She feels out where the red boil used to be. What the? Oh God, the infestation hive. She tries to get up before noticing the other people nearby. Izumi starts before the woman can spiral, or potentially attack a friend. Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah. I lost an eye, not an ear. Kirya responds in an annoyed posh accent. What's your name? Izumi continues asking, ignoring the woman's annoyance. Kirya. She answers. An enchanter who was out here for materials, and discovered something disturbing. And that is the woman sighs. A big FING problem. There's a hive in this forest. Obviously made by some kind of necromancer. Sheet, a continuation? Izumi thinks before asking a final question. Can you lead us to it? We're here to take it out. Sure. The woman nods tiredly. Though how did you get past the zombies? Izumi flicks up a silver dagger. We hunt a lot of undead. She hides it back in its place. We don't have to take off right now. Do you need anything? The woman glares at Izumi for a second before sighing. Yeah. I could use some food. Izumi grabs some of the ham that they didn't eat but was cooked out of her inventory and hands it over. The woman silently places a tiny bit of it in her mouth before putting it all in and chewing vigorously. Thanks, she says after swallowing. She then brings out a very familiar-looking bottle. Oh, do you know a catkin named Razumdar? Izumi asks. Yeah, he was a member of my raid team. Why? Kirya eyes her suspiciously. Izumi smiles. I met him in a crypt a while back. Some skeletons stole his bracers. Kirya snorts. Definitely sounds like him. I assume you recognized my bottle then? I gave him a matching one because he kept forgetting to bring water with him while we delved. Izumi giggles with a nod to her question. We didn't bring any and he asked us who doesn't bring water to a crypt. Smug as always then. Kirya sighs while finally straightening up. Alright, let's go clear this hive. They owe me an eye. The woman huffs as she pulls out a crystal. Said crystal starts glowing briefly before the woman says, anyone got anything they want to do before fighting the hive? Izumi thinks on this. I have all of my throwing knives, which is about 30 since the start of this dungeon. My strikes can be enhanced with fire if I use hand-to-hand. I still haven't used Laughing Ghost, Assassinate, or Blade Fan. Okay team, this time I'll take the ads out while you both go in on the boss with Kirya, Eraser, you keep watch over them mainly. Her team looks at her with confusion, but they nod. Aizawa nods as well. At least she didn't tell him not to watch her. Alright, we ready? Izumi looks over, her team and Aizawa nod. We're ready, Kirya. Alright, this stone will open up a portal to where the hive heart lies. We destroy the hive. She says, tossing the stone that glowed earlier into the air. It explodes in a flash of light, forming a portal in thin air. Word of warning though, hive possession is a BSTRD to deal with. The woman spares no time in just walking through without telling them what she means by that. Izumi looks to her team and shrugs, before drawing her daggers and walking through. Aizawa watches on as Bakugo, Yaoyorozu and Kirya all take on some kind of big sinewy heart made of eyes. Honestly, if he didn't have Midoriya's quirk affecting him due to getting into a scuffle, he suspects he would be very disgusted. Something shifts in the corner of his eye. A few ads have appeared now. Midoriya quickly moves into dispatch. She sneaks up behind them, then suddenly disappears when the first one gets a new piercing in their throat. Appearing behind another one, taking them out, then moving on to the next. Eventually, one of the zombies sees her before she moves on. She seems to click her tongue before throwing a knife into the skull of the zombie and returning to sneaking around and disappearing and reappearing. After a small pile of bodies would have started forming, the sound of ethereal laughing haunts the flesh-covered room. Oh, right, Aizawa forgot to mention, the entire room is textured much like the big sinewy heart, pus leaking out of some of the walls. My kid would probably make good friends with these guys. He sighs as the thought reasserts itself. It's gonna be a long talk with Nedu after this. He wraps a zombie in his capture weapon and drags it into the dagger. Maybe I should incorporate a baton for uncooperative villains. Store it on my hip so I can still use my weapon efficiently when needed. The woman that they were fighting back in the field shouts something now. I need a bit to prepare an attack. Keep its minions off me. She then moves backwards and pulls a bunch of light blue stones out of a pouch. She starts assembling them. Midoriya shouts after finishing off her current target. You heard the lady. All hands on ads. Both who were attacking the boss grinned and turned to fight off the ads. At about 30 defeated undead, the woman stands up. Take this, you fleshy effing abomination. She shouts while throwing a brightly glowing blue stone into the air. Said stone bursts into light and then splits into 3 separate pieces. Said pieces fly straight into 3 of the eyes and detonate with a lot of light and blue fire. The ground shakes as a screeching noise originates from somewhere while the fleshy thing burns up. The floor also catches, turning into stone flooring before Aizawa's eyes. The heart recedes as it burns into nothing but ash, then it abruptly bursts into black smoke like the rest of the monsters they've been fighting in this forest. I like her already. Bakugo mutters, causing Midoriya to snort. Kirya walks over to the corpse. Where's its magic stone? Izumi tenses as a ding assaults her senses. Objective: give Kirya the crystallized mana of the Heart of Dread, or keep it for yourself. I don't see any benefit in keeping it for myself. Izumi pulls out the mentioned crystal and holds it out for the lady, a lie coming off her tongue, smooth as butter due to game mind. Sorry about the confusion, one of my pouches automatically moves any monster drops into its subspace. Do you want any more from it? Nah, I just like keeping the magic stones from beasts that take a lot for me to battle. Izumi looks around at the room now that the Heart of Dread was gone. It looked like a church from an old video game. Past where the heart was is another room. Objective: search for clues as to who created the Heart of Dread. I think I already have an idea, since we're meeting Raz, friend. She walks into the other room, dagger still out in case more zombies swarm her. Where are you going? Kirya asks, tilting her head. Figured I should check this out, see if we can't figure out who caused this mess. Okay. Kirya shrugs. Need help with that? Nah, I've got a few spells up my sleeve. Izumi replies. Clairvoyance. Her eyes gain a dim glow as she looks around the room. A stained glass window is on the other side of where the heart once pulsed, depicting some kind of religious figure gesturing to ghost-like entities in a follow me kind of way. Ugh, of course necromancers would disgrace a church to the god of crossing. Kirya rolls her eyes. Hey, are the zombies in this forest going to die out soon? Izumi asks, and Kirya looks at her like she's grown a second head. No? Haven't you heard of the law of war dread? Izumi shakes her head while still looking around for the objective. It's the law that means that whenever a war or huge battle occurs, the souls lost will haunt the location for however many souls died in years. It causes the resurrection and preservation of corpses. It was made by the god of life and the god of crossing to dissuade more wars. The poor bastards out there were the first victims of the law. Hundreds of thousands were killed in that war. Izumi cringes. Sounds terrible. It is sometimes. For enchanters like me it's a blessing, because the zombies drop a lot of crystallized mana. I've contemplated just living in this area for a while. Izumi hums in amusement, before her expression widens. Can you teach me enchanting sometime? Depends, how much you gonna pay me? The woman asks, before snickering. Nah, it's fine, come meet me sometime and I'll help ya. Sweet, thank you. Izumi says. Then she finally sees a glowing outlined piece of scrap paper. Found it. Izumi huffs as she has to use analysis on it to be able to read it. Yep, knew it. It's the crow's den again. They're the ones we ran into with Razumdar. Specifically, they spewed a bunch of hate about the god of crossing, dissed whoever received the letter, and it ends with a ramble about their clever plot to turn the entire forest into a hive playground. Once the hive gained control over the church, it was able to start dragging any souls nearby to defend if needed. Which is probably why we ended up fighting the zombies back there. From that point on it's just mutterings about the hive eventually becoming the entire forest, which 1, disgusting, 2, sounds ridiculous. This is why I hate necromancers. Kirya sighs. Raz is probably tracking them down. I'll get into contact with him and maybe get on the mission for these BSTRDS. They still owe me an eye. The woman glares at the piece of paper before turning and strutting out of the room. She's kinda ho-dash. Izumi forces that train of thought to a stop before walking out of the room. All right, team, status report. Nothing to report. Yaoyorozu replies curtly. The other two nod. I have something then. This was the work of the Crows Denver. For those who don't know, Aizawa and Yaoyorozu, They were the ones who caused the first dungeon me and Katsuki had to clear. So that storyline continued, Aizawa mutters. Yes. So I believe that in the next dungeon we have to face, we will also have to potentially deal with the Crow's Den in some capacity. Possibly the necromancers themselves, possibly just another one of their schemes. Izumi sighs afterwards. That's all I have to report. Now let's go home. Kirya decides to pipe up now. I have a crystal that's bound for the border of this forest. It will bring us all back if you want a quick getaway. Izumi nods to her, so the woman tosses up a small rock that explodes into a portal, showing the edge of the forest. Izumi once again draws her daggers before walking through. The cool air on her face makes her relax so much that she almost collapses to her knees from exhaustion. Yui, save all notifications for when I get home. She can almost feel Yui nod to that comment. Well, I have to get to hunting down Raz. Good luck to you all. The enchanter salutes before taking off into the fog gate. Aizawa huffs. We should also head back. God knows how much time we spent here. Izumi nods and walks through. As soon as everyone makes it to the other side, Izumi breaks the ID and sits on the floor of Nezu's office. Wait a minute. Izumi stands up after about 10 minutes of sitting there, zoned out. So first off we fought zombies this time, and some kind of big undead heart thing. Don't know what I got for a reward yet, since I asked Yui to hold all notifications until I get home. Speaking of, can I go? I'm sorry, but I'm absurdly mentally taxed right now and need to meditate for longer than 10 minutes to get rid of that. Nezu smiles pointily. Absolutely. Aizawa here can give me a report anyways. Izumi nods tiredly and walks out the door. Sheet, I forgot about Yagi. Nezu chuckles again. Already called and told him you'd be late today. He should still be at the beach. Izumi nods again as she walks out the door, her companions in tow. Thanks for the meeting, Mr. Nezu. I'm no longer a teacher nor am I your headmaster. Just Nezu is fine. The mustelid waves her off. Izumi yawns with another nod. God, I'm doing that a lot lately. She sighs and starts jogging. I gotta get the stuff from Yagi before heading back home. Momo, could you bring Katsunai back to our place by car? Momo doesn't seem fazed by Izumi using her first name, probably the exhaustion. Sure. I might sleep in the car, just a warning. She remarks this to Katsuki and he snorts. Same. He yawns. Get going already, Aizu. Izumi huffs and changes into running clothes before taking off. As they're walking to Momo's car, Katsuki decides to ask about something that's been nagging at him. You like Izumi, don't you? She is a wonderful friend. Momo looks at him like he grew a second head. Why wouldn't I like her? Not like that. Katsuki shakes his head. You'll remember this when you're more awake. Momo snorts. Doubt it. See? Now you'll remember because you said that. Katsuki smirks. Why do I feel like I'm going to be embarrassed when that happens? She asks nobody in particular. They both head into the car and go to the Bakuga household. As Katsuki finally settles down and says goodbye to Momo, the party chat pings. Party. WMS. Hey, I might be bringing a little sister home. Bomberanian. Why not? Literal deity. Today's already weird enough, might as well adopt someone. Katsuki snorts hard at Momo's response and looks at the rich girl with a little more respect than he would normally. Party. W's. Okay, can you two warn Mom and Mama about this? And then go to bed. You're both so out of it that you aren't calling me weird. Bomberanian. Sure, I'll warn him. None for all. Please do not adopt children without their consent. W's. Oh, she's not a child. I'm pretty sure she's our age. But she's my little sister now. Nobody can stop me. Literal deity. Is it as impossible to avoid becoming her sibling as it is becoming her friend? Bomberanian. Yep. W's. How dare you assume anyone can escape my love? Bomberanian. Reread that sentence. W's. Not like that. None for all. Anyways, how do I mute this? W's. You just ask Yui to do it. W's. I'll just say something so that you know it's working. None for all. Oh, thanks. WMS. No problem. Oh, If we decide to ping you, it'll be an emergency, so just a fair warning. None for all's got it. Bomberanian. So anyways, how did you happen to meet this little sister of yours? Literal deity, I would like to know as well. WMS, oh well. Izumi slowly walked back towards home, too exhausted mentally to run, plus she could use the time to think. As she walked past an alley, however, she learned that today was just going to be mentally exhausting for her, no matter how much she tries to catch a break. Something hits her with the force of a small car. Granted, she is unmoved due to one of her passives, but as she turns to help who fell, she sees a girl her age with two messy buns on the sides of her head. Something lurches in Izumi's chest as she bends down. Yui, what was that? Why can't I use my mouth? Yui appears to only Izumi and does an apologetic bow. Sorry, Game Mind is gonna help this girl. The only thing I can promise is that you won't regret helping her. What the hell? Izumi thinks as her mouth moves without input. Hey, you alright there? She asks while bending down to eye level. The girl is crying, so her hands stay away as though she's a trained professional with this stuff. I'm sorry, the girl starts hyperventilating. Hey, you're fine. Izumi says, voice barely above a whisper. She then places a hand on the girl's forearm to keep her from completely going into a panic attack. What happened to you? She asks, hoping desperately that every word she says doesn't make the girl bolt. Blood. The girl murmurs. Need blood. The woman lashes out at Izumi with a hand and tries to run down the alleyway. Izumi huffs as her running activates with mana channeled, moving her in front of the girl before she can escape. Izumi then holds up her own arm. That's it. Game Mind is the real reason I'm called crazy. Izumi says in her head. If you need blood, well, help yourself? She tilts her head like a confused dog. The girl does the same, her gaze slightly more distant. Not all there. But before either of them could question Izumi's actions, the girl darts forwards and sinks her fangs into Izumi's arm. Izumi's other hand enters her pocket and she starts casting healing hands. What the Yui? The mentioned fairy sighs. I can't exactly fully explain, but this girl has way too much mana for it to be normal. It means she's been suppressing her quirk. And quirks shouldn't be suppressed. Is all that Izumi can think in response. Soon enough, the girl finishes her meal, her fangs come out of Izumi's arm and her pale skin gains a bit more color. I'm so sorry. The girl bows and Izumi shrugs it off. It's not like you took anything too important from me. Blood can be replaced. And you didn't even leave a mark. Izumi holds up the arm, showing the unblemished surface, courtesy of her quirk not letting her body be damaged. Izumi finally cautions a look up at the girl's nameplate. Bleeding Love. Toga Himiko. LVL 60. The girl turns and tries to sprint away again. Izumi huffs and flash steps in front of her. Sorry, but you aren't getting away from me that easily. I can run at 40 miles per hour if need be. Izumi says calmly. Using your quirk in public is illegal. The girl tries to escape by throwing that law out. Unless it's a mutation, which what I just used is, and running at 40 miles per hour isn't a quirk anyways. Izumi says coolly. Oh, if it isn't. Izumi realizes in her head. Alright, Game Mind, you want me to help this girl, right? Let me go. She lurches slightly as her body feels like her own again. Hi, sorry for the pushiness. My quirk wanted me to help you. I'm inclined to agree. So, we have two ways to go about this. You follow me home, or I knock you out and carry you. Goddammit, Game Mind, why? That sounds so bad. Izumi huffs before starting again. I want to help you, so please, just let me do that? Himiko asks. Why do I want to help you? It's what heroes do. Izumi shrugs simply. I like helping people. And people like you always have the most interesting stories. Izumi holds up a hand then. I'm not asking you to trust me blindly, but I'd like to help if you'd let me. If you hold my hand, you can feel free to break it or whatever if you think I've screwed you over or something. Izumi smiles brightly as the girl takes her offered hand, with a bit too much force for her to be in a good mental state about touch. Oh no, she's adorable. Izumi's mind screams, suddenly less exhausted after that. Well, let's head home. Izumi says, leading Himiko out of the alley and towards the Bakugo household. I'm gonna warn them real quick, if you're okay with that? Himiko twitches as her hand starts shaking, but she nods. Okay, well, party chat, a jade green panel appears in front of Izumi. I'm gonna message them with my quirk. The girl seems to brighten at this. Ooh, what's your quirk? Oh, her name's Yui. Izumi says. Yui appear to everyone, minus Light Show. Fine. Yui flicks her wrist and Himiko suddenly focuses on her. Hi Lil, Himiko. I know your name because part of this girl's quirk is being able to see nameplates above people's heads. She answers the unasked question. Himiko's eyes sparkle upon seeing Yui. Party. Wms. Hey, I might be bringing a little sister home. Katsuki quickly lets Inko know about Izumi's extra guest, sees Momo off, and leaves for his room to pass out. Izumi opens the door while he's on his way and he barely catches a snippet of, and that's what she sees before he's ignoring them and going upstairs. Izumi winces as a ding assaults her senses. Saved the possessed Kirya. EXP 3,600 each. Loot. Hive remnants. Spell book, Force shield. Leveled up x4. Defeated the Heart of Dread. EXP 5,000 each. Loot. Hive Heart Piece x3. Heart of Dread's Mana Crystal. Dread's Eye x1. Leveled up x5. Completed dungeon. Decided to make these a little bit more obvious, so when you complete a dungeon you get a notification like this, instead of the usual achievement notifications. Condition. Defeat the Hive Heart in the middle of the F. Boards. Hive Conqueror title. Hive Exterminator outfit. Several spells added to skill book. Quest completed, F. Vectus. Find the source of the undead. Defeat Thethal, Queen of Dread. Find out who Kirya's. Defeat the Heart of Dread. Find out who left the Hive Heart here. Leave the boards. 50,000 yen. 5 escape. Regal Enchanter's outfit. Kirya Trainer. Kirya's Jeweling Kit. Spell book, Eye for an Eye. Achievement unlocked. Undead Decimate. Condition. Defeat over 300 undead of any type. Boards. Undead Slayer armor upgraded to Elite Undead Slayer armor. Undead Slayer title upgraded to Elite Undead Slayer title. Holy Enchantment runes added to Codex. Undead Hunter Crossbow added to schematics. Undead Hunter Crossbow bolt added to schematics. Achievement unlocked. Level 25. Condition. Reach level 25. Boards. Voice chat added. Player housing added. Class system added. Achievement unlocked. Level 50. So you reached this faster than we expected. Condition. Reach level 50. Boards. Guild housing added. Skill fusion system added. Codex added. Izumi hisses in pain from that ding. Yui, can you make it so that the loud dings sound like just one normal ding? F-. Yui flicks a wrist and smiles awkwardly. Done. Thanks. Izumi shakes her head before turning to Himiko. So, this is my home. Well, technically it's the Bakugo residence, but me and my mom are living with them and we're all going to move somewhere bigger soon. Inko appears behind Izumi. Speaking of, that's what the adults were doing while you and Katsuki went with Momo to see Nedu for whatever reason. We found the place, by the way. We're moving next week. Cool. Izumi says. Unable to actually say words due to brain exhaustion. Inko huffs through her nose at Izumi. Go meditate, my exhausted daughter. But Himi- will be fine talking to me on her own. If she needs to, she can stick next to you while you meditate, but you are too exhausted to actually be of any input during conversation. Izumi sighs. I'm not going to win this argument, am I? Nope. Inko says cheerily. Fine. Izumi drags Himiko over to the couch and sits down. I'll be able to hear you two talk if she sticks next to me anyways. Izumi's eyes glaze over as she enters a trance. To her surprise, she can also see now. Meditation leveled up. Oh, well, that's convenient. She thinks, finally turning to the mountain that is today and starting to break it down. So first of all, I met Nedu, the headmaster of UA, and Fang Eraserhead, my second favorite hero. Then we went into a dungeon and fought 200 zombified soldiers and a mutated heart thing that attached to a church in another world. Then I made friends with an enchantress who I really need to learn from, and now I probably need to make Yui give me another tutorial for all the new functions from getting to level. I also need to break down all of the materials I got today. Then there was the incident afterwards. Himiko's fed up, probably by those around her. According to Yui, she's been suppressing her quirk, and that's not good for quirks like hers. She's my little sister now. Nothing can stand in my way. Why did I gain so many features from just leveling? I need to ask Yui about that. Create to-do list from all of what I've thought about during this meditation. To-do list created. Okay, what else needs to be done? Izumi spends a lot of time in meditation. Inko and Himiko leave her to it even after their conversation finishes. When Izumi comes out of her trance, Himiko is asleep in her lap. Tear tracks visibly traced onto her face. The smell of tea and hot chocolate assaults Izumi's nose, and she finds a note scrawled on the coffee table from Inko. Izumi, for now, please just keep focusing on your quirk and training. Himiko will be fine. Izumi reads and decides to summon up Yui. Hey Yui. Yes. Yui's voice replies. I need a tutorial for the new functions. All right. Also, why did I gain so many new functions with levels 25 and 50? Levels aren't technically your power, levels are your quirk's power. Your power is in the stats. And the skills. Everyone else's levels are based on how difficult it would be for you to defeat them, yours is based on UI's ability to do stuff. The more levels you get, the more we can affect reality. So basically, the excess power that goes to you, it gets bound into my core, and then you can do stuff with it? Yes, since we aren't using it to directly increase your mana pool, you can do other things with the power. I don't know if it makes sense to you, but basically put, your mana pool has sections. UI's section is quite a bit bigger than yours. You can only really draw from your section to cast spells. Me and the other parts of your quirk get tired to remind you to take a break every once in a while because me and the other parts need time to implement changes. It's why you can't contact me during meditation. The only one that's active during meditation is Questmaker, but that's just pressing a button when you have a to-do list in mind. Wait, there are more of you in my quirk? Yeah. No I didn't. Yeah, there are a few different sentient characters in your quirk. Me, which I'm technically called Navi, but we decided since I was likely going to be the only part you're going to see to just introduce myself as Yui. There's Rand D, who comes up with the systems and UI elements and all of that. QM and DM or Quest Maker and Dungeon Master. QM makes your quests, DM made all of the dungeons a long time ago, though they want to talk with you about that. And SC or Skill Creator is the manager of the skill book, and now the skill fusion system as well. But who controls Game Mind? Game Mind is all you, just without anxiety and a bit of supplemented knowledge sometimes. Or without fear of the consequences, I can't really tell anymore. But in the alley I couldn't control my mouth. Yes, and sometimes human legs move on their own. What we do is remove a lot of your anxiety, and in some cases all of it, then let you roll with it. Sometimes it'll feel like you aren't in control because you are an absolute ball of anxiety sometimes. It's like an adrenaline rush except a part of you that isn't fight or flight takes control. Yui shrugs. You felt an extreme amount of protectiveness which, while normally you would be reasonable, caused you to activate Game Mind and basically drag Himiko back here. Especially since it bounced onto us, and SC used the Magic Eye skill to see what Himiko's core looked like, which stoked her flame as well. Izumi tilts her head, not really understanding what Yui means. Quirks are a part of you. Nobody should ever repress a quirk so much that they end up going even slightly crazy. Because by then you're very close to the edge of the loony bin. You've read this somewhere, Yui squints. It was a while ago though. Himiko's magic core was full of excess power, which, while for you it would be good, because your quirk can easily shift and use the excess power for other things, people without quirks like yours, they go a bit crazy. That's not your knowledge, that's ours. Quirks are kinda a mutation that happened because magic needed to be used or something would happen. So since nobody was very trusting of mages, witches, or prophets anymore, a different tactic was required, so magic started mutating everyone that's born after a certain point, giving them basically innate spells that feel like bodily functions to them. Magic probably thought that this would lead to the discovery of mana and such, but it didn't, and people just assumed it was some kind of new mutation. Which is kinda ridiculous when you think about it. Yui puts on a mocking doctor voice. Yes, a perfectly natural biological phenomenon to be able to produce flames colored to the user's mood. Of course. Yui then sighs. So, magic got more desperate, thus came the appearance of sentient quirks. Not ones like yours truly, granted. We're a very new type. Original sentient quirks are spirits of different elemental affinities. Doctors somehow convinced themselves that the sentient rock that tries to convince its user to use earth magic was a psychological phenomenon mixed with a physical one. Yui shakes her head with a chuckle. And then finally, magic came up with something that has to work. A sentient quirk that explicitly tells its user that magic exists. Granted, it required a lot of magic to make and maintain, so the holder of said quirk had to come from powerful origins. And thus came the creation of moi. Wow, okay, cool story, but I was asking about Himiko. Yui blushes to the tips of her ears. Ugh, your rambling rubbed off on me and the others too. SC became attached to Himi basically immediately and got sad when she found out that the girl was suppressing her quirk. Okay. Izumi nods. Okay. So first of all, you asked about a tutorial for the new functions. You sure you want to start now? I can put you into a thoughtless meditation for a few hours until Himiko gets up. Nah, I want to figure this out as soon as possible. Alrighty, Yui waves a hand and the status screen appears in front of Izumi. Voice chat is best used when others are awake. Housing requires you to find a door, so we're starting with the class system. Tutorial, start. Class system. Name, Izumi Midoriya. Title, Woman of Many Skills. Class, Novice Ninja. Guilds, no current affiliation. Level, 55. EXP to next LVL, 1000. Max HP, 1280. Max MP, 1500. Max SP, 1160. Estot, 63. Vit, 64. Dex, 52. AGI, 53. 50. WIS, 50. Buck 50. STP, 239. SKP, 104. 66,200 yen. Passives, Game Body, Game Mind, Perfect Control, Double Jointed, Extensive Pool, Eidetic Memory, Quick Thinking, Faster Recovery, 5%, Basic Elemental Affinity, Scientific Method, Iron Fists, Flash Step, Fast Hands, 10.6%, I'm Walkin' Here, Iron Skin, 12.8%, Godlike Muscles, Punch Through, 12.6%, Lucky Lady, How Did You Miss, 10%, Elemental Affinities, Air, 20, Water, 15, Fire, 10, Earth, 10. Randy decided to change it so that you don't gain a title and gear every time you gain a new class. Instead, now you have an actual class selector, which functions as a title and a gear change. You can change it by saying or thinking class dash yada yada. Uses. For example, your current one has improved stealth and speed abilities and boosts your efficiency with throwing knives and daggers. Rogue has improved aim and finesse along with the stealth bonus, but loses out in speed. Both improve your skill gain with throwing knives and daggers, but Rogue also adds general marksmanship to that due to the ability to wield a bow or crossbow. I think the windows will explain a bit better than I can. Yui snaps and two screens appear. Class, Novice Rogue. Gear, 1 dagger sheath on hip, 5 throwing knives on thigh, bow holster, quiver, 10 arrows bolts. Stats, 5% increase to accuracy and damage with throwing knives and daggers. 15% increase to accuracy and damage with crossbows. 10% increase to accuracy and damage with bows. 20% increase to DX and LUK. 15% decrease in detectability while in stealth. 25% increase in skill gain with marksmanship, stealth, throwing knives, and dagger usage. Class: Novice Ninja. Gear: 2 daggers, sheathed underneath forearms. 10 throwing knives, 5 on each thigh. Bomb pouch: 5 bombs, located on lower back, just above thighs. Stats: 15% increase to accuracy and damage with throwing knives and daggers. 15% increase to efficiency of bombs. 20% increase in dex and AGI. 20% decrease in detectability while in stealth. 25% increase in skill gain with bombs, throwing knives, sleight of hand and dagger usage. Holy hell, those titles did that much? Yeah. But unfortunately, there's another shoe to drop for this improvement. You can't change classes in the middle of combat. That limits a few of my combat options, but it's still a ridiculous boon to not lose my current title. Glad you like it. Yu smiles. On to the next. Guild housing requires both a guild and a large plot of land or a large building, so we're going to do skill fusions. Skill fusion system. This is actually a pretty easy one to figure out. You put 2 things into these slots. Yui points to 2 circles on the screen that appear. Then SC interprets the combination out as a skill over here. Yui floats over to the more stylized circle. Skill and passive fusions require skill points. Over time you'll gain more circles, and therefore more options, but for now you're stuck with 2. You can also drag the elemental affinities into the circles. I'll save testing that for later. Yui giggles. Fair enough. Alright, and the final one is the codex. Luckily this particularly book-sounding name doesn't actually create a book this time. Yui prefaces before summoning the codex screen. The codex is basically your library of knowledge. Mostly the knowledge acquired through skill increases and achievements. For example, all of your animal and plant knowledge is stored here. Along with any alchemical advances you make, enchanting runes you learn, yada yada, you can also add new stuff to the codex by just tapping the Add New Page button. So it's basically a journal. Precisely. Though it's stored in a part of your mana that's blocked off by dash. Don't need you to go on another rant about the dawn of creation or whatever. Izumi grins wordlessly as the fairy pouts. Alright, I get it. I'm gonna send you into meditation now so that you can wait until Himiko wakes up. Yui snaps, and suddenly Izumi is opening her eyes at half an hour after sunrise. Izumi shakes the sluggishness out of her head before getting off the couch. Himiko waves at her from the table, a slice of toast in her mouth, taking tiny bites out of it like a squirrel or something. My soul is fulfilled. Izumi thinks with a chuckle. Good morning, Himiko. Himiko smiles widely. Morning. Izumi internally squeals while smiling brightly right back. Katsuki walks downstairs, takes one look in their direction then squints and blocks his eyes before walking back upstairs. Mitsuki walks in and is tempted to follow her son's example, but decides against it in the pursuit of the dirty bean water. Can you two please not flashbang me right as I'm trying to get coffee in my body? Izumi tilts her head. Dirty? I hate that I can't tell if you're messing with me by acting innocent, or if you genuinely don't know if that's the right time to say it. Mitsuki huffs exhaustedly while Himiko giggles. I can multitask, mama. Izumi also starts giggling as Mitsuki glares at her half-heartedly, red tinting her cheeks. Oh, you gained resistance to that, good job, mama. Mitsuki groans and smacks her forehead into the counter. Why did your quirk have to turn you into a little sheet? Oh, my quirk didn't add anything. I just had so much anxiety before. Or I just lacked confidence. One of the two. Izumi shrugs as Mitsuki looks at her. Mitsuki huffs and goes about drinking her coffee. While Himiko looks at her, stunned. How long has it been since you got your quirk? Himiko asks, tilting her head. Izumi squints and tilts her head. I think less than a week? Time started flying by after I got it, so I can't really tell ya. Huh. Himiko huffs through her nose. Well, you're doing better than me. Unlocked mine at the usual age and I've used it a total of 3 times. And one of them was here. Izumi snorts. You gotta get those rookie numbers up. She giggles. Then she awkwardly rubs at her arm. And, I kinda already knew that. Yui told me that your quirk was being suppressed. Whether it's you doing it or not, it's a bad idea to keep doing that. Himiko sighs as she finishes the first slice of toast. Yeah. Inko already lectured me on it. Dunno if I'll actually be able to use it around people, but I can certainly try and use it a few times a day. How the hell did Mom know that? Right? Dumb question, she's Inko Midoriya. She knows all. Izumi thinks to herself, before replying, well, me, Katsuki and a friend of ours train every day. If you want you could join us, but instead of muscle and stamina building you can practice your quirk. And how would I do that? Well, what's your quirk? She fights herself for a moment before finally saying it. It's called transform, though it's a bit more complicated than that. She breathes in then out. I can transform into anyone I have drank the blood of. Time is based on amount. Izumi's eyes sparkle. That's really cool. Can you? Well, you've used it 3 times, I doubt you know much about it. A screen pops up and Izumi types into it before it goes away. What was that? Himiko tilts her head, still feeling excessively warm from Izumi calling her quirk cool. Oh, I typed out something to talk with you about later. For now, though, I have to go do something with my quirk. Now it's Himiko's turn with the ice sparkle. Really? What is it? One of my notifications was about it adding player housing. According to Yui, I need to find a door in order to figure it out. Yui summons herself, visible as per Izumi's request. You hold your hand or otherwise touch a body part to a door and say, set. Home, then you can use said door to enter your home at any time. All you need to do is tap the door or press a hand to it and think enter home and you'll go straight there. You can also set permissions on your friends list, which you still haven't added anyone to, and allow certain people to enter. You can change homes every week. Eventually you'll be able to set multiple doors to your home. Right. Izumi walks upstairs to Katsuki's room and rests a hand on his door. Set home. She hears the sound of a door unlocking with a door creak that she feels is a bit too synthesized sounding to actually come from the downstairs front door. Plus it sounded straight out of a video game. Alright, great job. Yui says, golf clapping sarcastically. Now add your family to your friends list and we'll continue from there. Izumi does the thing, and after some begging from the blonde vamp, decides to take Himiko with her on the first trek into her new home. Izumi looks in wonder as she's teleported to a new space with Himiko. There's literally just a bed. Izumi wheezes as she looks at the room that's bigger than her and her mom's own apartment, with only a mattress lying between 2 door frames. This is all we provide for the bedroom, you have to provide the furniture yourself. The carpet is colored a jade green and the walls are a deep red. There are 2 doors on either side of the bed, well, 1 door and 1 archway. Across the bed from the doorway is a window, there's no curtain and it just shows black nothingness. Well, at least it looks comfy? Himiko gives her commentary. Yeah, it's as comfy as we could make it. Bu says proudly. Oh, and wherever you specifically enter from is where your room is, according to Wi-Fi and Ethernet stuff. So make sure you're somewhere with good signal if you plan on making use of tech here. Got it. Izumi salutes before the ferry starts floating around. Through that door is the bathroom. Shower, bath and toilet are all in there. The bath and toilet are separate, it'd probably feel weird to, you know. Yui moves on with a swish of her hand, floating to the archway and gesturing for them to go inside. The inside of the room beyond the archway is a still bigger than her room in the apartment-sized closet. It's more like a studio of some kind, as there's a giant mirror covering an entire wall and a female mannequin standing in front of what's probably the most closet thing about this room, a sliding door that leads God knows where. Anyways, next is the closet. Don't mind the mannequin, it's so that you can see the outfit before you try putting it on. Putting different wardrobe items inside the closed room over their dash, Yui points to a sliding door attached to the wall behind the mannequin. We'll put said clothing item into your wardrobe. However, me and SC will be reviewing any and all clothing choices so we don't have 10 million comically labeled t-shirts like you so enjoy having. Yui rolls her eyes when Izumi looks almost offended. You can edit the clothes on the mannequin from a screen that pops up when you approach it. I'll give you that tutorial when we're done with the tour. Himiko giggles slightly as Yui floats back out the archway. Izumi shakes her head before walking after the fairy. On the opposite side to the archway and bathroom door, there's a set of 4 doors, each with a symbol above them. The first one the fairy approaches has a hammer and anvil on it. Alright, from left to right we have crafting. She points to the sigil above the door, then points to the next, which is a sword, armory training area. She moves her finger to point at another sigil, this one an image of a pan over a fire. Kitchen dining area, and the final one she points to has a chain with a lock on it. And that one is achievement trophies. You don't have access to it yet because Randy is still working out what to do with it. There are a few settings for those doors, like if you just want it to be one door that can select where it'll send you to by mental command, or whatnot. I think I'd prefer that. Izumi says, slightly creeped out at the idea of sleeping in a room with so many entry points. Well, for the tour we'll stick with this setup and then we'll swap to the other, because this style makes it easier to see. Got it? Izumi says, following Yui through the first door, which is the crafting room. Crafting room. The crafting room is shaped like a big concrete bunker, with big black stone bricks lining the walls and a darkened concrete floor. The light in the room is a clinical white, giving it the feel of a hospital while looking aesthetically like a torture dungeon. Basically put, you come in here, you can find whatever crafting thing you want, and you can use it. There's currently only apothecary tools and a huge cauldron though. Yui says, flicking her wrist to show a menu. You select what appears in this space from here. A max of 3 workstations can fit in this space. For example, Yui taps the only 2 buttons on the menu and 2 stations appear in the room. One is sterile smooth counter placed against the wall with several etchings marked into it. The other is just a giant cauldron placed over a wood-burning fire. Said cauldron also has a big stirring rod inside it and a red gem set into its side. The cauldron is for mass-producing potions and poisons, while the table over there is for making them and testing different ingredients. Himiko looks around and asks, you make potions and poisons? Nah, I only really know how to make a health potion so far, but I guess this would help me. That's still an accomplishment. Not many can create something that'll heal someone. Himiko shrugs. Not without a quirk anyways. Well? Izumi clears her throat harshly to keep herself from revealing that particular tidbit. Himiko barely knows her or her family. Telling her magic's real would probably weird her out so much she'd pass out. That's really about all we can do in this room for now. You come here to experiment on stuff. Yui explains before walking back through the door that led them in here. When all 3 are in the main room again, the punk-dressed fairy flies through the next door, the kitchen dining area. Kitchen dining area. This place is where you cook. SC colored most of it with QM, before you try accusing me. The colors can be reset, but QM and SC might be a bit miffed at you for it. The reason she says this becomes very clear as they all get through the other door and the entire room is colored to be a gothic type's favorite place, except for the appliances and sink. Those are colored to be a garish hot pink. The countertops are black with red for the cabinets below and above them, and the appliances, they're pink in all places that aren't stainless steel. I suddenly do not trust SC with my wardrobe choices. Izumi says, completely deadpan, making Yui laugh. Yeah, somehow she's good with clothes, terrible at interior design. Yui shakes her head. The gothic stuff was from QM. The 2 couldn't agree, so they decided to compromise. QM colored the counters and cabinets as well as the room in general, while SC colored the rest. God, they sound like an old married couple. Izumi says, snorting. Well, I can't say I dislike it though. It makes me laugh, so it's cool I guess. She shrugs. So I assume that I can cook in here and store food into my inventory the immersive way through the fridge? Also there's the table and chairs. The chairs spawn in while the table grows. It does so depending on the number of people in the house. She says, gesturing down to a dark wooden table with 2 chairs flanking it, the chairs colored the same as the table. As with almost everything, it's modifiable. And Randy was going to add a bar, but then he realized that you're all still teens. Wait, he? Yeah. Oh, Randy mostly goes by male. QM goes by the same, while me and SC are more female-leaning. DM goes by any of the above. Gender doesn't matter when I have maps to draw, or something like that. Yui chuckles. Somehow that is more interesting than this entire tour. Izumi snarks. That's because you are a Quirk nerd. You says. You both are. She adds to stop Himiko from responding. I haven't even known Himiko for more than a day, and I'm confident if she met another sentient Quirk her eyes would become flashlights from the amount of sparkles they'd have. She gives Jazz hands while saying sparkles. Himiko sticks her tongue out at the sentient Quirk in mock offense. Not my fault that all Quirks are so interesting. Not saying it was. Yui shrugs. Anyways, that's about it for this room. On to the next. Armory training area. And finally, this is where you can train with all kinds of skills. Yusis, splaying her hands out behind her to show a vast room. The place is, and Izumi is guesstimating here, about the size of a football stadium, and its ceiling is so high up that looking at it causes Izumi vertigo. The walls are a dark red while the ground is a forest green, same as her bedroom, but this time the walls have cushioning all the way up to the ceiling and the floor has green mats instead of a soft rug. A window pops into Izumi's view. Control panel. Training type, fighting, no magic quirks, HH. Training partners, none. Training weapon racks, disabled. Mana disablers, off. Door to armory, disabled. That control panel allows you to select what type of training you wish to use, or if you'd like the armory to open. Tap the armory button so we can move to the next room. Izumi does as asked, and soon they are being led through a hatch that opens up via a mat popping up on hydraulic hinges with a hiss. Inside the armory is what Izumi can only describe as a library of weapons and armor. Or it would be if all of the weapon racks and armor stands weren't empty, giving it a slightly eerie vibe. The calming fireplace music going on in the background helps it though. What's with the background music? Izumi asks. Oh, Rand D and DM thought it might be funny to be surrounded by weapons with calming music playing in the background. I think it'd make you look like a psychopath, but I don't control the reality-altering parts of the quirk. There's a place somewhere around here where you can edit that. Though all of the weapon racks and armor stands might be eerie in the silence. It's already eerie with it, but the music's nice, so whatever I guess. Izumi shrugs. Anyways, this is where you can store weapons if you want. Like if you create a weapon that you don't plan on using for a long time and just want to display it or something. Or, like the ex-Archmage's backup dagger, you just have a weapon you won't use. You do realize that my inventory is infinite, right? Yes, but I also am your quirk, which means I know you hate it when stuff gets cluttered. And at least some would enjoy doing stuff like this in video games. Izumi sighs. Yeah. But also now I want to create like 50 different weapons just to fill this place up, and learn how to make armor to do the same with the armor stands. Yui snorts. Well then you'll have to learn how to do that, won't you? Izumi just glowers at the fairy with a significant lack of venom. Alright, that's all we have for now. Time to head back out and let your family know what's going on. They do just that, leaving and startling Katsuki a little when the both of them appear out of thin air when he's opening his door to leave. Alright, so what happened in your little world? He asks as they all head down to the living room. Well, I have an extremely large training room now, a crafting area, a huge room to myself. I can actually store my own clothes as long as my quirk doesn't find them lame. I have a bathroom to myself, and a kitchen. It's practically a house, really. Izumi says, cupping her chin. Oh, and I have a basement to fill with weapons. Katsuki's eyes widen. You have a UI? I don't control that part of the quirk, leave me out of this. Go scold DM and Rand D if you want answers. Who? Katsuki asks, head tilting to the side. And people say I'm the confused puppy. Izumi huffs in her head while answering Katsuki's question. Oh, Yui recently told me that my quirk is basically a whole family of quirks in my head. Rand D, QM, DM, and SC are the ones we haven't seen, right? Yep, that's all of them. Yui nods. Alright. So today we go to study and then train at Ponytails again? Katsuki shakes his head, likely just deciding to leave that issue alone. Right. Izumi responds cheerfully. Himiko can come if she has the day available? Izumi looks over to her mother, who somehow managed to resist jump-scaring her daughter again today. I'll need her all day tomorrow, but today should be free by the time you'll be training. Inko nods. She should meet Yaoyorozu anyways. That girl will probably be a regular here soon anyways. You make it sound like we're a bar or something. Izumi snarks. I don't want to get in the habit of calling people like they're objects. Anyways, go head to the library already. Yaoyorozu is probably already there. Izumi salutes sarcastically before walking out the door. So, Himiko, I called a detective to meet me here. He's a friend from a while back and he has a lie detector quirk. He'll be able to reliably retell your story and people will trust him. And I'm sorry, hun, while I trust my daughter with every inch of my soul, I still need to make sure. Inko thinks as she talks about Tsukachi Naomasa, her friend back when they worked together. After a little bit of a shiver from the girl, Himiko nods. Sure. I can talk to him, I think. Inko nods with a slightly sad smile. I know that there's a low chance that she's faking it, but Inko sighs in her head. Izumi grins happily as she gets to 60 intelligence and level 5 in studying. Studying, LVL 5. The ability to store information in your brain easier. Adds to your intelligence over time depending on what you study. LVL 5, speed reading, allows the user to expend mana to read faster. Hastily adding information to the brain can cause headaches and migraines. Costs 70 seconds, doesn't generally add to intelligence until information is meditated on or thought about excessively. Studying a new subject, 3 points HR. Studying something you've studied before, 3 points 2 hours. So shall we head to my house now? Yaoyorozu asks, a bit skittish today, Izumi noticed. Sure, we need to stop by my place first to pick up Himiko, but after that we can head to yours, Yaoyorozu. Momo dash, Yaoyorozu quickly tacks on, before blushing up to her ears and turning away. I mean yes, let's. Izumi raises an eyebrow in questioning before just simply saying, alright, then you have to call me Izumi, Momo. Momo makes a squeaky toy noise before walking away, hands firmly planted in her pockets, keeping them from covering her face due to her embarrassment. Oh, she's also adorable. And ho dash, the slightly horny side of her gets shoved away as she walks after Momo. Izumi returns home with Momo in tow, having taken the car that she normally uses. Himiko immediately slams into Izumi's chest when she opens the door. Smiling widely, Izumi, she says, slightly giggling. Well, clearly your day was good. Ready to go to Yao dash, Izumi clears her throat. Momo's place. This makes Himiko look like she had cold water poured down her shirt. Himiko breaks the hug and backs off, curling in on herself slightly. Izumi hums as she lets planning spin up. Too overtaxed to go somewhere else today? She smiles as Himiko nods nervously. Well, I have a training room in my player home now. Yeah, that could work. Izumi looks to Yaoyorozu. Alright, can you go tell your entourage that we're gonna be here for the next 8 hours? Wouldn't want them to get worried. Yaoyorozu furrows her brow but nods, pulling out her phone to do exactly that. Okay, so we're going to train in my player home. Izumi says, causing Himiko's stature to shrink a little more, causing Izumi to sigh. I wanted to test out that room anyways. She says, walking up and patting the girl on the head. Izumi adds Momo to her friends list and leads all 3 of her training buddies to the training room. Izumi is slammed into the matted floor by Momo throwing her. This is also hot, Izumi's still slightly horny brain says. Can I just, not today? Izumi huffs in embarrassment. She rolls to her feet and parries the wooden staff that's swung at her with a wooden dagger. She huffs. It's really inconvenient to fight you without my hands free. Well, you could always just practice hand to hand. Momo responds back, swinging for her again. Izumi ducks this time and catches the staff with one of her daggers before closing the distance and kicking the back of Momo's knee in. She gets knocked in the teeth by Yaoyorozu's head before she could deliver the killing blow and win. You're right, I could. But also, I need to get my skills leveled. I want to get better with daggers and throwing knives so I can get through those dungeons easier. She shoves her hand in the bomb pouch, where a bunch of flour appeared when she selected the training weapons mode. Activating stealth as she throws it. The same overwhelming calm sinks into her brain. Barely any thoughts are able to pass through her brain as she steps behind Momo and places the dagger on the young woman's neck. I win, she sing-songs. Momo huffs. Alright, next time you don't get to use stealth unless we're doing spatial awareness training. Yui appears. Speaking of different training, this area has many options for training. There's movement, combat, spell casting, and marksmanship. Marksmanship and spell casting both are just that, while movement and combat both have different trees depending on what skill you want to train. And why are you telling us this right now? Izumi asks. Randy got angry with me earlier for forgetting to explain all of the ways this room works. And the other places. But tours are so boring, and I kinda want you to figure this out on your own. Fair enough, honestly. That tour was boring anyways. Izumi shrugs. Anyways, yeah, if you want you can use this space to train skills other than combat. Yui then poofs out of existence again. Izumi just shakes her head and faces her three friends. Himiko in disguise as Izumi. Alright, now Katsuki gets to fight me. Pure hand-to-hand, no weapons, quirks, or anything like that. Momo's up against Himiko after you both get a 10-minute break. All three wordlessly nod while Izumi first goes to check up on Himiko. So how's it going? I don't have to beat Katsuki into next week, do I? Izumi asks this as she starts casting healing hands while patting the other girl's head. Oi! Katsuki shouts from 20 meters away. No, he's fine, though I'm scared to go up against your crush. Himiko smirks as Izumi's features gain a few shades before returning to normal. She moves on without addressing it. Why is that? Izumi asks. You could probably bench press 6 of me and she threw you like a wet towel. Himiko had been surprised earlier when Izumi had told her about the weights she wears. Izumi just shrugs. Well, take the break time to get to know each other. Izumi finally moves back towards Katsuki and gets in a stance. Ready to go, bro? Katsuki cracks his knuckles before advancing. Yep. He calmly states. He throws a right hook and Izumi blocks before flipping over the leg he was going to try and sweep hers with. She throws a jab into his inner elbow and yanks him forward to elbow him in the face. She gets kneed in the stomach for her troubles, so she hops backwards. To evaluate. Huh, you got much better at fighting without your quirk. Izumi says offhandedly. Katsuki jumps forwards with an elbow. It connects with Izumi's stomach. Thanks. He then grabs her arm and tries to flip her. She remains unmoved as she essentially flexes all of the muscles in her shoulder to keep it in place and lowers her central mass so he can't move her. She sweeps his leg and puts him in a headlock. Heh. Izumi giggles before letting him go and starting another match. Himiko watches on as Izumi and Katsuki, he said to call him whatever as long as it isn't overly cutesy, start sparring. She pads over to Momo and sits down, knees up to her chest. Hello. She smiles brightly at Momo. Greetings. Momo says flatly, watching Izumi and Katsuki spar. Himiko succeeds in not shrinking back. You okay? She asks with a head tilt. Momo sighs. I honestly don't know how to answer that question right now. Well, you like Izumi, don't you? Himiko asks, unsure of how to start a conversation. Momo makes an irritated noise. How am I this obvious? You aren't. I can just partially make out the heartbeats of those around me due to the blood quirk thing. Yours got quite high every time Izumi got near or grabbed you. It's high now too, but I think that's because you have some form of dislike for me. No, I don't. Momo shouts under her breath. What gave you that idea? Himiko huffs. If I suddenly had my crush approached by someone the same gender as me, I would probably react the same way. And it did, I think. Though I was slightly crazed from lack of blood and using my quirk. Momo shakes her head. I'm starting to share an opinion with Bakugo. Which is to say, feelings. She imitates his accent while saying it. Also, you're in Izumi's form still. Momo points out. It could be because of that. Himiko snorts, maybe, and falls backwards onto the mats. Mood on the feelings thing, by the way. They lay there in silence for a while. Our 10 minutes is probably up. Wish to fight? Momo asks after a long silence. Yeah. You've had enough time to watch your crush fight her brother. Himiko has to quickly lean away from a staff swinging at her head. She smirks at her opponent before drawing her wooden daggers. Exertion report. Plus 32 dex. Plus 28 STR. Plus 28 VIT. Plus 35 AGI. Dagger usage leveled up x5. Updated hand-to-hand. Gained bomb usage. Bomb usage leveled up x4. Stealth leveled up x5. Health leveled up x2. Dagger usage LVL 15. You have a tendency towards using a knife to fight things. This skill helps with honing that ability. Increases DEX and AGI by 60% while fighting with daggers. Level 5. Assassinate. Double damage and accuracy if catching an opponent by surprise, stealth killing them. Level 10. Laughing Ghost. Every time you kill one enemy while stealthed, have the option of flash stepping to the next with the chance to take them out. Max range of 50 meters. Level 15. Elemental Poison. Create the poison in your dagger sheets that creates elemental effects. Move costs 600 MP. Elements. Force. Mana explodes on contact. Fire. Gives daggers temporary burn damage. Air. Boosts sharpness, speed and range of slashing attacks with the daggers. Earth. Makes daggers less able to pierce, turns them into bludgeoning instruments. Water. Also creates bludgeoning damage, but blades can also cut. Can drown someone if you pierce their lung. Hand-to-hand, LVL 25. You fought a skeleton wielding a sword with only your fists and survived. This skill will help you do that more often and more efficiently. 100% increase to STR and AGI, 50% increase to DX when only fighting with your hands and feet. Level 5. Shockwave. Your blows can cause destructive ripples within the opposing thing's body. Move costs 50 MP. Level 10. Combat Prowess. Adds dexterity increase. Level 15. Disarm. Forces your opponent to drop or otherwise release their weapon. Costs 100 MP. Level 20. Momentum Carry. After defeating an opponent, flash step to the next with a strike prepared. Doubles damage. Level 25. Speed Demon. Doubles AGI bonus. Creates ethereal horns from forehead. Costs 20 MPs. Bomb usage LVL 5. The casual use of explosives in combat. This skill will probably help you not kill yourself with said explosives and damage your enemies better. 10% increase to DX and LUK when using bombs in combat. Level 5. Bomb Rain. Throw multiple bombs in the air to rain down around a targeted area. Costs 200 MP, uses 5 bombs. Stealth, LVL 10. What's that? Must have been the wind. You tend to be the hunter, rather than the hunted. This skill will allow you to play your role easier. Affects your ability to be silent and remain undetected. 30% decrease to detectability while trying to sneak. Your footfalls are light, 30% decrease to noise while walking. Level 5. Obfuscate. Turns you invisible, costs 100 MPS. Level 10. Observe. Allows you to see moving entities through obstructions. Costs 200 MPS. Okay then. What are my stats looking like? Geez. Izumi snorts and sighs at her status screen. Name, Izumi Midoriya. Title, Woman of Many Skills. Class, Novice Ninja. Guilds, no current affiliation. Level, 55. EXP to next LVL, 1000. Max HP, 1840. Max MP, 1800. Max SP, 1760. 91. VIT, 92. Dex, 84. AGI, 88. 60. WIS, 58. Luck, 54. STP, 239. SKP, 104. 66,200 yen. Passives, Game Body, Game Mind, Perfect Control, Double Jointed, Extensive Pool, Eidetic Memory, Quick Thinking, Faster Recovery, 5%, basic elemental affinity, scientific method, iron fists, flash step, fast hands, 17.6%, I'm walking here, iron skin, 18.4%, godlike muscles, punch through, 18.2%, lucky lady, how did you miss, 10.8%, elemental affinities, air, 20, water, 15, fire, 10, earth, 10. She huffs a laugh before placing a hand on her hip. She turns to the group and briefly debates telling them, but she decides against it. Alright, everyone out. Time to get fresh air. She starts shooing them out of the room while walking after the group. Momo tosses her staff to the floor and it disappears into one of the mats. Himiko does the same with her daggers as they all walk out. Izumi pads up beside Himiko while they walk. So, first day opinions? Himiko, still caked in sweat from training, looks at Izumi. I don't think I can do this every day. Well, what do you want to do in life anyways? We're all aiming to be heroes, which is the reason we're doing this. Himiko squints while scratching her chin with a finger. I honestly didn't really think about it much before. Izumi's smile becomes a bit more forced, but not by much. I've had way too many people weigh in on my choices in career, so I'll say that you'd make a great Quirk specialist, underground hero, or nurse, but in my opinion anyone can become anything they want as long as they put their mind to it. Himiko continues humming, but in a more sing-song fashion as she thinks on Izumi's words. Okay, I somewhat get underground hero or nurse. My quirk would be good for stealth ops and I'm not afraid or grossed out by blood or injury. But quirk specialist. With your quirk you probably copy the physical aspects of mutations, right? That means you could be a mutation quirk specialist. Especially since you aren't born with those quirks, you'd be able to feel different parts of the quirk easier than those born with them. Sheet. Himiko's jaw drops for a second before she collects herself. I'll think about it for a bit. Well, I hope you find it out quickly. Not that you have to be in a rush or anything. Izumi says. Approximately 2 hours later and Izumi is lying splayed out on the mats in the training room after practically forcing Himiko to sleep in her bed. I don't need sleep, the bed is going unused anyways. Eventually she had to talk to Himiko until she passed out from exhaustion. Okay, time to learn about enchanting. She pulls out the menu and selects Kirya as the training partner. Yui pops out. You need to go to the crafting room to learn about enchanting. Dragging Kirya here will only make her a sparring partner essentially. Oh, okay. She quickly changes it back to none and pads out of the training area. A little bit later and she's in the crafting area. Station 1. Apothecary table. Station 2. Apothecary's cauldron. Station 3. Enit. Teacher, Enit. What station is Kirya going to need, Yui? Oh, she'll put it down when you start the tutorial. Cool, thanks. Izumi puts Kirya as her selection for teacher. Kirya appears in the center of the room. She looks around curiously, a strange gem where her right eye used to be glowing blue as she takes in the room. Wow, wasn't expecting you to find me this quickly, is the first thing Kirya says after looking around the room. So, you want that lesson in enchanting now? Yes, if you have the time for it. Izumi replies back. It's no trouble as long as you can provide the resources. Given that you fought all of those zombies, you probably have more than enough material for us to get started. Quest accepted, enchanting education. First things first, we need a small or extra small magic gem. Objective, give Kirya 1 crystallized mana SXS. Izumi pulls out an extra small crystal and holds it out. Extra small it is, then. Kirya nods. With the extra small ones it's easier to make combat gems, rather than permanent enchants. So we'll start with that. The extra small crystal is about 0.5 centimeter in size and diameter. It's roughly spherical. Kirya takes the gem and walks over to a previously empty part of the room. The empty part now sports a large work table with what looks like jeweler's tools on it. Now, the first thing to learn is that magic gems are not nearly as brittle as you'd think. They're hard, yet malleable, kinda like gold or silver, except they're only really malleable when they come into contact with a special kind of metal. Kirya holds up a small inscription tool, the metal glinting light blue. The metal is called mana steel. It's made through metallurgy by melting iron, coal, and a magic gem together. Using alchemy on the metal can cause issues, like the metal not being mixed together well enough. And combination can consume the magic gem, so it's recommended to just use normal metallurgy for this. Izumi nods. Can you teach me that as well? Metallurgy? Sure, it's just an extra rune and a few different tools if you already have apothecary stuff figured out. Kirya shrugs. Anyways, onto enchanting. There's a special language you have to engrave in order to successfully enchant, and even if you know all the runes it's weird to speak in. For example, she pulls a gem out of nowhere. One of my favorite enchants is this one. I call it Hot Pursuit, and it quickly gains momentum while in the air and gains heat the more speed it has. The runes it has are Momentum Gain and Heated Acceleration. Wouldn't it melt in midair? Kirya chuckles. No, all fire and heat-based enchants have small sub-enchants that grant almost total heat immunity. It'd take at least an hour's travel for it to melt completely, and by then the gem would be traveling fast enough to kill a dragon without the heat. Now as for how you inscribe, there are two major ways to go about it. The first and easiest is getting stamps in the language of the runes. You can make them yourself or go out and buy them. Kirya shrugs. I have stamps for most of my favorite gems, so I can just pull out a gem to have a weapon. The extra small gems can take a max of 2 runes before becoming inert glass crystals. Small gems can take 3 and it goes on like that. Izumi nods, so Kirya continues. And the other most common is this tool. Kirya holds up the needle-like chisel that she held up earlier. It's essentially a pencil for writing on the gems. I have a book that I can give you that teaches the enchanting language. It'd cost you 10 small gems though. Objective: give Kirya 10 small crystallized mana. Izumi thinks on it for a moment before accepting and pulling out the crystals. Kirya takes the crystals and shoves them into her belt pouch. She reaches deeper, somehow, and pulls out a large leather-bound book. She then hands it off to Izumi. Now let's get you inscribing. She hands the small tool to Izumi. First you should make a combat gem. I'll teach you about the weapon and armor enchantments later. Any more than that and you have to pay me more gems. Review. So basically, enchanting language works via combining the symbols together to make something that you think might work or no works, and then just letting it do its thing. In order to enchant armor and weapons you need an integration rune so that the enchantment affects the object rather than just the stone, so small or larger stones are required to make more complex than one rune enchants, right? Kirya smiles. Yeah. I gotta hand it to ya, you got that a lot better than most of my former apprentices. There are more complex enchantments and other aspects, but I'll have to ask for payment to teach you those. I doubt I have the stuff to learn it here anyways. Kirya nods. Alright, do you think you have the stuff for metallurgy? Objective: metallurgy teaching time. Learn how to perform metallurgy through alchemy runes. Izumi opens her inventory and roots around for a while. What do you need for it anyways? A crucible, ingot or other casting mold, and preferably a pair of heat-resistant tongs. And what should I make them out of? Kirya chuckles. Ceramic, preferably hard coal for metals other than what we're going to be making. Okay, so what the F is hardsish? Izumi tilts her head. Graphite. She snaps. That's it. What is it? Kirya asks. I've come up with a new schematic. Izumi says, internally screaming, damn it UI, you could have just given me a notification. Kirya furrows her brow and shakes her head. Okay, well while you're doing that I'm going to go set up the station for it. The cauldron disappears as Kirya walks over, replaced by a big stone table with a metallic surface bolted into it. Izumi opens her crafting menu and sure enough, there's 3 new recipes. Not necessarily what she actually thought up, but still recipes she can work with nonetheless. Clay graphite crucible, 4-inch diameter, 5 height. After that are buncha numbers and material names that Izumi doesn't really understand. It's mostly the same for the others. She crafts the new items and walks over to Kirya. She places them on the stone part of the table, carefully avoiding the 2 circles engraved onto the metallic part of the surface. So I kinda lied, there's 2 new runes to this process. Preheat and melt. Preheat is to preheat your tools to get rid of moisture and keep the rapid heat up from destroying them. Melt is literally just that. Setting a container of anything on that circle causes it to instantly melt said material. The reason they're in circles is so that you know where they are constantly and don't accidentally set a container on it. The only other rune you need to know is the mix rune, but I saw it on the table over there. She points to the apothecary table, so I'm going to assume you know what it does. If you don't, well, its namesake is pretty obvious. Kirya points to one of the circles. The symbol in the middle is roughly the shape of a fire, but it has a number of runes surrounding it that Izumi doesn't really understand yet. That one is preheat. It turns the water inside the object placed on it into air. The runes around the initial sigil are protection so that it doesn't go and turn all of your blood into air if you accidentally put your hand on it. So basically it won't boil my insides if I lay my hand on it, noted? Izumi nods and Kirya moves on to the next. And this one is melt. She points to the sigil. This one shaped like an ice cube mid-melt. Its namesake is pretty easy to deduce. It'll melt whatever's inside the container you place on it. Anything from ice to cold steel. And it does not care about what you put on it either. You place a wooden cup with iron in it? You'll get yourself a pile of cinders and a lot of molten iron. Got it. No placing anything on that section of the table unless I plan to melt its insides. Yep. Now how about we make you some mana steel for your first test in this? Izumi nods and looks in her crafting book. Mana steel mix. Makes 1 kilogram of mana steel mix. Materials. 985 grams of iron. 15 grams of carbon. Excess mana crystal X2. 700 MP. So about 500 grams of this stuff costs a excess mana crystal. Izumi checks the drop-down, and sure enough there are larger quantities available. Around 10 kg mark it starts to make me use the small crystals. She puts the mix in the crucible by dragging it and dropping the mix onto the crucible icon in her inventory. She quickly creates the other items and pulls them out along with the crucible. Soon enough Izumi is alone in the crafting room. She leans against the wall while thinking on her new knowledge, unknowingly meditating so she can think easier. Right, time to get to business. Izumi mutters after a while, pulling out a wooden chair and sitting in it. Dismantle. We've created sections so you don't have to go and select each item individually. If you want something specific to be omitted from the list, just tap the drop-down then tap the item. 200 tattered armors. 150 discarded weapons. 100 red torn cloth. 100 blue torn cloth. 25 Fenrir pendants. 25 Phoenix pendants. Today's Dagoba trash. Becomes. We changed the way you dismantle things. Metallic and related stuff will be turned into dust from now on. 2,714 kilograms iron dust. 628 kilograms carbon dust. 7 by 15 red cloth roll. 7 by 15 blue cloth roll. 30 kilograms tungsten dust. 1 kilogram glass ball X20. 20 kilograms silver dust. 1 kilogram gold dust. 300 kilograms copper dust. 1 kilogram ceramic beads X8. 1 kilogram cork cube X3. 1 kilogram wood cube X2132. 1 kilogram rubber cube X300. 1 kilogram plastic cube X502. 4 kilograms bone dust from assorted animal skeletons. 100 kilograms assorted rust and grime. Continue? Izumi gawks for a little while before hitting the Y. Who the F throws away so much silver that I have 20 kilograms of it now? Just how much did Mirio lift today? Did he know about the animal skeletons? Mirio, in fact, did not know about the animal skeletons. Izumi would ask the next day and he would deny knowledge of them. Izumi gets to work on her first project in crafting. She speed reads the book on enchanting and meditates while nursing the migraine that the stunt causes her. Skill unlocked. Enchanting. Enhance your weapons or create complex attacks. The choice is yours with this skill. Enchanting rune language added to codex. Ability to inscribe rune scales with ticks. Jeweling tools added to schematics. Skill unlocked. Metallurgy. the mixing of metals and other things to create stronger or otherwise better metals. Metal mixing knowledge added to codex. Melt added. Preheat added. A week later, Katsuki idly scuffs his foot while waiting for Izumi to signal the start. He looks at her and realizes that today isn't going to be a normal day. Her eyes glint with a small amount of mischief. Momo seems to notice and, understandably, has some amount of fear on her face. It causes Katsuki to snort. "All right, Izumi, what's happening today?" Katsuki asks finally. "Damn, still don't have the poker face down yet, huh?" Izumi huffs a laugh before tapping a button on the options screen for the training room. "Today, we'll be fighting Raz, Kirya, and Skelly. Himiko, since you've never met them and you don't have a cemented fighting style, we'll have you fight Skelly. Katsuki will also be fighting him. Yar. Ye got guts to turn your back on a pirate." Skelly appears with his sword already swinging for Katsuki's head. Izumi flash steps and kicks Skelly's arm off. "Wait for the explanation to be over, please, Skelly." Skelly wordlessly nods and somehow seems grumpy as he backs off. Izumi sighs and continues. "So anyways, since I got my level and stuff where I want it for now, I figure we do this without the weights on today. Magic is also allowed. I want to see you all go all out." Himiko had been informed of magic's existence by Izumi teaching her a spell and letting her experience it herself. She of course got permission from Nedu beforehand, and the rat agreed on the reasoning that they'd all be in UA before they'd be in front of any cameras. Momo's with Kirya, and I'm fighting Raz. Momo is the only one with Kirya because you're both versatile fighters, while I have some skills I can only learn from Raz. So, take off the weights, then attack your opponent when you're ready. Izumi then flash steps away from a dagger going for her throat. "What the F dash?" Katsuki screams. "I didn't specify who attacks first." Izumi laughs as she takes her weights off, then flash steps into Raz's guard, dagger at the ready. Katsuki sighs and quickly shunts off his weights, slightly tweaking his wrist. He activates mana skin and blasts after Skelly, who decided to go after Himiko while he took off the weights. He flies in like a bat out of hell. He's too used to using stronger explosions to take flight. He quickly corrects, then detonates the skeleton's ribcage. Skelly cackles as the blast does almost nothing. It does leave a small scorch mark. "Angry matey, ye gotten stronger, but you'll need to go full throttle to have a hope of defeating me." Himiko chooses this moment to stab one of her fake daggers into his head. Skelly actually seems taken aback at this, but somehow manages to smile. "You've got a bit more spark than Green Matey over there did when she first started fighting." Skelly's open eye socket opposite his eye patch glows green. "Let's see how ye handle magic." "Oh, F dash dot." Katsuki says, dodging away from a saber slash. Somehow the wind from it cuts him. "Ye can't escape that easily." Skelly cackles. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. Skelly, captain of the flying ship, Skyribbler, and terror of the skies." How he pronounced his ship name without lips is and will always be a mystery to Katsuki. Izumi sighs satisfactorily as she stretches all of her limbs out. "Thank you, Raz, Kirya, Skelly. Me and the others need to leave now though." She smiles at her training companions. Is all Skelly says before disappearing. "Remember what I said, Raven Hair." Kirya also disappears. "This one hopes to see you again soon, green friend." Raz bows while disappearing. Izumi twirls a dagger around in her hand easily before hearing a knock-on. Well, basically every wall exerted the noise at the same time. "And that's Mom calling, let's go people." Izumi flicks the wooden dagger upwards and far into the air before taking off in a run after the three. Then away from the three when she catches up and passes them in an instant. Katsuki chuckles breathily as his adopted sister takes off. "We might need to get her permanent weight so she can't randomly take off at the speed of a bullet train. You know we can all do that eventually, right?" Himiko asks rhetorically. And admittedly, that is a strange thought. Eventually, anyone who wants to can become a speedster. Anyone who wants to can punch hard enough to create weather effects. Anyone who wants to will eventually be able to do anything quirks can do. Izumi's quirk has brought about a new age, and that age is going to be a strange one. Momo loses herself a little talking about the future. I already have self-healing with my mana skin. Katsuki says, pulling up his mana skin, causing burnt orange mist to swirl around him as teal-blue lightning sparks around him. And this spell makes me so DM and fast that I can't really even keep up with my own movements yet. Himiko snorts. Yeah, when Skelly told us about adding healing mana to the mana skin, I fell over 3 times because of the sudden speed up. Though it is nice to have since I don't feel sore from fighting anymore. Himiko also starts hers, causing a golden mist to swirl with deep blue sparks. Katsuki starts laughing. We both look like Ivazians. He full-on cackles before calming down on a dime. Anyways, we should catch up with Izumi. He starts jogging after the green blur. Izumi hugs her mom with as little force as possible. What's up? She asks. Inko breaks the hug to respond. The new house is ready. I told you yesterday that today is moving day. Whoops. Izumi responds. Okay, what do we need? Mostly you and the others to do the heavy lifting. Izumi hums and opens her crafting windows. She smiles as the schematic that popped into her head appears in the window. Size, small. Wood, 1 kilogram. She creates a medium crate and hands it over to Inko. Put anything you don't want me seeing in there. She takes 5 more out and relays the information. I'll take the normal stuff with us in my inventory. Anything inside a locked box isn't relayed to me unless I go to decken it, but if you don't want it in my inventory anyways, just go ahead and put it in the car. While they load up the van. Time skip report. Several skills leveled will show later. So much trash collected and dismantled. Reached stat levels 100 and 200. Skills and passives upgraded. Reached 150 points in all stats. Skills added. Reached 250 in INT and WIS. Passives added. Name, Izumi Midoriya. Title, Woman of Many Skills. Class, Adept Ninja. Guilds, no current affiliation. Level, 55. EXP to next LVL, 1000. Max HP, 4260. Max MP, 11120. Max SP, 8780. STR, 212. VIT, 213. Dex, 226. AGI, 219. INT, 278. WIS, 268. Luck, 237. STP, 239. SKP, 104. 66,200 yen. Passives, Game Body, Game Mind, Max Control, Boneless, Olympic Pool, Eidetic Memory, Rapid Thinking, Mental Conditioning, Rapid Recovery, 10%, Advanced Elemental Affinity, Danger Sense, Advanced Scientific Method, Iron Limbs, Advanced Flash Step, Master of Fast Hands, 87.6%, I'm Walkin' Here, Steel Skin, 85.2%, Godlike Muscles, Fight Through, 84.8%, Lucky Lady, How Did You Miss, 94.8%, Elemental Affinities, Air, 30, Water, 25, Fire, 20, Earth, 20, Light, 10, Dark, 30. New skills gained. Wind Tunnel V2. User sacrifices their health to perform an extremely powerful blow. Creates a wind burst that could destroy buildings. Costs 500 health to perform. Equivalent to spraining whatever limb used to strike. Scales off of strength to determine power and area of effect. Vital Spotlights. User creates an area of light around themselves. Any who step into this light have the same defense level as the user so long as the user deems them worthy of it. If the user can't make their spotlight reach another, they may move their spotlight to shine on a different target. If used multiple times at once, spotlights have an effect and area. Cost 2000 MP. Scales off of vitality and any passives related to defense. Escape Artist. Body automatically contorts itself to escape whatever restrains the user. Can also now be used to escape buildings. Costs 100 health at base. Uses more depending on how far one must contort to escape. Scales off dexterity to decrease the health usage. Bullet time. Accelerates brain activity to give the user time to think and plan. Automatically activates in a dangerous situation. When user may die. Costs 500 MP per second outside bullet time. Scales with agility to determine how slow time seems to the user and how fast the user can go. Area scan. Automatically uses analyze on everything in a 556-meter radius and adds all information on it to a database for the user to pull from. Can result in migraines, even with mental conditioning. Costs 1500 MP. Scales with intelligence to determine radius and migraine chance. Mana manifest. Creates an illusion that suppresses anyone in an area of 11 kilometers that the user feels the need to. Now forces any in the area that the user wishes to see hallucinations and view the user as an impassable obstacle. Costs 300 MP. Scales with amount of mana and wisdom to determine area and level of suppression. Fudge the numbers. Equations can be used to predict what will happen. Sometimes they're wrong, sometimes they're right. Mostly the wrong stuff happens with human intervention. Use this power to alter the numbers on the formulae to increase the probability of a good outcome. Costs 7000 MP. Scales with luck to give the user a better chance with the good outcome. Caps at a 100% increase in the chances. Skill cannot be upgraded. Passives gained. Mental conditioning. User's mind is better at quickly stowing information and fails to get overloaded. Plus 100% mental pain resistance. Area sense. User feels energy on the air. When the energy feels bad, this skill sends a chime through their head. User can see all around them even when blinded. Skills leveled. Mana skin, LVL 26. Healing hands, LVL 20. Bomb usage, LVL 25. Dagger usage, LVL 26. Knife throwing, LVL 26. Alchemy, reform, LVL 25. Stealth, LVL 25. Sleight of hand, LVL 25. Mana manipulation, LVL 10. Analyze, LVL 15. Planning, LVL 15. Running, LVL 25. Health, LVL 25. Meditation, level 20. Studying, level 15. Report done. Izumi looks in disbelief at her status page. My goal was 100 and I nearly doubled that. She's already laying on the couch in the new place. 3 kids with near superhuman strength made moving boxes that held things those living in the house didn't want her to know about. Simple, that, combined with Izumi's actually superhuman strength and inventory, while they were moved in under an hour, then everyone but her went to bed. Himiko in the bedroom they planned Izumi to move into. Izumi also placed her room access on that door, and now while she was deciding her next move, Navi, they decided earlier in the week that Yui would rather be called Navi because being called Yui all the time alerts all other parts of the quirk. Put this notification up, due to her week of just sticking to her schedule. Izumi has no idea why Navi called it a time skip report, though. She shakes her head and dismisses the report, then she summons Navi. Okay, so since I've reached the level I wanted to be at to start training skills, any suggestions? She asks when the familiar green ball of light appears. There are several things, actually. Navi replies, still thinking on it. Oh, you should start using skill fusion to learn your affinities. Izumi nods and opens up the right menu. Navi slips into tutorial mode easily. So, how this works is you put 2 of the basic elements into the fusion circles. You can't put anything you get from this into these wheels just yet. It separates itself out into the originals if you do. Navi Expo cites, there's a total of 15 different elements you can get. Doubling them doesn't do anything. Izumi pulls out her notebook with a determined expression and writes down a decent list of every combination she can get. I doubt reversing the equation will work, so let's just go with this for now. Basic. Air affinity. Water affinity. Fire affinity. Earth affinity. Dark affinity. Light affinity. Advanced. Air plus water. Air plus fire. Air plus earth. Air plus light. Air plus dark. Water plus fire. Water plus earth. Water plus light. Water plus dark. Fire plus earth. Fire plus light. Fire plus dark. Earth plus light. Earth plus dark. Light plus dark. Izumi combines air and water, her best elemental affinities. This creates mist affinity after a cute combination animation. Well, Izumi suspects it isn't supposed to be cute, but the wave and the wind meeting in the middle and bursting into a mist on her screen just makes her think cute. I guess that makes sense. Water suspended in the air tends to be perceived as a mist unless it's the work of a quirk. She writes down the combination, then tries reversing it. It results in the same affinity. Okay, so the formula isn't reversible. She looks at the cost and gapes slightly. Navi, I thought you told me that using this would require skill points. I told you that skill and passive fusions take skill points. The affinity creation things are basically adding 2 plus 2 if you figure out how to do it on your own. We're still an assistant though, so we do this little thing for ya. Izumi huffs a sigh and continues making affinities. A few catch her eye, like air and light meeting to make lightning. It was a bit weird, but it showed what looked like ions in the air getting excited as light passes over and making lightning. Water and dark was weird too. Darkness passed over a calm ocean, then the ocean just froze. By far the weirdest was fire and dark. It made 7, what that means Izumi can't really tell, but she can tell it seems like all sorts of scary. A fireball and a ball of darkness met in the middle to make a flaming circle with 7 other lines in it, all having different words written on each line. Wrath, gluttony, greed, lust, pride, sloth, envy, inwards in that order. Navi, why is there a magic affinity based with the 7 deadly sins? Oh, that? It's actually a type of worshipper magic. You know, that god that Kirya mentioned? The god of crossing? She continues at Izumi's nod. Well, worshippers of her actually created a number of spells to help the dead pass on. Most of the dead that wind up staying are doing it due to committing a deadly sin of some kind. Crypt watchers in that world are the dead that wish to keep the things they had in life, so they have enough greed to make them come up from the dead and stay that way. This magic affinity makes them finally cross over. Most of the worshippers call it 7 magic. Since they don't really consider the souls to have sinned to wind up staying here, they view it more as the souls needing something to guide them to rest. Interesting. Yeah, except in order for it to actually do much for you would actually need to learn each separate element of 7 magic, since just 7 affinity is actually pretty weak. And I can't do that yet. Yep. Izumi huffs in annoyance. It would have been useful against these dungeons since they seem to house only undead. She then giggles when she combines earth and light, which combines to make flora. A rock flies out from a cave only to burst into flower petals as light hits it. Gravity was similarly funny in a way. A bunch of rocks suddenly converged on a dark ball of something and turned into a cartoonish earth. And null was just plain weird. A dark ball and a light ball smacked into each other in front of a whiteboard, then they seemed to turn into a splatter of different inks, one white and one black, then a board eraser wipes it away before the scene ends. Izumi writes down the affinity name before accepting the fusion. She checks over the list again. Basic. Air affinity, water affinity, fire affinity, earth affinity, dark affinity, light affinity, advanced, air plus water mist affinity, air plus fire smoke affinity, air plus earth sand affinity, air plus light lightning affinity, air plus dark sound affinity, water plus fire steam affinity, water plus earth mud affinity, water plus light snow affinity, water plus dark ice affinity, fire plus earth lava affinity, fire plus light flare affinity, fire plus dark 7 affinity, earth plus light flora affinity, earth plus dark gravity affinity, light plus dark null affinity. Izumi checks the time. Still about 6 hours left till everyone needs to be awake. Okay, so what now? Now I want you to tell me exactly what you want out of magic. Izumi raises a brow. Don't you already have that answer? I can read your surface-level thoughts, like if you reach out, but I can't discern what you truly want. Currently enchantment seems fascinating. I could very well become the most powerful magician alive, but honestly enchanting seems like it'd be much more fun to mess around with. Now I need to ask if you want to just become an all-around crafter, or a crafter for just yourself. Izumi is tempted to say just for herself, selling her wares would be potentially dangerous, but then she thinks of her current party members and their lack of armor while going into dungeons. All around. She nods in approval of her own choice. Navi also nods in approval. Alright, then it's time to put some of those skill points to use. She waves a hand. You'll need these 3 skills in order to become an all-round crafter. Izumi grins as she accepts all 3. The price is steep at 75 skill points, but it's worth it as she speed reads all codex entries on them and meditates for an hour. Then she gets up from her seat and walks upstairs, then into her crafting room. Himiko yawns awake. She stretches out her back by putting her hands in front and slowly stretching them upwards to the sky. She then checks downstairs for Izumi. Seeing nobody other than a slightly confused Katsuki, she returns to her room door and moves into Izumi's. Then she hears cackling from the workshop and decides, not today, Satan, and moves back downstairs. She just sits across from Katsuki while waiting for Izumi. Name, Izumi Midoriya. Title, Woman of Many Skills. Class, Adept Ninja. Guilds, no current affiliation. Level, 55. EXP to next LVL, 1000. Max HP, 4260. Max MP, 11120. Max SP, 8780. STR, 212. VIT, 213. Dex, 226. AGI, 219. Int, 278. WIS, 268. Luck, 237. STP, 239. SKP, 29. 66,200 yen. Passives, Game Body, Game Mind, Max Control, Boneless, Olympic Pool, Eidetic Memory, Rapid Thinking, Rapid Recovery, 10%, Advanced Elemental Affinity, Advanced Scientific Method, Iron Limbs, Advanced Flash Step, Master of Fast Hands, 87.6%, I'm Walkin' Here, Steel Skin, 85.2%, Godlike Muscles, Fight Through, 84.8%, Lucky Lady, How Did You Miss, 82.8%, Elemental Affinities, Air, 30, Water, 25, Fire, 20, Earth, 20, Light, 10, Dark, 30, Mist, 55, Smoke, 50, Sand, 50, Lightning, 40, Sound, 60, Steam, 45, Mud, 45, Snow, 35, Ice, 55, Lava, 40, Flare, 30, 7, 50, Flora, 30, Gravity, 50, Null, 40.